Chapter 2080. The Three-Life Mirror. The moment Xiao Chan saw the three-life mirror, he was stunned for a long time. He had truly forgotten about this treasure. Since Little Three, the item spirit, forcibly stopped time in the Kunlun realm, it had been in a deep sleep. The three-life mirror could see the past and the future, controlling time. It was a legendary, powerful, immortal equipment. The secret treasure that the dragon spirit mentioned should be this three-life mirror. It could see the past, the present, and the future, as well as control time, perfectly compatible with the state of cycle. However, even Little Three, the item spirit, found it extremely difficult to use. Now that Little Three was still in a deep sleep, could Xiao Chun rely on this secret treasure? Xiao Chun frowned slightly and sent a strand of spiritual sense into the three-life mirror. The world in the mirror. Little Three lay quietly amid the clouds, like an immortal realm. Xiao Chun could use this ancient mirror. Before Little Three fell into a deep sleep, it had passed the control over the ancient mirror to him. Xiao Chun would be forced to use it. The time Dao was very dangerous. Xiao Chun had experienced it firsthand. Little Three before him was a very good example. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense, and the three-life mirror floated before him. Then he entered deep thought. It was somewhat unrealistic to directly bring out the three-life mirror. He could use the three-life mirror as a supplement to bring out the state of cycle. However, that might not be impossible. As for the risks involved, Xiao Chun would have to consider them carefully. Inside the room, Xiao Chun paced back and forth, entering deep thought. If he could bring out his strongest state of cycle in the Great Thousand Realms, it would have far-reaching implications. It would be even more terrifying than practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. After all, no matter how strong the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was, it was still a martial technique comprehended by others. However, the state of cycle was something that Xiao Chun comprehended himself. The two were completely different concepts. However, if he failed, the consequences: spatial energy could tear apart Xiao Chen's divine body, which had just awakened once. What more time energy? To fight or not to fight? Fight! Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grasped the three-life mirror. How many years had it been? He had walked this path. After experiencing life and death countless times, he was already used to it. This heart did not fear challenges. Xiao Chun did not hesitate to do it. Master, let me out to play for a while. Just at this moment, the demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Just like him, he had been trapped in the land of the Blood Moon for 4 years. Although he didn't have many fortuitous encounters like him. However, the land of the Blood Moon had no light all year round. It was filled with a demonic cold qi that was endless. The demon blood vulture had reached great perfection, sovereign personage, even stronger than Xiao Chun. The yin qi in the land of the Blood Moon was too heavy, but the spiritual energy was insufficient. Xiao Chun did not have any resources either, so he could only be a sovereign personage for now. After releasing the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chun started experimenting alone in the courtyard. Xiao! The three-life mirror turned into a bright light and fused into Xiao Chen's body. His flesh, blood, soul, and quintessence began to fuse with the three-life mirror. The fusion process was quite smooth. Around Xiao Chun, time and space fluctuated. Many things that had happened in the past turned into countless scrolls that appeared in all directions. The memories of the past gathered together. At this moment, time seemed like flowing water, gently flowing before Xiao Chen's eyes. The previous experiences, which represented Xiao Chen's past, turned into flowing light and entered his body. Time was merciless. Back then, Xiao Chun had also been young and inexperienced. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. The past had already happened, and the future was unfathomable. The scenes representing Xiao Chen's future appeared. They were all hazy, unfathomable, and unfathomable. Xiao Chen did not want to see them either. He always believed that man could conquer nature, and that the future was limitless. When the light representing the future entered his body, the past, future, and present, the three-life mirror, completely merged with Xiao Chun. At the same time, 7 beams of light came out from behind Xiao Chun. Those were the 7 colored lights representing the state of cycle. Whether Xiao Chun could gather them and merge them into one, bringing out the true state of cycle, would depend on this moment. Condense! Xiao Chun shouted, and the 7 colored lights started to slowly merge. He felt an incredibly strong resistance. In the Great Thousand Realms, the structure of space and time was completely different from that of the Kunlun realm. It was not that Xiao Chun had not tried it before. However, it was completely ineffective, so he gave up. Today, Xiao Chun merged with the three-life mirror and tried again. If he still failed, there would be no hope of reappearing the state of cycle. The three-life mirror in Xiao Chun's body released a resplendent light, silently radiating out from his body. While the exterior did not look any different, Xiao Chun vaguely felt that the resistance to the seven-colored lights merging had decreased significantly. With a burst of energy, he let out a roar. The seven-colored lights instantly merged into one. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Chun used his soul energy and veritable essence energy to drive the state of cycle at the same time. The cycle Dao reversing time. Immediately, an even stronger resistance than before appeared in front of Xiao Chun. It was like he was going against the entire world. Every step he took was incredibly difficult. Kasie. Halfway through, cracks appeared on Xiao Chun's body and blood seeped out. This was forcefully reversing time. The price that his physical body had to bear was several times greater than what he faced in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun could no longer pull back the foot he took. At this moment, aside from withstanding the pressure and continuing forward, there was nothing he could do. The world before Xiao Chun already turned blurry. Half of his body had already entered the time tunnel. Space-time storms filled the surroundings. If he made any mistakes, his bones would shatter, and his soul would scatter. I'll risk it. Just as his physical body could no longer endure, a spiritual light encased Xiao Chun. It was the three-life mirror. The three-life mirror reflects three lives, seeing through karma and reincarnation. It illuminates one's heart for generations to come, reversing the past and the future. An ethereal immortal art appeared in Xiao Chun's mind, and the world before him slowly turned clear. What appeared before Xiao Chun was the courtyard he was standing in. Success! However, this world rejected him infinitely, and his physical body quickly immaterialized. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun instantly drew the saber in his hand and chopped down the tree in the courtyard. His body completely immaterialized, and Xiao Chun returned to reality. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Whoosh! Did I really succeed? Nothing changed in front of Xiao Chun. However, the physical injuries felt incredibly real. Fortunately, the three-life mirror protected his soul in the space-time tunnel. Xiao Chun's skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs all shattered. However, his soul remained unharmed. Just as Xiao Chun felt uncertain, the tree in front of him silently snapped in half without any warning. This stunned Xiao Chun for a moment. Then he started laughing maniacally. I succeeded. I really succeeded. He successfully brought out the will of cycle in the Great Thousand Realms. Indeed, the dragon spirit did not lie to him. The three-life mirror could indeed help him bring out the state of cycle. Although the effect before him was not obvious, this was only the first time. As long as he cultivated it slowly, he would be able to achieve the same effect as when he was in the Kunlun realm. This allowed him to reverse space-time. As long as he stayed in the past or the future for 1 second, he could change the situation of life and death. How could such a heaven-defying technique not make one go wild with joy? After the wild joy, Xiao Chun calmed down. This is just the beginning. When Xiao Chun's physical injuries recovered, he continued practicing. Once he executed this heaven-defying killing move, he could change the situation at any time. 10 days later, Xiao Chun finally familiarized himself with the three-life mirror and executed the cycle chop. Xiao Chun could stay in the future for 1 second and execute a peak saber strike. This was not comparable to the 3 seconds he could stay in the Kunlun realm. However, it was still a significant improvement. After all, Xiao Chun had not been able to execute this move before. On this particular day, just as Xiao Chun was about to continue cultivating, Sang and Qin Zhuolin came to find Xiao Chun. The 8th prince is coming. Which 8th prince? Xiao Chun asked, feeling confused. Qin Zhuolin said helplessly, What have you been doing recently? How could you forget such an important matter? The Shuwu dynasty's 8th prince? Xiao Chun let out a soft sigh. Then, he recalled that he still had the trash of the Shuwu dynasty's royal clan. When will he arrive? We received the news 7 days ago. If there are no surprises, he should arrive tomorrow or the day after. Qin Zhuolin said with a somewhat nervous expression. After all, the 8th prince was the prince of the strongest dynasty in the Central Great Realm. They had to treat him seriously. No matter what they did, this matter would not be easy to resolve. Xiao Chen entered deep thought and said, "He really will come. His main purpose is probably Qing Chen." However, that did not matter. Xiao Chen already received news of his arrangements. Sang asked, "What should we do?" "It would be best if we can dispel his thoughts and resolve this peacefully. If not, there is no need for us to fear him." Chapter 2081. The Xuewu dynasty was a major faction in the west of the Central Great Realm, ruling over the demonic Tao. Naturally, none of the royal court disciples were simple. There were no weaklings. Ordinary people would not take the initiative to offend the Xuewu dynasty's princes. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not do so either. However, the other party targeted Qing Chen, and even sent an expert to infiltrate Azure Mountain Town. Of the two experts, one was captured and the other was killed. Since there was already a grudge, there was no need for Xiao Chen to overthink it. 2 days later, when the morning sun rose, an undisguised demonic might appeared outside the city. Xiao Chen, Sang, and Qin Zhuolin sensed this aura at the same time. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man locked up in the dungeon also sensed this aura. He revealed an excited expression and said, "It's the 8th prince. There is hope now." Given the 8th prince's status and strength, Xiao Chen will not dare to hold back. However, Sang brought the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man out before the scarlet-clad man could think. After a while, Xiao Chen's group gathered. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man, whose cultivation was sealed, was tossed to the side. Boom! Just at this moment, demonic clouds encased the entire Azure Mountain Town. The sky instantly darkened, blocking out the rising sun. The villagers of Azure Mountain Town did not know what was going on, appearing confused. The black demonic clouds contained a terrifying demonic might, inspiring panic. The heavy pressure made Xiao Chen's group somewhat uncomfortable. Qin Zhuolin frowned slightly. What a strong demonic might. Before this 8th prince shows himself, he is already putting on a show of strength. A light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he entered deep thought. The others did not know what he was thinking. "Since the 8th prince is here, why not show yourself?" Xiao Chen asked softly. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the city heard him clearly. At the same time, Xiao Chen silently spread out his dragon might. The citizens immediately felt the pressure on them lessen significantly. When they heard Xiao Chen's voice, they calmed down. "You are not qualified to meet me. Release my people and I can pretend that nothing happened." The 8th prince's voice was filled with majesty and anger as it echoed in the surroundings. With each word, the demonic might that shrouded Qingshan Town intensified. The city was already on the verge of collapse. "I'm afraid you have no choice but to show yourself," Xiao Chen said indifferently. Behind Qingshan Town, a blood-colored bird appeared. Its feathers were as eye-catching as blood and glowed faintly. It opened its mouth and inhaled. This was the demon blood vulture. However, the terrifying demonic clouds were great nourishment to the demon blood vulture. As soon as Xiao Chen gave the order, he immediately began to gobble it up. In a short while, the clouds were dispelled and the sun could be seen. A figure appeared in the sky above Qingshan Town. He wore a blood-red robe, and the collar and cuffs of the robe were lined with gold. He looked gorgeous and noble. With the demon blood vulture sucking, Xiao Chen had no choice but to reveal himself even if he did not want to. Xiao! Suddenly, a strong wind blew in front of Xiao Chen's group, making their clothes flutter and hair flutter. They could not even open their eyes. Amid a flash of red light, the 8th prince suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen's group. He showed a sullen expression, a murderous intent hidden in his eyes. A great perfection sovereign personage. This 8th prince's cultivation had already reached great perfection sovereign personage. Together with his demonic might and dynasty bloodline, his aura was heavy and oppressive. However, Xiao Chen's group remained expressionless, appearing calm and at ease. However, this 8th prince actually came alone. He did not have any guards or experts with him. Xiao Chen did not know whether it was because he was skilled and bold, or because there were experts hiding in the dark. The 8th prince glanced indifferently at the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. The other party felt somewhat embarrassed, not daring to meet the 8th prince's gaze. Xiao Chan said calmly, "Name a price. If I'm satisfied, you can take this person away." Name a price? The eighth prince felt slightly stunned. Then he mocked. "This should be the funniest joke I've ever heard. You are just a mixed blood dragon chased out of the divine dragon empire. To think that you dare to threaten me after capturing my people." Kase. Without any warning, the eighth prince suddenly appeared and flicked his finger. A strand of scarlet energy shot out. Before the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man could react, a bloody hole appeared in his forehead. With his cultivation sealed, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man was like an ordinary person. He could not block the eighth prince's strike at all and died on the spot. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man fell to the ground, unable to get up. He died with his eyes wide open. He had thought that he was the eighth prince's trusted subordinate. Who could have imagined that the eighth prince would not even spare him a few glances before killing him? Sang and Qin Zhuolin felt somewhat shocked. Unexpectedly, the eighth prince was so ruthless. "No one can threaten me, much less a trash. I thought that you were some incredible character. A mixed blood dragon is just a mixed blood dragon. Your vision is too low and you are just a joke. I am here today not for this trash but for the extreme body in your city. Name a price and I will take him away." The eighth prince showed an arrogant expression as he looked coldly at Xiao Chan, not caring about the other party at all. Seeing the other party not saying anything, the eighth prince felt that he had been shocked by the other party's actions. Indeed, the eighth prince had not seen much of the world. A great perfection sovereign personage was incredible. He could be considered an expert anywhere. However, there were many such great perfection sovereign personages in the Shuowu dynasty. Killing one was not a big deal. Who allowed you to kill him? What did you say? The eighth prince felt slightly stunned. He gave Xiao Chan a somewhat strange look. Xiao Chen's words sounded strange. Xiao Chan was just a subordinate with some royal bloodline. Did he need the eighth prince's permission to kill him? He is just trash. If I kill him, so be it. Do I need your permission? Even if he is trash in my hands. Boom! Before Xiao Chan finished speaking, he immediately executed the supreme dragon fist and punched. Dragon might spread out from Xiao Chen's body. Together with the 10,000 dragons picture in his mind, this dragon fist was headless, both in form and spirit. The eighth prince felt slightly startled. Without much time to think, he could only counter with a punch. Bang! The punch knocked the eighth prince back the moment they clashed. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Unexpectedly, the might of Xiao Chen's punch could possess such horrifying destructive power. It did not seem like something a small perfection sovereign personage could execute. The offensive power contained in the punch far surpassed the limits of a small perfection sovereign personage. The eighth prince looked at Xiao Chan in shock. "You dare to attack me? You are seeking death." What shocked the eighth prince even more was that Xiao Chan, a prince of the Shuowu dynasty, dared to attack him directly. Demonic might surged out of the eighth prince's body as he roared ferociously. An overwhelming might burst forth as he slammed the ground and ferociously launched himself at Xiao Chan. Whoosh! As the eighth prince moved, his vast aura instantly crushed the hall where Xiao Chan and the others were into rubble. A strange scarlet light flowed on the eighth prince's body, enveloping him like water. "Xiao Chan, this is the blood demon armor. It is very hard to break. Don't clash head-on with him." Qin Zhuolin recognized this strange martial technique, so he warned Xiao Chan to avoid the eighth prince's attack for now, and not clash head-on with the counterattacking eighth prince. However, Xiao Chan ignored Qin Zhuolin. He directly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's second move, storing up power. Xiao Chan had already converted 50% of his blue dragon bloodline, and a 10,000 dragons picture appeared in his mind. Now that Xiao Chen executed the top offensive secret technique of the dragon race, he could no longer be compared to the past. The supreme dragon fists might appeared in his hand. Thousands of dragon images gathered on Xiao Chen's body. When he punched, he knocked back the eighth prince, who was charging over with overwhelming demonic might. Third move, Heaven Dragon. No regrets. Lofty sentiments and righteousness gathered in Xiao Chen's heart. This punch, no regrets, Heaven Dragon. Fourth move, Raging at the Unfair Heaven. The lofty sentiments and righteousness turned into rage. The world changed color. and the rage in Xiao Chen's heart shook the sky. Bang! When Xiao Chen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's fourth move, the eighth prince's blood demon armor turned into a pool of blood with a crack, forcibly breaking. The eighth prince vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly paled. His blood demon armor actually broke. Qin Zhuolin, who was at the side, also felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so ferocious, directly breaking the blood demon armor. Damn it! Blood held demonic eyes. The eighth prince roared furiously. His eyes glared and blood leaked out. The eighth prince looked sinister and terrifying. Strange golden talisman seals appeared in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Chen. This is the Shuowu dynasty's secret technique. Once it is executed, it can summon out the endless blood hell that the Shuowu dynasty refined. That is the blood hell that the Shuowu demonic monarch led 3,000 demonic venerates to refine. Once trapped in there, only death awaits. Qin Zhuolin's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen could force the eighth prince into such a miserable state. In just a few moves, Xiao Chen even had to execute the secret technique. All of you will die. None of you can escape. You have angered me. The eighth prince showed a ferocious expression. The blood hell image in the depths of his eyes slowly enlarged. Scarlet lightning continuously tore through the sky. A strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks. It looked like the end of the world. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. He calmly drew his saber, using martial and soul as one to execute only one saber strike. Aside from the saber in Xiao Chen's hand, only black and white remained in this world. Pussy-eye. The eighth prince cried out miserably. His eyes popped, pierced by the dazzling saber light. The eighth prince covered his eyes with both hands, feeling excruciating pain. Then he screamed at the top of his lungs. Imperial uncle, help me kill him. Kill him. My eyes are blind. Qin Zhuolin and Sang Li recovered from their shock. Their expressions changed drastically. There is someone else here? Plop. While the eighth prince felt bewildered, an old man fell to the ground in a sorry state. Chu Xiang and an old woman slowly descended with Qing Chan in the air. Qin Zhuolin could not help feeling startled. It turned out that the eighth prince had used demonic clouds to envelop Azure Mountain Town at the start. The eighth prince wanted his imperial uncle to silently take Qing Chan away. However, the eighth prince did not know that Xiao Chen had already come up with a countermeasure. Not only did the eighth prince lose his eyes, but his situation was also worrying. Chapter 2082. If Xiao Qing Chan did not settle down properly, the other party would come endlessly to seek trouble for Xiao Chen, becoming harder to deal with each time. What do you mean by this? Are you thinking of keeping this prince here? Xiao Chen, let me tell you this. Don't go overboard. Otherwise, even the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor will not be able to protect you. He glanced at the old lady beside Chu Xiang. The old lady's aura enveloped him, preventing him from making any big movements. Uncle, kill him for me. Kill him. I'm blind. In this world, apart from the saber in his hand, there was only black and white. When the eighth prince saw his imperial uncle being thrown down, he knew that it was all over. Seeing that the other party had left, Chu Xiang teased with a smile. The eighth prince let out a miserable shriek as his eyes were pierced by the dazzling saber light. Qin Zhuolin waved his hand and said, I don't need it. Just give it to Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. However, he quickly understood. There were not many things that could interest Qin Zhuolin. Sang and Qin Zhuolin suddenly understood. It turned out that Xiao Chen had planned this all along. Back then, this person did not even give face to the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. Qin Zhuolin could not help feeling startled. It turned out that the eighth prince had covered Azure Mountain Town with demonic clouds at the start. Even if he wanted to, he didn't know where Tianxiang was. After Chu Xiang and Qing Chan greeted Xiao Chen, they left with the old woman. He had originally thought that he wouldn't need to spend too much energy on this experience, but it had destroyed both his eyes and left an indelible wound in his heart. The eighth prince had a fierce expression as the blood prison in the depths of his eyes slowly expanded. Blood-colored lightning continuously tore through the sky. A berserk gale blew sand and pebbles into the air. It was a scene of the end of the world. Xiao Chen revealed disdain in his eyes. He said indifferently, Cut the crap. You're just a prince. There are hundreds of princes in the Shuowu dynasty. Since when is it your turn to represent the royal court? Take out 5 million primeval heavenly pills. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving Azure Mountain Town today. I don't mind spreading your scandal in Azure Mountain City to the entire desolate sea. Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiao Chan and said with a smile, I said it before. Sooner or later, your name will shake the world. The old man was a sovereign emperor. However, the old woman from the heavenly fragrance holy land firmly suppressed him. After handing a storage ring to Xiao Chan, the old woman quickly left with the 8th prince. Where is the body of the previous holy daughter? Chu Xiang asked. However, he did not know that Xiao Chan had already made a plan to deal with it. Not only had he lost his eyes, but the only thing he could rely on was his situation. Did I say you could leave? After killing my men, you want to leave just like that? Isn't that a little too presumptuous? The 8th prince was infuriated. After putting away the storage ring, Xiao Chan said in a light voice, Since we've already become enemies, it would be a pity if I don't make him pay. That scarlet-robed middle-aged man was clearly the 8th prince's subordinate. Now that he had died at the 8th prince's hands, Xiao Chan had escaped justice. Whoosh! Xiao Chan looked at Qing Chan and said, Go with them. The people in the village will help take care of your younger brother. They are all good people. Junior, don't be too extreme. Here are the primeval heavenly pills. Let's go. Qing Chen's eyes brimmed with tears. Now that she had grown up, she was the one who caused all this trouble. If she wanted to take revenge in the future, her eyes would be destroyed. Now she would lose all face in the royal clan. Xiao Chan said calmly, I do not have any intention of making things difficult for this prince. I just want to repeat myself. Even trash has its value. He is, after all, a great perfection sovereign personage trash. You killed him just like that without showing any signs of gratitude, and now you want to leave? Oh right, Chu Xiang, this is the jade pendant your holy daughter wanted. Xiao Chan shouted coldly when he saw the 8th prince about to leave, showing no intention of letting the other party leave. Qin Zhuolin was truly a good friend. Xiao Chan had done too much for her. The 8th prince was already frightened out of his wits. If he had another choice, he would not come to Azure Mountain Town even if he was beaten to death. All of you will die. None of you can escape. Xiao Chan, you have angered me. If the 8th prince handed Qing Chan over to the heavenly fragrance holy land, as long as the other party took a liking to Qing Chan, he would not dare to seek trouble for her. Imperial uncle, let's go. TSK. To think that it is the desolate city medallion. If I had known that it was this treasure, I would not have been so polite. Qin Zhuolin teased as he looked at the desolate city medallion in Xiao Chen's hand. The 8th prince covered his eyes with both hands and screamed at the top of his lungs in pain. As a geomaster, the bloodline of adventurers flowed in the 8th prince's veins. He could suppress the restlessness in his heart and remain in Azure Mountain Town for 4 years. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile. Such an ending was perfect for an extreme body. Hee. Big brother Xiao, you are really bold. To think that you dare to extort a prince of the Shuowu dynasty. To Xiao Chan, these 5 million primeval heavenly pills were like sweet dew after a long drought, resolving his urgent need. The desolate city medallion? Plop! We will definitely meet again. Qin Zhuolin laughed loudly and turned to leave. Qin Zhuolin exchanged looks with Xiao Chan. Then he said, Sorry, I have already become a desolate slave. There is nothing I can do about it. It looks like this jade pendant is something very important. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, I was lucky. I relied on Brother Qin's help to find it. Take care. I look forward to meeting you again. Xiao Chen and Sang appeared somewhat surprised. Qin Zhuolin's decision was too sudden. Xiao Chen, what is this? Qin Zhuolin asked, still feeling confused. When Qin Zhuolin heard that, he immediately felt like laughing. Xiao Chen was simply too interesting. This child is pretty good. I want to bring her back to the heavenly fragrance holy land. I have already spoken to her. However, I cannot let go of her little brother. Qin Zhuolin casually dealt with Xiao Chen's killing move. Then he barely managed to throw a palm strike and force Xiao Chen back. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, Senior, please help me take good care of Qing Chan. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter already agreed to owe me a favor. There is no need to make any more requests. Chu Xiang and the old lady's eyes dimmed upon hearing that. 5 million. Xiao Chun received the ancient medallion. Feeling somewhat puzzled, he still said politely, "Thank you, senior." Xiao Chun and Sang wanted to keep Qin Zhuolin. However, the other party had already made up his mind, so they could not do anything. The main reason was that Xiao Chun was now extremely poor and urgently needed primeval heavenly pills. Although the 8th prince felt very sullen, he knew that there would not be a better result if he stayed. So he decisively decided to leave now. Xiao Chun was rather straightforward. He shrugged and said, "If you need it, I can give it to you." The 8th prince raged. "Dream on. I only have 5 million primeval heavenly pills on me. If you have the guts, kill me." "You are too polite. It is time for us to go. Goodbye. You have already been here for 4 years. Since you are fine, I can rest assured. I am truly happy for you that you have such a fortuitous encounter. Do you still remember what I said to you when we first met?" The old lady smiled and said, "Child, your character is pretty good. No wonder Xiang kept saying good things about you along the way. How about this? I will give you a desolate city medallion. It is useless in my hands." With the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's interference, he could forget about obtaining the extreme body. There was no need to even think about seeking trouble for Xiao Chun. Right now, Qin Zhuolin's greatest reliance, the divine Vein Realm sovereign uncle, was clearly not a match for the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's supreme elder. Just as the 8th prince felt uncertain, an old man was tossed to the ground in a sorry state. Chu Xiang and an old lady slowly descended with Qing Chan in the air. Xiao Chun pointed to Chu Xiang and said, "This is the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's Miss Chu Xiang. This is the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's senior." When they heard that Qing Chan has an extreme body, they specially rushed over. They arrived 1 day ago and are very satisfied with Qing Chen's talent. The severely injured 8th prince immediately paled in fright. He felt his entire body turn cold. The fear of death surged into his heart, turning into an invisible mountain blocking his throat. Xiao Chun checked his storage ring. There was a small mountain-sized pile of primeval heavenly pills in there. After checking with his spiritual sense, he confirmed that the number was about the same. The heavenly fragrance Holy Land's old lady said to Xiao Chun with some joy as she looked at Qing Chan. Xiao Chun clearly knew that the focus of his conflict with the 8th prince was Qing Chan. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Chun did not even think. He instantly drew his tyrant saber, and his figure flashed. A resplendent saber light pierced towards the 8th prince. When the 8th prince heard this explanation, he felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. No one has ever dared to speak to this prince like that before. "Xiao Chun, are you really going to offend the entire Shu dynasty's royal court?" Puxi. Qin Zhuolin and Sang Li recovered from their shock. Their expressions changed drastically. "There is someone else here?" "As you wish." The bona fide heavenly fragrance's holy daughter actually became a desolate slave. Who could have imagined such an ending? Xiao Chun had just taken out the jade pendant when the old lady pulled it over. After taking a look, she looked up in shock and exclaimed, "It really is the heavenly fragrance jade pendant. How did you do it? Even I cannot barge through the heavenly Tao killing formation." In the time it took for a spark to fly, a figure shielded the 8th prince. It was the sovereign emperor that the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's elder injured. "Big brother, thank you. Qing Chan will be obedient. You have to take care of yourself as well." However, Xiao Chun did not panic. He calmly drew his saber and executed martial and soul as one, launching only one saber strike. Xiao Chun wanted his royal uncle to silently take Qing Chan away. Although he was blind, the 8th prince could still sense his surroundings with his soul energy. "Haha, thank you. However, you should keep it for yourself. You need it more than I do," Qin Zhuolin rejected with a smile. After a pause, he said, "I'm leaving. How unfortunate." The old lady hesitated, her eyes filled with regret. After a moment of silence, she looked at Xiao Chun and said, "No matter what, the two of you have done a great service to my heavenly fragrance Holy Land by retrieving the heavenly fragrance jade pendant. Since the Holy Lord is not around, I will agree to a request on behalf of the Holy Lord." Chapter 2083. Qin Zhuolin's departure was somewhat strange, but it made sense. Qin Zhuolin was a geomaster, someone that even the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter had to treat politely. He could not possibly remain in Azure Mountain Town. It was already not easy for Qin Zhuolin to remain here for 4 years. As Xiao Qian watched Qin Zhuolin leave, he watched until he vanished from his vision before withdrawing his gaze. Xiao Qian, I have something to say, Sang said as he looked at Xiao Qian somewhat seriously. Sang looked at Xiao Qian somewhat seriously. Xiao Qian nodded and said, Speak. I want to stay here and leave the propping mulberry tree here. This is interesting. One wants to leave and the other wants to stay. I can rest assured with your decision. The people of this Azure Mountain town should be ordinary people from the Blue Dragon race's territory. They should have some connection to the Blue Dragon race. Actually, I am rather happy that you can stay. If Qin Zhuolin wanted to leave, Xiao Qian would have to leave sooner or later. The tiny Azure Mountain town could not even be considered a drop of dew in the vast desolate sea. Xiao Qian was ambitious and determined to reach the peak of the martial Tao. Naturally, he would not remain here. If the three of them left, no one could take care of the people of Azure Mountain Town if anything happened to them. Xiao Qian felt truly happy that Sang could stay here. Where do you intend to plant the divine tree? Sang pointed to outside the city and said, Right beside the ancient well. Propping mulberry trees like the cold, so they can make full use of the cold qi below. The illumination of the blood moon has a miraculous effect. In less than 100 years, propping mulberry trees will be able to grow. The propping mulberry tree and I are one. With it supporting each other, it will be of great help to my cultivation. It looked like Sang had planned this long ago, and had not made this decision on the spur of the moment. Let's go. The two's figures flashed, and they quickly arrived beside the ancient well. At this moment the blazing sun hung high in the sky. As the two stood beside the ancient well, cold qi spread out, making them feel refreshed. Xiao Qian took out the propping mulberry tree from the divine universe steel. The divine tree sapling looked ordinary and unremarkable as he held it in his hand. It was hard to imagine that he was Fusang, one of the 3 great sacred trees in the world. Sang took the seedling, carefully placed it on the ground, and formed a hand seal. The propping mulberry tree's roots and branches kept growing, quickly seeping into the ground. The lush and massive roots and the palm-sized tree body looked somewhat uncoordinated. Sang, these are for you. Of the 5 million primeval heavenly pills that he extorted from the 8th prince, Xiao Qian was not stingy, giving 1 million to Sang. After Sang checked it, he was slightly surprised. However, he did not put on airs. He thanked Xiao Qian and accepted it. The two had a deep friendship and would not exchange pleasantries over this primeval heavenly pill. When do you plan to leave? Where do you plan to go? Sang asked. Xiao Qian said softly, I won't be leaving anytime soon. As for where I'm going, I have no clue. Xiao Qian had already explored most of the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. Now his goal was to advance to the Divine Vein Realm and inherit the Blue Dragon race's inheritance and treasures. However, advancing to the Divine Vein Realm was very difficult. The Veritable Personage Realm, the Primal Core Realm, and the Cloud Sea Realm. These 3 realms represented the limits of humans. Advancing to Sovereign Personage was already very incredible, and one would have to eliminate many cultivators. One would have a long lifespan, easily living for 5,000 years. Every world had its own heavenly Tao. The primes of the Kunlun realm could also live for thousands of years. That was because their cultivation had already reached the limits of the Kunlun realm. If they came to the Great Thousand Realms, they would not have such a long lifespan. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Right now, Xiao Qian was only 47 years old in the Great Thousand Realms, and he already reached small perfection sovereign personage. Even among the countless outstanding talents of the 8 great empires, 4 dynasties, and the righteous and demonic Tao in the entire central great realm, people with such comprehension ability were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. However, when one reached sovereign personage, it was practically impossible for one's cultivation to rise quickly. This was because one had already reached the limit. Sovereign personage was already the limit of humans. Any further and they would surpass humans. They would be able to control divine energy and possess an undying body. Furthermore, they would be able to condense their Tao domain into a small world. Many of these methods were like myths, completely beyond Xiao Qian's imagination. Many people remained stuck at the sovereign personage realm for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, unable to advance. They could only watch as their lifespan approached its limit, breaking through and waiting for death. It looked like there were only 3 steps for Xiao Qian to advance to the divine vein realm: Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, Peak Sovereign Personage, and Divine Vein. However, one of these 3 steps was 9 heavens. Right now, even if Xiao Qian broke through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, he did not feel confident. It was already very rare for Xiao Qian to advance from Peak Holy Venerate to Peak Small Perfection Sovereign Personage in a mere 4 years. This was equivalent to decades or even centuries of hard work for others. The road ahead was long. The most troublesome thing was that Xiao Qian did not know where to go next to cultivate. If he were in Ancestor Dragon City, there would not be so much trouble. A senior would give him pointers for every step of his cultivation. Factions like Ancestor Dragon City had tens of thousands of years of experience, such as which place to go for experiential training, what resources to give, and how to nurture them. They would not let their disciples feel lost. Xiao Qian came to this vast desolate sea alone. If not for a coincidence, he would not have been able to survive. If not for a coincidence, he would have obtained many fortuitous encounters in the land of the Blood Moon. His past few years might have been wasted. Xiao Qian could only remain in this azure mountain for now. Sang could see Xiao Qian's helplessness. He nodded and said, "Your cultivation has advanced too quickly in the past few years. Your combat experience as a sovereign personage is practically zero. If there is an opportunity, you should fight more with the remaining sovereign personages. Otherwise, you will find it hard to consolidate your accumulations." Xiao Qian thought about it and agreed. Although he had fought with the black and white eggs many times, they were not true fights to the death. Although he had been taught a miserable lesson, he had not had many life and death experiences. When he advanced to sovereign personage, he had only truly fought 2 or 3 times since he returned to Azure Mountain Town. Xiao Qian could only make up for the flaws in his saber Dao through constant battles. It was time for Xiao Qian to undergo true experiential training, to experience life and death battles. When Sang saw Xiao Qian in deep thought, he said softly, "Think about it yourself. I just planted the propping mulberry tree. I need to guard it for a while." Xiao Qian nodded and returned to his room alone. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qian put aside all distracting thoughts for now. He still had 4 million primeval heavenly pills. He should make good use of them. Whoosh! Xiao Qian's figure flashed, and he entered the divine universe steel. A blood moon hung in the sky in the vast and boundless primal chaos space. There was a vast and ancient Tao platform in the center. The dazzling blood moon gave off a mysterious halo. It gave Xiao Qian the feeling that he could use it to enter the Blue Dragon ancient city. When Xiao Qian landed on the Tao platform, he gently waved his hand, and countless primeval heavenly pills immediately landed on the Tao platform. When the Tao platform was filled, Xiao Qian spent 500,000 primeval heavenly pills. Even though he had extorted them from the 8th prince, he still felt some heartache. Whoosh! The primeval heavenly pills filled the Tao platform. Without Xiao Qian's soul energy and veritable essence energy, the Tao platform could be easily driven. A boundless azure sea appeared before Xiao Qian. The various Tao platforms and secret realms of the Divine Dragon Empire appeared before him. At the end of the azure sea was an incredibly mysterious totem. It looked hazy and indistinct, impossible to see clearly. It looked like 500,000 primeval heavenly pills were far from enough to make the blue dragon totem of the Kunlun realm appear completely. However, Xiao Qian was in no rush to return now. He swept his gaze through the many Tao platforms and secret realms. After a while, he noticed the secret realm controlled by the 3rd palace master of the Heaven Dragon Palace. He could even see the outline of the divine rank medicine cauldron that he loaned to the 3rd palace master. That's it. With a thought, the motes of light that appeared in the azure sea sank back into the sea. Rumble! In the next moment, waves roared ferociously in the sea. The surface of the sea undulated, and a Tao platform emerged from the seawater. Xiao Qian shouted, and the ancient Tao platform under his feet burst forth with a bright light and boundless talisman scripts. A spatial energy strong enough to tear apart stars infused into Xiao Chen's body. Then, Xiao Chen leaped into the air and landed on the Dao platform in the seawater. Whoosh! After Xiao Chen stepped on the Dao platform, it quickly sank into the water. Soon Xiao Chen sank as well. In reality, the divine universe steel flashed with light and entered the void. Chapter 2084. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen reappeared, he was in a familiar secret realm. 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and above filled the place. In the past, anything in this treasure land could make Xiao Chen's heart skip a beat. Looking around, there weren't many treasures that could tempt him. There was a saying that only elixirs that grew in the wilderness and in dangerous places could be considered as true treasures of heaven and earth. The artificially nurtured spirit herbs in the herb field would always lack spirituality, unable to reach perfection. Am I already in the Heaven Dragon Palace? Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the familiar scenery, feeling somewhat surreal. 1 moment ago, he was in a small city in the desolate sea hundreds of millions of kilometers away. In the next moment he was back in the Divine Dragon Empire. If Xiao Chen could activate the Divine Universe Steel in the past, he would not have been chased into such a sorry state back then. Xiao Chen could come and go as he pleased. How carefree! There did not seem to be anyone in this Heaven Dragon Palace's herb garden secret realm. As Xiao Chen strolled around, he stopped before the divine rank medicine cauldron. The small mountain-sized medicine cauldron burned endlessly with flames. It looked like the third palace master used it frequently. Xiao Chen gently leaped up and arrived above the medicine cauldron. Gurgle! Gurgle! A fierce sea of flames surged endlessly in the medicine cauldron, startling Xiao Chen. It seemed like someone was refining some medicinal pill in there. The sea of flames surged, but he could not see it clearly. Someone is here. Whoosh! Xiao Chen saw a figure flash as he rushed to the bottom of the medicine cauldron. Then he muttered to himself somewhat anxiously, I'm somewhat late. I just found the last ingredient. This person seemed to be in too much of a rush, and had not expected someone to appear in the secret realm without anyone noticing. This person did not notice Xiao Chen's presence. Third Palace Master, long time no see. Suddenly, the third Palace Master heard a voice, and his expression changed drastically. When he looked up, he saw a familiar face. Xiao Chen? That's not right. How could Xiao Chen return to the Divine Dragon Empire silently? Furthermore, he entered my Heaven Dragon Palace's herb garden secret realm. Who exactly are you? Boom! A frightening aura burst forth from the third palace master. His expression was sharp as he looked at Xiao Chen cautiously. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then he realized that if he were the third hall master, he would definitely be shocked as well. He gently leaped up and landed on the ground. Then he said softly, Third Palace Master, there is no need to doubt that it is really me. This divine rank medicine cauldron was lent to the third hall master by me. There shouldn't be any outsiders who know about this, right? The third palace master retreated to the side with a doubtful expression. He still did not dare to believe it completely. It was simply too unbelievable, and he found it hard to believe. If you had stolen Xiao Chen's memories, you would naturally know all of this. In that case, even if I steal his memories, I should not be able to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, right? Xiao Chen did not waste any time. He immediately executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. A dragon roar rang out, and dragon might spread out. When he punched, thousands of dragon images burst out from Xiao Chen's body. It's really you. Now, the third palace master finally believed it. When he first saw Xiao Chen, he already felt that it was Xiao Chen. However, it did not make sense, so the third palace master had to be cautious. Now that Xiao Chen mentioned the medicine cauldron's origins and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, there was no doubt about his identity. How did you get in? The third palace master still felt suspicious. Given Xiao Chen's strength, he could not have sneaked in without anyone noticing. This place was the Heaven Dragon Palace, the most tightly guarded secret realm. Even a divine vein realm sovereign emperor could not enter without anyone noticing. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, Third Palace Master, don't worry. I used a special secret technique to enter. Aside from me, no one else can do so. When the third Palace Master heard that, he relaxed significantly. He thought that something had gone wrong with the defense. Since that was the case, he did not pursue the matter. The third palace master revealed a smile and said, "It has been almost 6 years since we parted, right? You are already a small perfection sovereign personage. This is truly shocking. Even if you entered Ancestor Dragon City, you might not have such a cultivation. It is Ancestor Dragon City's loss that they did not want you." The third palace master felt shocked at Xiao Chen's change. He felt very grateful in his heart. Xiao Chen could feel the joy and happiness in the third palace master's heart. The third palace master truly missed him. This was also why Xiao Chen could activate the Divine Universe deal. The first thing that came to Xiao Chen's mind was to meet the third palace master. "I'll go and tell second brother. He is a very busy person right now. However, he will definitely be very happy to know that you are here." Xiao Chen quickly stopped the third palace master. "Next time. I am already very satisfied with seeing the third palace master." The third palace master said, "Very well. Tell me what you experienced in the past few years." Xiao Chen did not rush to answer. Instead, he asked softly, "I want to know how the first palace master is doing now." The Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Master Li only knew that the first palace master was imprisoned. However, he did not tell Xiao Chen anything more. "First brother is doing very well. You don't have to worry. To him, 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye." The third palace master said with a somewhat sad expression when he mentioned the first palace master. When Xiao Chen heard that, he relaxed slightly. Back then, if not for the first palace master, the sovereign emperor elders of Ancestor Dragon City would have smacked him to death with one palm strike. After not seeing each other for a long time, Xiao Chen and the third palace master chatted happily. Occasionally, the two mentioned the past and many memories appeared. The Heaven Dragon Palace was the only place in the Great Thousand Realms that gave Xiao Chen a sense of home. Xiao Chen would never forget many of the things he experienced there. When he thought about them, they felt like they happened just yesterday. If possible, Xiao Chen did not want to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. No matter where he was, the dragon race's bloodline flowed in his veins. "What is the Divine Dragon Crown Prince Qin Mu's cultivation now?" Xiao Chen asked. The third palace master replied after some thought. "He was already a great perfection sovereign personage 2 years ago. He has the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's personal guidance, and the Golden Dragon Bloodline's boundless resources for his cultivation. No matter what secret technique or cultivation technique he cultivates, he has a corresponding senior expert to guide him. Furthermore, his talent and bloodline are excellent. Such a person is naturally stronger than ordinary people. However, there is one thing that he cannot compare to you. His mental state is not as strong as yours. Now that he is a great perfection sovereign personage, he needs to stabilize his comprehension. Mental state cultivation is very important." Mental state cultivation was very important. However, it was not as strong as the third palace master made it out to be. He was mostly consoling himself. Xiao Chen smiled faintly but did not say anything. If Xiao Chen brought out all his trump cards, even a peak sovereign personage might not be able to defeat him. The Divine Dragon Crown Prince did not fear him at all. "Do I still have a chance to come back?" Xiao Chen asked. When the third palace master heard that, his expression turned somewhat grave. He sighed softly. "Actually, you did not do anything wrong. You can come back at any time. However, the Golden Dragon bloodline fears you. 6 years ago, you used the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat the Emperor Dragon Fist, scaring many of the Golden Dragon bloodline seniors out of closed-door cultivation. If you can advance to the Divine Vein Realm, you can come back at any time. According to Ancestor Dragon City's rules, as long as you become a sovereign emperor and are willing to serve the empire, any crimes will be forgiven. At that time, even if the Golden Dragon bloodline wants to make things difficult for you, they will not dare to do anything to you openly." The value of a Divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor went without saying. If Ancestor Dragon City could gain the service of a sovereign emperor, they would definitely not pursue Xiao Chen's past. On the contrary, they would even reward Xiao Chen and rope him in. This was a world where the strong reigned. Most of the time there was no need to talk too much about reason. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly when he heard that. "So that is the case. If they felt that I could advance to sovereign emperor, Ancestor Dragon City would not have made things difficult for me because of my strange bloodline back then, right? The third palace master remained silent. The answer went without saying. Strength represented everything. The first palace master offended his superiors and caused chaos in the Dragon City. This was a much more severe mistake than Xiao Chen's. However, the first palace master only imprisoned Xiao Chun for 100 years because of the first palace master's strength. Ancestor Dragon City did not want to lose a peak expert like the first palace master. Naturally, they would not truly make things difficult for the first palace master. The third palace master took a sip of wine and said indifferently, "If you can advance to sovereign emperor before 100 years old, I believe that the powerhouses of Ancestor Dragon City will personally apologize to you. Even the purple gold dragon emperor cannot do whatever he wants in the divine dragon empire." I understand now. Xiao Chun showed a grave expression, not saying anything more. Most of the time the principle was this simple: the strong reigned. Chapter 2085. After seeing the third palace master and learning that the first palace master was fine, Xiao Chun asked about the situation of his friends in the Heaven Dragon Palace. He discovered that most of them had entered Ancestor Dragon City and were doing well. The Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yen, the Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Changfeng, and the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei missed those times. Everyone had gone to the abyssal underworld to complete the sex missions and went on experiential training in the ancient city. They had relied on each other and lived and died together. Since everyone was doing well, Xiao Chun felt at ease. Third Palace Master, if there is an opportunity, please help me tell them that I am doing well as well. Right, you are leaving, right? The third Palace Master felt curious about how Xiao Chun would leave. This herb garden secret realm was heavily guarded with tight formations. How could Xiao Chun enter silently? I'm leaving. If I have time in the future, I will come back. I hope that you don't come often. If you have any other thoughts, I won't even know that you have emptied out this distant secret realm. The third palace master teased. Haha, that reminds me. Xiao Chun smiled happily and performed a cupped fist salute in farewell. Then, he vanished into thin air, leaving only the divine universe still hovering in the air. This is. The third palace master's eyes lit up. A spatial treasure that can hide living people. Is this an inherited Dao tool or a soul tool? How high would a secret treasure that could hide people be? More importantly, the third palace master had never heard of a secret treasure that could hide ordinary people. Whoosh! Before the third palace master's shocked eyes, the divine universe still vanished silently. The third palace master spread out his soul energy. Aside from him, there was no one else in the entire secret realm. The somewhat incredulous third palace master circulated his divine energy to check the surroundings, thoroughly searching the entire secret realm. The third palace master had to believe that Xiao Chun really left. This little fellow has some fortuitous encounters. After the shock, the third palace master revealed a smile and sighed. Unfortunately, he did not enter Ancestor Dragon City. It is too difficult for a loose cultivator to grow. In the next moment, the divine universe steel appeared in the desolate sea's azure mountain town. When Xiao Chun came out and saw the divine universe steel, he felt it was miraculous. This was truly shocking. Not to mention the third palace master, even Xiao Chun felt like he was in a dream. Xiao Chun simply did not dare to imagine that he could return to the divine dragon empire with a thought, no matter where he was. Even a divine vein realm sovereign emperor would not be able to do that. At the very least, the third palace master, a divine vein realm sovereign emperor, was shocked. However, after this round trip, he lost 1 million primeval heavenly pills, which made Xiao Chen's heart ache. After all, the Shuowu dynasty's 8th prince only had 5 million primeval heavenly pills. After conversing with the third palace master, Xiao Chen deeply felt the importance of strength. Sovereign emperor, sovereign emperor. If one did not advance to sovereign emperor, one would not have the right to speak. A sovereign personage was already considered an expert. If Xiao Chun was content with the current situation and went to an outer region, he would not be able to defeat a sovereign personage. For example, in the Grave Sea Cluster, one could live a very good life. They were respected and aloof, able to decide the life and death of others with a single thought. However, Xiao Chun could not do so. His vision could not stop at sovereign personage. Even sovereign emperor was not the limit. Compared to the divine dragon crown prince and the others, Xiao Qin's weakness was too obvious. How hateful! Xiao Qin hated how he was chased out of the divine dragon empire, unable to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Otherwise he would not have ended up like this. If there is a chance, I have to ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor for advice. The other party is someone comparable to the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Xiao Qin thought, since I cannot figure out what to do in the future by myself, I have to ask an expert. Xiao Qin did not know where to go in the vast desolate sea. He did not know where to go for experiential training, where to improve his saber skills, and where to make up for the flaws in his saber Dao. Where to find resources to continue improving his universe origin True Flame and Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's vision was much broader than Xiao Qin's. He was someone who stood at the top of the pyramid of the martial epoch. If Xiao Qin did not ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor for advice, it would be inexcusable. Feeling the pressure and urgency, Xiao Qin did not hesitate. That night, he wrote a letter for the demon blood vulture to deliver to Peach Blossom City's Senior Chui. Half a month later, Xiao Qin received a reply from Senior Chui. There were only 4 words. Come over quickly. Upon receiving this reply, Xiao Qin revealed a smile. It looked like he should not have any problems meeting the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. After getting some fine wine from Grandpa Seven's residence, Xiao Qin went outside the city to say goodbye to Sang. Sang was still taking care of the propping mulberry tree by the ancient well. He glanced at Xiao Qin and said, I have a feeling that after you leave, we will not be able to meet for a long time. However, I will always be in Azure Mountain Town. As long as you come back, you will be able to find me. Tell me, what resources does the propping mulberry tree need? The next time we meet, I will definitely bring them back for you. Sang smiled faintly and said softly, Thank you. Go on then. We will meet again in the future. With a gentle leap, Xiao Qin soared into the air. A beam of red light descended from the sky and happened to catch Xiao Qin. It was the demon blood vulture. Sang looked at Xiao Qin, who was far away in the sky, and then at the 10-meter-tall propping mulberry tree beside him. Then he said softly, I wonder, between you and it, who will grow faster? The next time we meet, you will be a sovereign emperor, right? The demon blood vulture traveled day and night. 7 days later, a familiar scene appeared before Xiao Qin's eyes. 500 kilometers of peach blossom forest hid green mountains and beautiful rivers in the middle of the wilderness, looking like a painting. This was Peach Blossom City. With the demon blood vulture rushing over, not to mention being fast, Xiao Qin did not look travel-stained at all when he landed. Xiao Qin saw Senior Chui, who stopped at the same place. The peach blossoms on both sides of the river turned red every year. No old friends came with the wind. After 30 years of searching for an old dream, there was only a cup of wine in a golden goblet. Senior Chui had not changed. The boat stopped at the riverside, and no one dared to approach. Xiao Qin boarded the small boat and said softly, Senior Chui, it's time to set sail. Same old rules. Don't set sail without wine. Satisfy me first. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and tossed over a jar of setting sundae. Senior Chui caught it and drank to his heart's content, crying out in delight. After Senior Chui drank to his heart's content, he looked at Xiao Qin and scolded jokingly, Brat, who knows where you went for the past 4 years? You finally returned after so much difficulty, yet you only thought of coming to Peach Blossom City to meet me now. Xiao Qin said helplessly, Something happened and delayed me. Then, Xiao Qin told Senior Chui about the Xuewu dynasty's 8th prince. There was such a thing? The Xuewu dynasty's prince went to Azure Mountain Town? This is somewhat strange. Although the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions are relatively peaceful, if they get an opportunity they will try to kill. The 8th prince should not dare to come. This is rather inconceivable. The one you met might not be his true body, Senior Chui said, feeling somewhat suspicious after hearing that. Old Chui asked doubtfully after hearing that. Not his true body. When Xiao Qin heard that, he entered deep thought. Based on Senior Chui's words, it did seem somewhat suspicious. Back then, when that 8th prince heard that Xiao Qin wanted to extort 5 million primeval heavenly pills from him, he directly told Xiao Qin to kill him. In the end, That divine vein realm sovereign emperor took out 5 million primeval heavenly pills out of fear of the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's supreme elder before settling things. Senior Chui said. In my impression, the Shuowu dynasty's royal court disciples are all terrifyingly strong. There are practically no weaklings among them. Of course, that is just a guess. It is also possible that this 8th prince is indeed not a powerful character. His demonic monarch bloodline is thin, so he does not receive much attention, which is why he dares to enter the desolate sea. Are the righteous Dao and demonic Dao really as incompatible as Senior says? Xiao Chen asked, finding this strange. Xiao Chan recalled that the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions did not have much conflict in Peach Blossom City previously. Furthermore, after Xiao Chan wiped out the Heavenly Slaughter Sect branch's stronghold, a group of righteous Dao disciples viewed him as an enemy. As Senior Chui rowed the boat, he said, "This happened 100,000 years ago. The righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions fought until the sky turned dark, even destroying the heavenly realm. Do you think this grudge can be resolved? You practically never left Azure Mountain Town in the desolate sea, right? What you can see is just the surface. The undercurrents are surging, and it's more tragic than you can imagine." When Xiao Chun heard that, he entered deep thought. Indeed, he had never left Azure Mountain Town, and did not understand much about the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions in the desolate sea. "We've arrived. When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor heard that you were coming, he was rather happy," Senior Chui said with a smile as the boat entered the city. Old Chui chuckled as the boat sailed into the city. Clearly, he was in a good mood. Xiao Chun followed Senior Chui to the city lord's residence. Even after so many years, Peach Blossom City had not changed much. The place still had a rich wine fragrance. Taverns stood in great numbers, and the place was bustling. Chapter 2086. The place was as lively as before. However, Xiao Chun felt that Peach Blossom City was somewhat different. As he walked, the city lord's residence came into view in the distance. Finally, Xiao Chun knew what was different. The current Peach Blossom City was not like it was during the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Everyone from the righteous Dao and demonic Dao gathered here. All sorts of scheming people came, creating chaos amid the liveliness. Without the ostentation and chaos, Peach Blossom City was actually a quiet and reserved city. Aside from the fine wine, Xiao Chun had some other things. The martial spirit of Peach Blossom City was very common. Experts clashed everywhere. Several of the cultivators even made Xiao Chen's eyes light up, making him stop and watch for a long time. These are the cultivators under the city lord. What do you think? You like them, right? Old Chui asked with a smile as he stood beside Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan replied softly, "Old Chui is being too humble. The quality and strength of these cultivators already rival that of rank 7 sect disciples. Some of them are even comparable to the inner sect disciples of rank 7 sections. Peach Blossom City is truly shocking. Did the city lord specially nurture them?" Old Chui smiled and said, "Of course, the city lord alone cannot deter the other factions from occupying such a treasured land in the desolate sea. Furthermore, the city lord will eventually reach the end of his lifespan. He has to make plans for the future of Peach Blossom City. However, the city lord did not specially seek out these people. Most of them came because of the fame. The city lord does not accept just anyone." The two chatted as they walked. After entering the city lord's residence, Old Chui led Xiao Chan to a quiet pavilion in the city lord's residence. "Go in then. The city lord has been waiting for a long time." Xiao Chan pushed open the door and entered. There was no one on the first floor or the second floor. When he reached the top floor, he saw the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor drinking by himself. "Greetings, Senior." Xiao Chan performed a cupped fist salute. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor put down his wine cup and looked at Xiao Chan. A trace of doubt flashed in his deep star-like eyes. His eyes saw the hazy shadow of a dragon behind Xiao Chen. When he tried to see it clearly, he discovered that the dragon was extremely ethereal. He was actually unable to capture it. Just as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was about to forcefully capture it, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly appeared and glared at him, making his heart tremble. What a powerful dragon might! Just what kind of bloodline is that? I can't even see it clearly. However, it was certain that he had grasped the profound meaning of the Heaven Dragon. The power hidden in the dragon shadow was much stronger than 4 years ago, almost to the point of materializing. Interesting. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Little friend, you really astonish me. Now that I haven't seen him for 4 years, even I can't look at his dragon might directly." Earlier, Xiao Chun vaguely sensed that his dragon might clashed with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. However, he did not control it. Instead, it was the blue dragon's own majesty that had spontaneously formed a counterattack after being spied on. City Lord is too polite. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not pursue the matter. He directly said, "Old Chui already told me why you are here. Your thoughts are pretty good. You did not become blindly arrogant just because you obtained a fortuitous encounter. After all, loose cultivators are loose cultivators. Without anyone to guide them, they will either walk the demonic Tao or remain stagnant, finding it hard to advance. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, the resources they require will be astronomical. Without a superfaction supporting them, they will not be able to sustain themselves." After some thought, Xiao Chun asked, "So Senior's meaning is? Join the Heavenly Alliance. You are not my disciple, and we are not master and disciple. I have no obligation to guide you. In reality, I rarely give personal guidance even to the people of Peach Blossom City. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, I will not do meaningless things." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor spoke slowly as he looked at Xiao Chun, sounding extremely distant. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was clearly right before Xiao Chun, but he felt like an ocean separated the two. The Heavenly Alliance? Xiao Chun had heard of the Heavenly Alliance before. This was a faction formed by the peak merchant associations of the Great Thousand Realms. Aside from this, there were many Grandmaster-level alchemists and blacksmiths, mysterious and strong. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to come into contact with the core existences of the Heavenly Alliance. That's right. The Heavenly Alliance. You should have heard of it before. Yes, I have. A Heavenly Alliance blacksmith helped me forge the saber in my hand. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sighed softly. Oh, I did not expect to come into contact with it. Don't ask me. Let me ask you first. What kind of faction do you think is considered a super faction? Xiao Chun thought for a while before replying. In the northern region, the Divine Dragon Empire, the White Marsh Beast Empire, and the Heavenly Lodging Palace should be considered super factions. The 6 great demonic Tao sects and the 4 dynasties, rank 7 sects should be considered super factions. Xiao Chun had experienced the strength of the Divine Dragon Empire for himself. Just the Heaven Dragon's outer palace gave Xiao Chun the impression that it was a colossus. Furthermore, there were 6 even stronger outer palaces in Ancestor Dragon City, with incredibly deep accumulations. If such factions were not considered super factions, then there would be no super factions. That's right. In your eyes, rank 7 sects and the 4 dynasties can be considered super factions. However, in the eyes of sovereign emperors, aside from the heavenly incense, there are only 8 truly super factions in the martial epic's Great Thousand Realms. The Pirate Alliance, the Heavenly Alliance, the Universe Origin sect that controls the Qianwu dynasty, the Hidden Spirit Temple that controls the Yanwu dynasty, the Profound Heaven Holy Land that controls the Shunwu dynasty, the Bushan Palace that controls the 8 Great Empires, the Demonic Tao Hall that controls the Shuowu dynasty, and the Abyssal Underworld's Underworld God Hall. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor spoke tirelessly, revealing many secrets that Xiao Chun did not know. Since the birth of the martial epoch, the power structure has changed many times. After every great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, there would be a reshuffle. After the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, these 8 super factions now jointly manage the martial epoch. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Do you know why I'm telling you all this?" Xiao Chun did not understand. "I want to broaden your horizons. I once told you that there is an existence behind the purple gold dragon emperor that you cannot offend. Actually, that is the Bushan Palace, the most ancient and mysterious existence among the 8 super factions." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words deeply shocked Xiao Chun. This indeed surpassed his imagination. He found it hard to imagine that a rank 7 sect had such a terrifying faction behind it. What surprised Xiao Chan even more was that the Bushin Palace existed in this world as well. He wondered if the Kunlun realm's Bushin Palace was related to the Bushin Palace of this great thousand realms. Before the 8 super forces, all the rank 7 sects are insignificant existences that can't even withstand a single blow. As a matter of fact, all the grade 6 and grade 7 sects that you can see are inextricably linked to the various super forces. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor paused for a while before continuing. For example, the Heavenly Alliance is behind Peach Blossom City. I can be so free and unfettered, occupying one of the rare treasured lands in the desolate sea, aside from my own strength, mostly because of the Heavenly Alliance. Shocking news came one after another. By now Xiao Chan was somewhat numb to it. He asked softly, "So City Lord is suggesting that I join the Heavenly Alliance?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor poured himself a cup of wine and smiled faintly. "Don't be so certain. It is still uncertain whether you can join the Heavenly Alliance or not. Naturally, the super factions will only take in the most talented and valuable cultivators of the martial epoch. You are very strong, and your bloodline and comprehension ability are pretty good. However, do you know how vast the martial epoch is? Just the Central Great Realm alone already has as many geniuses as there are stars in the sky, not to mention the other astral regions. Although the outer regions do not have as much spiritual energy as the Central Great Realm, they have many cultivators, at least 1,000,000 times more than the Central Great Realm. As far as I know, you came to where you are now step by step from the outer regions. Can you guarantee that there will not be a second you in the outer regions?" The answer is certain. There will definitely be people comparable to you in the outer regions. Due to the sheer number of them, even in a remote and desolate astral region, there will still be powerful outstanding talents. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words made Xiao Chan enter deep thought. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words indeed made sense. The main reason I want you to join the Heavenly Alliance is that, compared to the other super factions, the Heavenly Alliance is a merchant association after all. Compared to the disciples of the other super factions, the members of the Heavenly Alliance do not have as many restrictions and can choose to withdraw at any time. For example, right now, I have practically no connection to the Heavenly Alliance. Unless I need it, I will not go to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor took a sip of wine and continued. The Heavenly Alliance's requirements for cultivators are not as strict as the other factions. For example, as long as I recommend you, you will qualify to participate in the Heavenly Alliance's selection. However, it will not be so easy for the other super factions. Of course, the most important reason why I want you to join the Heavenly Alliance is that I have not recommended anyone to join the Heavenly Alliance for many years already. Although I do not have a deep connection to the Heavenly Alliance, this is still a very embarrassing matter for me. I hope that you can help me gain face. After speaking for so long, it turned out that the last sentence was the main point. Xiao Chan smiled bitterly in his heart. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor really went around in circles. However, without going around in circles, it would be hard for Xiao Chan to gain a general understanding of the super factions. Chapter 2087. What do you think? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked as he looked at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan remained silent. This was somewhat different from what he had expected. Xiao Chan had come here to ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor some questions about the martial Tao. Who could have imagined that the other party would recommend him to join a super faction? Naturally, superpowers were extremely tempting to Xiao Chan. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words opened a door to a new world for Xiao Chan. Previously, he had not expected such a strong super faction to exist in the world. Seeing that Xiao Chan did not say anything, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor continued. As long as you enter a super faction, you will be able to experience the true charm of the martial epoch. Everything you've experienced before is just child's play in front of a true powerhouse. If you can't join a superpower, you'll never be able to come into contact with the core stage of this world. It'll be a pity for a genius like you. If you had not been chased out of the Divine Dragon Empire, you would have entered Bushin Palace through Ancestor Dragon City. However, now, aside from the Heavenly Alliance, the other super factions should not accept you. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words dispelled Xiao Chen's final hesitation. He said seriously, "I'm willing." When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor saw Xiao Chen agree, he revealed a smile and put down his wine cup. "Good. You will be my disciple 7 days from now and head to Desolate City with me. Desolate City? You probably don't know that the force behind Desolate City is the Heaven Alliance, right? At that time, many rank 6 or even rank 7 factions in the Desolate Sea will send their disciples to participate in the test. There will also be many loose cultivators who will not miss out on this opportunity. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said softly, surprising Xiao Qian again. It turned out that the Heavenly Alliance was behind Desolate City. Xiao Qian entered deep thought. No wonder the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said that he might not be able to pass the test. Just the Desolate Sea alone had so many challenges. The Central Great Realm's eastern, western, northern and southern regions, as well as the 3 dynasties, would definitely have gathering spots like Desolate City to attract cultivators to take the test. Not everyone can participate in the assessment, right? There had to be a threshold for the assessment. Otherwise, the number of participants would be unimaginable. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded and said, anyone under 500 years old and a sovereign personage can participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Even if you do not pass the test, as long as you have a certain level of performance, you will receive rewards from the Heavenly Alliance. At that time, there will probably be hundreds of thousands of cultivators taking the test. A few 100,000. When Xiao Qian heard this, he was shocked. This number really shocked him. It was a little too much. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked with a calm expression, are you very shocked? Actually, there was nothing to be surprised about. Of the 8 super factions, the Heavenly Alliance was considered one of the weakest. However, the Desolate Sea's influence covered the entire Great Thousand Realms. There was a Desolate Sea stronghold in every astral cluster. Just like the Grave Sea cluster that you once stayed in, the Profound Light Temple is the base of the Hidden Spirit Temple, a superfaction. The Purple Flame Sect is the territory of the Tianwu Dynasty's Universe Origins sect. There are a total of 3,000 high-ranked astral domains like the Grave Sea cluster in the Great Thousand Realms. This does not include some of the more chaotic astral domains. If you include them, there will be even more. Do you still think a few 100,000 is a lot? Not a lot. However, the threshold seems somewhat low. All sovereign personages under 500 years old can take the test? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said, in the martial epoch, normally speaking, those who can break through to sovereign personage after 500 years old will not be able to advance to Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Those who advance to sovereign personage before 500 years old have the possibility of becoming Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors. As long as one has the potential to become a sovereign emperor, the Heavenly Alliance will not let them off. The core force of the various super factions are the sovereign emperors. One sovereign emperor is worth more than 100,000 sovereign personages. Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Another Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Xiao Qian clenched his right fist tightly, and his blood surged somewhat. He recalled what the Third Palace Master said, which coincided with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperors. As long as Xiao Qian became a sovereign emperor, even the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor in the Divine Dragon Empire would not be able to pursue the matter. Ancestor Dragon City would even personally apologize to him. Furthermore, there has never been a lack of outstanding talents in the Great Thousand Realms. However, facts have proven that those who can become Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors are mostly unknown existences. Many people only advance to sovereign personage at 200, 300, or even 400 years old. They continuously stabilized themselves, comprehended the great Tao of the world, and tempered their mental state. In the end, they easily advanced to Sovereign Emperor. Many powerful outstanding talents who advanced to Sovereign Personage before 100 years old either incurred the jealousy of others or died prematurely. Otherwise, they were too conceited and became a burden on themselves. If their mental state was not strong enough, they would never be able to advance. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Qian sternly. Hence, do not underestimate those late bloomers, able to maintain their composure in the sovereign personage realm. I said that you might not be able to pass the test this time because if you run into those people who have been sovereign personages for more than 100 years, you might not be a match for them. Xiao Qian nodded to indicate his understanding. However, he felt somewhat doubtful. Finding it strange, he asked, does that mean that the super factions do not pay attention to outstanding talents? After all, most of those who become sovereign emperors are unknown existences. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help laughing. You can put it that way. However, if you can show that you have the potential to become a sovereign emperor, the effect will be different. This is because only the outstanding talents with astonishing talent and comprehension ability can advance to faux god after advancing to sovereign emperor. This is something far away from you for now. Just treat what I said as an eye-opener. Don't overthink it. Make your preparations. Come with me to Desolate City 7 days from now. Remember to adjust your mental state. All right. After leaving the pavilion, Xiao Chun looked at the blazing sun in the sky. This conversation nearly toppled Xiao Qin's entire worldview. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said not to overthink, but Xiao Chun still felt his hot-bloodedness surge, feeling excited. Xiao Qin, how is it? Old Chui asked softly as he arrived beside Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun recovered his wits and replied softly, I already promised the city lord that I would be his follower and participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test 7 days from now. Old Chui smiled and said, I knew that you would agree. Come, I'll bring you to the residence. There were many residences prepared for guests in Peach Blossom City, comparable to the residence of a sect. After Xiao Chun checked in, he started meditating and adjusting his mental state. The night passed. When the morning sun rose again, Xiao Chun felt much calmer. He was no longer as excited as before. Absolute calmness replaced it. Xiao Chun started to think about how to raise his strength to ensure that he could pass the Heavenly Alliance's test. He had already merged the first 3 moves of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber technique, resolving the mundane and entering hell. He needed to bring forward the next 3 moves, in the mortal realm 3 life flower and merciless killing. The Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Universe Origin True Flame had just advanced to rank 5. He would not be able to find enough flame shards to nurture them in a short time. Xiao Chun wanted to see if he could use the Heavenly Alliance to exchange for similar flame resources when he entered the Heavenly Alliance. He had already cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 10th layer. The next 2 layers were progressively more difficult than the one before. For now he could not see any hope of breaking through. He had already cultivated the Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art to the 2nd layer. Unfortunately, he did not have much room to execute it. He had just gotten familiar with the state of cycle, and needed to continue familiarizing himself with it. This was Xiao Qin's greatest trump card, so he could not relax. After thinking about it, the only things that could raise his strength in the short term were the 10,000 Dragons art and the 10,000 Dragons picture in his mind. Ever since he copied the 10,000 Dragons picture, Xiao Chun had not truly studied it. However, the 10,000 Dragons picture had strengthened the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist significantly. Brother Xiao, are you free? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples, Yun Fei and Lei Hao, are here to seek an audience. Just at this moment, 2 voices requesting an audience came from outside the door. Since they were the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples, Xiao Chun had to meet them. It was possible that these 2 people would head to Desolate City with him. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he opened the door to receive the guests. There were 2 people standing outside the door. One of them had an ordinary appearance and was dressed in white, looking very simple. The other person was tall and stocky. He did not show any expression, but he gave off a strong sense of pressure. The plain-looking white-clad youth performed a cupped fist salute and said, I am Yun Fei. This is Lei Hao. Master sent us over to familiarize ourselves with Brother Xiao. This way, please. Indeed, as they chatted, Xiao Chun learned that these 2 would be heading to Desolate City with Xiao Chun to participate in the test. Aside from them, dozens of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples would be going as well. However, most of these people were just there to make up the numbers to see the experts outside. The chances of them passing the test were not high. The ones that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor truly held hope in were Yun Fei and Lei Hao. Of course, there was now the addition of Xiao Chun. Chapter 2088. For the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to choose them, they definitely had something extraordinary about them. After inviting Yun Fei and Lei Hao in, Xiao Chun chatted with the 2. He learned that while the 2 did not look old, they were already over 100 years old. This somewhat shocked Xiao Chun. Little brother Xiao Chun, why are you so shocked? We are the ones who should be shocked. It is very normal for a sovereign personage to reach 100 or 200 years old. Not everyone can compare to the outstanding talents of the sections. There are many ordinary people in this world. Of course, for us to advance to sovereign personage before 500 years old means that we are already extraordinary. Yunfei smiled faintly when he saw Xiao Qin's expression. That made sense. Compared to a sovereign personage's long lifespan, 100 or 200 years was not even a tenth of that. They could be considered young. The big Lei Hao seemed somewhat inarticulate. He only listened to the two talk, not speaking much. After familiarizing themselves with each other, Xiao Chun discovered that the two had pretty good temperaments and were easygoing. The three chatted with each other and got along well. The unfamiliarity immediately disappeared. Even Lei Hao started to talk more, changing Xiao Qin's impression of him. Compared to the sect disciples, factions like Peach Blossom City did not seem to have much internal strife. The sect disciples were chosen in batches and eliminated at the very end. This was a meritocracy. The competition between the sects was intense. Most of them would hold back. After all, Peach Blossom City was not a sect. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not seem to like that either. His two disciples were the same. Yunfei said softly, "I am skilled in the sword Dao. Now, I only cultivate one sword technique, the 13 wind controlling swords." Xiao Chun found this strange. Only one sword technique? Secret techniques in killing moves? You don't cultivate them? The group started chatting about the martial techniques they cultivated. When Yunfei mentioned himself, Xiao Chun felt shocked again. Yunfei nodded and said, "I cultivated them in the past. However, after I obtained the 13 wind controlling swords, I forgot about them. I only cultivated the 13 wind controlling swords. Unfortunately, I am not talented enough. After 100 years, I only managed to reach the 7th sword." Lei Hao's lips curled up as he said, "If you are stupid, then there are no smart people in the world. Even Master praised you. Even after comprehending the 13 wind controlling swords for hundreds of years, he could not comprehend it. It's already unprecedented for you to be able to successfully cultivate it and even reach the 8th sword." Yunfei smiled. He didn't say anything else. However, Xiao Chun thought to himself, a sword technique that can make a sovereign personage forget all other martial techniques must be very powerful. Lei Hao continued, "I'm proficient in fist techniques and have grasped the great Tao of thunder. I also cultivate my physical body and have already condensed a thunder battle body." Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. If this Lei Hao was proficient in saber techniques, he would be a carbon copy of himself. "Brother Xiao Chun, what are you good at?" Xiao Chun thought for a while before replying, "I am skilled in the saber Tao and have grasped two other great Tao energies, thunder and ice. I also cultivate fist techniques. As for my physical body's vital qi, a casual strike can achieve 200 cauldron force." Yunfei and Lei Hao were speechless. They exchanged glances with each other and smiled bitterly. No wonder Master let you participate in the test at such a young age. 3 great Tao, the force of 1 punch and 200 cauldron force. TSK, a regular great perfection sovereign personage would not be a match for you," Yunfei said as he looked at Xiao Chun. "It's all right," Xiao Chun replied modestly. However, he did not show much emotion, as Yunfei and Lei Hao both gave him a very strong feeling. These two were not ordinary great perfection sovereign personages. Furthermore, they were over 100 years old, and their cultivations were incredibly deep. "Brother Yun, I'm very curious about your 13 wind controlling swords. Would you be willing to give me some pointers?" Xiao Chun asked as he looked at Yunfei. He was truly curious about the charm of the 13 wind controlling swords. It could make Yunfei forget everything he learned in the past and focus only on this one sword technique. "No problem," Yunfei agreed readily. The three arrived at the drill ground of the residence, and Xiao Chun and Yunfei landed there. After bowing, the two moved back 100 meters and cautiously looked at each other. "Xiao Chun, you need to see Yunfei's first move. If you cannot, you might lose in 2 moves at most." Lei Hao, who was at the side, reminded Xiao Chun. "So horrifying?" Upon hearing that, Xiao Chun could not help but focus. His veritable essence energy surged in his entire body, and his great Tao energy stored up, waiting to be unleashed. Unlike Xiao Chun, who held his saber in his left hand, Yunfei carried his sword on his back. It was a simple blue sword. Xiao Chan could sense that aside from the sword Dao, Yunfei also excelled in the wind Dao. A sword technique should focus on speed, causing one to lose their life before they could see it clearly. Brother Xiao, I'm going to make my move. Yunfei smiled faintly. Right after he spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. Xiao Chan did not manage to see how the sword came out of its scabbard. The sword was 1 meter long and looked very plain. When Xiao Chan saw the blade clearly, he heard a melodious sword hum. In the next moment, a boundless sword intent erupted from the sword. A terrifying sword move instantly surged over. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as Yunfei's sword arrived before him. Fast. This is simply too fast. Xiao Chan did not see how Yunfei's sword arrived before him at all. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chan drew his saber, and his aura erupted. Dragon roars rang out, and 3 kinds of Dao might layered on his body. In an instant, Xiao Chen suppressed aura soared to its peak. However, Yunfei's sword was too fast. Xiao Chan only managed to draw his saber halfway before Yunfei's sword blocked it. Dang! When the tip of Yunfei's sword touched Yunfei's saber, Xiao Chan vaguely saw the image of a head formed by boundless strong winds roaring ferociously behind Yunfei. The other party immediately suppressed Xiao Chen's aura, forcing him to remain in the posture of drawing his tyrant saber halfway. The other party forced Xiao Chen back. A strong wind blew by Xiao Chen's ears. With every step back he could feel the wind behind Yunfei increase in strength. Rumble! The strong wind swept through the entire drill ground. The formless wind seemed solid as it howled back and forth, stirring up the clouds in the sky. Even the sky darkened under the force of the gale. What a terrifying wind, great Dao! Using the sword to control the wind. If this continued, Xiao Chan would lose very sullenly. When Xiao Chen's aura was completely suppressed to rock bottom, he might lose to Yunfei's next sword strike before he could bring out many of his moves. Xiao Chen needed to draw his saber. However, once he did, the other party's sword strike would take advantage of the momentum to descend. Xiao Chen would instantly lose. However, if he did not draw his saber and continued to be suppressed, defeat was only a matter of time. Interesting. Xiao Chen's blood surged, and a boundless fighting spirit burned in his eyes. He had not encountered such a strong sword technique in a long time. Not only did the predicament before him not disrupt Xiao Chen's mental state, but it also made him excited. His blood surged and his fighting spirit soared. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. Should I draw my saber or not? This is simply a trap. Whether I draw it or not, I will lose. The best way to do this is to find another way. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's left hand, which held the scabbard, suddenly loosened, and the scabbard flew out. The instant the scabbard flew out, Xiao Chen's left hand ferociously smashed a palm strike on the saber. With the aid of this palm strike, Xiao Chen, who was originally suppressed and forced to retreat, instantly stabilized his footing. Amid a loud sound, Xiao Chen's palm strike knocked Yunfei back. However, the instant Yunfei was knocked back, he executed a second sword strike. This sword strike was twice as fast as the previous one, piercing towards Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Now that Xiao Chen was prepared, he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. However, just as he dodged, Yunfei's third sword strike arrived. The speed of this sword strike was still twice as fast as the previous one. The scarier thing was that Xiao Chen discovered that not only was Yunfei's every sword strike twice as fast as the previous one, but its might could also be stacked. After the third sword strike, Yunfei stacked the second sword strike. A vast sword might press down on Xiao Chen. Even the air froze under this sword strike. As Xiao Chen moved his feet, he clearly felt a great pressure on his movement technique, slowing it down significantly. At this moment, unless Xiao Chen executed a secret technique, such as the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, the candle dragon eyes, or the divine lightning eye, it would be very difficult to break out of this situation. However, that would be pointless. It would make him look like a sore loser. After dodging the third sword strike with much difficulty and waiting for Yunfei to execute the fourth sword strike, Xiao Chen decisively chose to admit defeat. I admit defeat. Whoosh! Xiao Chen tossed the sword into the air, and it turned into a beam of light that returned to the scabbard on his back. The strong wind that made the world pale instantly vanished, and the pressure it brought vanished. Haha! Xiao Chen, you are really capable. To think that you can dodge 3 sword strikes in your first exchange. I thought you were going to lose in the second strike. Lei Hao walked over and said with admiration. This was because Xiao Qian was not even 100 years old and was only a small perfection sovereign personage. Furthermore, this was his first time coming into contact with the 13 wind controlling swords. To be able to dodge 3 sword strikes was already very impressive. After all, this 13 wind controlling swords was a supreme sword technique left behind by a sword god. Even the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had not comprehended it. Lei Hao, you're wrong. Just now Xiao Qian had the chance to break my third sword. Yunfei shook his head and corrected him. This time it was Lei Hao's turn to be shocked. He looked at Xiao Qian incredulously and said, Old brother Xiao Qian, can you really break the third sword? Xiao Qian nodded and said, I know 2 secret techniques. One is a defensive secret technique that can block the full power strike of a peak sovereign personage. It's an eye bloodline technique that allows one to instantly burn their opponent's soul with the flame of the candle dragon. However, even if I execute it, I might not be able to block the 4th sword strike. I believe that brother Yunfei will have to use the 6th sword strike to determine the victor. That would not be necessary. After all, this is just an exchange of pointers, not a life and death battle. However, Yunfei and Lei Hao felt comfortable hearing Xiao Qian's words. Their impression of Xiao Qian improved significantly. At the same time, there was no need for Xiao Qian to be overly competitive as a follower of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Let's stop here for today. Xiao Qian, I'll come and exchange pointers with you tomorrow. Let's fight to our heart's content. The sword technique that Yunfei cultivates will not allow him to fight to his heart's content. If we exchange pointers, we will definitely fight to our heart's content. When Lei Hao saw Xiao Qian's strength and character, he felt tempted. He looked forward to exchanging moves with Xiao Qian. Alright, it's a deal then. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and agreed straightforwardly. Chapter 2089. During these 7 days, Xiao Qian established a pretty good relationship with Yunfei and Lei Hao. As they exchanged moves with each other, they benefited greatly. As for Yunfei's 13 wind controlling swords, after exchanging moves many times, Xiao Qian could already easily endure the other party's 5th move. Xiao Qian had a rough understanding of the pros and cons of this sword technique. This sword technique was too unyielding and lacked room for maneuver. With less room to maneuver, he forced both his opponent and himself into a desperate situation. Even if Xiao Qian ran into a peak sovereign personage, he would be able to hold his own with this sword technique. This sword technique did not leave a path of retreat for himself or his opponent. The martial Dao focused on advancing both hard and soft. Such an extreme sword technique clearly could not be respected. However, based on what Yunfei said, if one cultivated all 13 swords, one could also advance both hard and soft. However, before one reached consummation, one would not have much room for retreat. As for Lei Hao, Xiao Qian preferred exchanging moves with him. The other party was more than 200 years old. After becoming familiar with him, Xiao Qian addressed him as Big Brother Lei Hao. When the two fought, they could fight to their heart's content. They could bring out their strength without having to worry. This brought great benefits to both of them. They could improve each other in a hearty battle, discovering their own inadequacies. After 7 days, Xiao Qian's group arrived at the city lord's residence as arranged. Aside from the 3, there were dozens of other disciples. These people were clearly much weaker than Yunfei and Lei Hao. These disciples participated in the Heavenly Alliance's test to accumulate experience and obtain some other rewards. Soon, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Senior Cui appeared before the group of people. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Qian's group and nodded slightly. Then he said, "You do not know what day it is today, so I will not say more. At that time, just do your best and bring out your potential. Don't disappoint me." "We definitely will not disappoint, City Lord." The disciples below answered in unison. "Alright, let's depart then." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor waved his hand, and a silver warship descended from the sky. This warship flickered with light, looking very dazzling under the sunlight. A 9-star heaven-suspending warship. Just this warship alone was equivalent to that of an ordinary sovereign emperor. A heaven-suspending warship that reached 7-star was not something that ordinary sovereign emperors could obtain. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's 9-star warship probably did not exceed 100 in the entire Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Chun felt somewhat surprised. It looked like the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor would be going with them. Given the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's status, he had to personally accompany the Heavenly Alliance's test. This meant that the standards of the Heavenly Alliance's test had reached a very high level. The interior of the 9-star Heaven Suspending warship was very spacious. Everyone had their own room, and the rooms were equipped with all sorts of facilities. Everything a martial artist needed could be found here. Not only was there a special spirit gathering formation in the cultivation room, but there was also a small mountain-sized pile of primeval, heavenly pills for anyone to use. In the bedroom, there was a Buddhist incense burner that could calm one's mind and help nourish one's soul. With the speed of the 9-star battleship, it only took them 3 days to arrive at the desolate city, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. If Xiao Chan and the others relied on their own strength, they would need at least 1 or 2 months to reach Desolate City. Desolate City was at the easternmost end of the Desolate Sea. There was a true sea there. Past that sea was the territory of the 3 dynasties, which held the absolute luck of the entire Central Great Realm. We've arrived. Everyone disembark. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sent out a message. Xiao Chan, Yunfei, and Lei Hao disembarked the warship at the same time. The moment they landed, they were shocked by a dazzling golden light in the distance. That was a boundless sea. When the setting sun shone on it, the afterglow of the setting sun covered the sea, making it shimmer and look dazzling. An ancient and vast city stood on the sea. Under the light of the setting sun, the city gave off a holy feeling. The glorious city looked like a vast nation. Little brother Xiao, is this your first time seeing Desolate City? Lei Hao asked softly as he stood beside Xiao Chan. As he looked at Desolate City, his eyes also filled with awe. However, he was not as shocked as Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan nodded and said, "Unexpectedly, there really is such a vast sea in the Desolate Sea." Yunfei smiled and said, "This is the overflowing sea. Beyond this sea is the 3 dynasties. In the middle of this sea, in the center of this sea, there is a world gate that connects to the 7 great forbidden seas. It can be considered a sea of trade." No wonder the master of Desolate City was the Heavenly Alliance. As a faction formed by peak merchant associations, controlling such a city was simply too important. "Let's go. Master is already waiting for us." Right. Under the lead of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Old Shui, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor cultivators headed for Desolate City. Along the way, the group met with several teams with the same goal as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, heading to Desolate City to participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Xiao Chun discovered that many of them were true inheritors of rank 6 sects, even rank 7 sects. Xiao Chun felt somewhat shocked at the strength of the Heavenly Alliance. To think that even rank 7 sects would send their disciples to join the Heavenly Alliance. Perhaps a super faction was even more horrifying than Xiao Chun imagined. He could not use ordinary standards to view them. Big Brother Peach Blossom. To think that you came personally. Brother Peach Blossom, it has been a long time. It's rare to see you again. Along the way, several sovereign emperors leading the team showed surprise on their faces when they saw the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Then they rushed over to greet him. Although they were all sovereign emperors, these people were exceptionally respectful to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, filling them with awe. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and replied politely, but he did not say anything else. It was clear that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was rather proud in his heart and would not be overly polite. The many teams headed for Desolate City in a grandiose manner. Xiao Chun took a quick look and estimated at least several thousand people. Most of them were sovereign personages under 500 years old. These were the people who came from the Desolate Sea to participate in the test. Furthermore, they were the early batch. If the participants from the outer sea clusters were included, the number of cultivators participating in the Heavenly Alliance's test would be much more than what the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said. The competition seemed somewhat intense. There are really a lot of people, Lei Hao said softly, feeling somewhat unconfident. With a cursory look, there were not many weaklings. Xiao Chan did not know how many people the Heavenly Alliance would accept in the test. There were not many people who could say with confidence that they would definitely be chosen. Xiao Chun said calmly, Big brother, calm down. I believe in your strength. You still stand a good chance. Lei Hao smiled helplessly and said, I hope so. However, there is no specific time for the Heavenly Alliance's test. It might open once in 100 years. The next time might be 1,000 years later. If you miss it once, you might miss it for life. Although there were many people participating in the test, there were even more people heading for Desolate City. Desolate City could be considered one of the 10 most bustling cities in the entire Central Great Realm. It visited the overflowing sea, the 7 forbidden seas, the 3 dynasties in the distance, and the people from all walks of life in the eastern and northern regions. Normally, tens of millions of people lived in Desolate City. The number of people going in and out was even more uncountable. Even a sovereign emperor would feel insignificant before such a city. Come with me. Don't get lost. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not choose to enter the city gates. Instead, he led the group to a heavily guarded Dao platform outside the city. This Dao platform was not open to outsiders. Only those with a special medallion could enter. When Xiao Chun looked back, he saw that all the people who came to take the test did not choose to enter the city gates. Instead, they all went to this Dao platform built on the mountainside. This Dao platform was not very large. However, it could accommodate 1,000 people at a time. When there were 1,000 people, the elders around the Dao platform activated the formation to activate the Dao platform. Among the crowd, Xiao Chun only saw a flash of light. In the next moment, the scene before him changed drastically. Then, he appeared on an even larger Dao platform. Xiao Chun was shocked to discover that this Dao platform was about the same size as the one in the Blue Dragon Ancient City. Of course, the most important thing was that this Dao platform floated in the air. The boundless starry heavens looked like one could pluck the stars just by stretching out one's hand. Peach Blossom, you are here. Many thrones floated in the starry heavens above the Dao platform. A purple-haired old man in the middle greeted the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor with a smile when he saw him. This old man exuded a vast and boundless might. The flame mark on his forehead deterred Xiao Chun from looking at him directly. Xiao Chun felt shocked. Could this purple-haired old man be a faux god? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded slightly. Then he turned his head and said to Xiao Chun and the others, You all stay on the Dao platform and wait for the test to begin. Old Chui and I will go over. Whoosh! The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sat on one of the thrones in a low-profile manner. Old Chui stood beside him but did not take a throne. More and more cultivators were sent over, one after another. They stayed behind with Xiao Chun and the others. The leading sovereign emperor flew into the starry heavens and sat on a throne. 1 hour later, more than 10,000 people filled the entire Dao platform. Many people guessed what the Heavenly Alliance's test would be like. At the same time, they felt shocked that so many people came to compete. Silence! The purple-haired old man suddenly said. And everyone immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at the purple-haired old man at the same time. Very good. I am Desolate City's City Lord Shangguan Yun. I am also the host of this Heavenly Alliance's test in Desolate City. There are 100 similar test zones in the Great Thousand Realms. This test has broken a record. More than 1 million sovereign personages came to compete for the Heavenly Alliance's test. 1 million sovereign personages. The crowd on the Dao platform immediately burst into a huge commotion, deeply shocked. Chapter 2090. More than 1 million? That's too exaggerated. I heard that there were only a few 100,000 people in the past few years. This is probably the Heavenly Alliance's test with the highest number of people since the previous Great War between the righteous factions and demonic factions. Difficult, difficult, difficult. With more than 1 million people, it will be even harder to enter the Heavenly Alliance. The number of 1 million incited a huge discussion. Even the sovereign emperors on their thrones in the starry heavens conversed with each other, appearing somewhat incredulous. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor frowned slightly. Actually, he did not care about the Heavenly Alliance's test. Even if Xiao Chun, Yun Fei, and Lei Hao did not enter the Heavenly Alliance, Xiao Chun would only be slightly disappointed. His emotions would not change much. In reality, the other sovereign emperors here were the Heavenly Alliance's outer circle elders. As long as they could bring disciples or members into the Heavenly Alliance, they would be rewarded. If Xiao Chun performed well, He could even continue climbing the ranks and enter the Heavenly Alliance's core elder circle. Unlike the other sovereign emperors, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not care about this. Back then, he had been a core elder. Now that he had retired, he was already indifferent. However, when Xiao Chun heard the purple-haired old man say that there would be more than 1 million cultivators participating in this test, his expression immediately changed. Such a large number means that the martial epic has already recovered from the destruction of the previous war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, reaching a new peak. Since the Heavenly Alliance managed to recruit so many people, the other super factions will definitely be stronger. This is not a good thing. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor entered deep thought but did not say anything to the other sovereign emperors. The purple-haired old man swept his gaze around, and the place fell silent once more. The old man said indifferently, "Now let me explain. All the cultivators participating in the first stage of the Heavenly Alliance's test have to go to the Heavenly Alliance. You will be randomly teleported to a special secret realm and stay there for a month. There are a total of 100 mystic realms. You can attack without worry in these mystic realms. The secret realm's heavenly Tao rules will push you out at the moment of everyone's death, so your life won't be in danger. There are special spirit jades refined by my Heavenly Alliance in the secret realm. They contain the faux god mark which cannot be faked. What you need to do is find the faux god spirit jades in there. The more the better. After 1 month, if the faux god spirit jades you possess do not rank within the top 100 of your secret realm, you will not be able to participate in the second stage." Xiao Chun fell into deep thought. There were 100 special secret realms, which meant that each secret realm had about 10,000 people. To put it simply, one had to be ranked in the top 100 among the 10,000 people in order to participate in the next test. How ruthless! After the first round, only 10,000 people would remain, and 990,000 candidates would be eliminated. Lei Hao gasped when he heard this and said softly, "It's too cruel." Yunfei said gravely, "Random teleportation. At that time, the three of us might not be in the same secret realm." Lei Hao's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. "No matter what, the three of us must pass this first stage. We'll meet again in the second stage." All right. Without giving the cultivators on the Tao platform much time to think, the purple-haired old man activated the Tao platform. After the dazzling white light, the more than 10,000 examinees on the platform disappeared at the same time. In the next moment, runes appeared on the platform, continuously condensing. Many light screens appeared on the Tao platform. There were exactly 100 light screens. The purple-haired old man casually waved his hand, and the light screens immediately expanded 1,000-fold. The light screens stood in the starry heavens, surrounding the many sovereign emperors seated on thrones. The light screens showed the scenes of the secret realms. As the examinees entered, not a single detail escaped the eyes of these sovereign emperors. At the same time, similar scenes played out in the other Heavenly Alliance test sites in the Great Thousand Realms. After the purple-haired old man did all this, he turned around and said with a smile, "We can rest for a while now. I hope that the disciples that everyone brought will not embarrass my desolate city. Same as before, I will reward anyone whose disciple passes the first stage. Little brother Peach Blossom, if I recall correctly, this is your first time personally leading a group here, right? Are there any disciples you are proud of this time?" Right after the purple-haired old man, Shangguan Yun, spoke, his gaze fell on the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Clearly, the two had a close relationship. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor replied calmly, "I'm fine. I have not moved around for a long time, so I came out to take a look." Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, back then you contributed greatly to the Heavenly Alliance. You were one of the strongest sovereign emperors in the Heavenly Alliance. How come after you retired for so many years, not a single disciple has entered the Heavenly Alliance? No matter what, you were once a core elder of the Heavenly Alliance. You can't retire too thoroughly. The one who spoke was Sovereign Emperor Xinggu. Back then, he had some conflict with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor always suppressed him. It was rare for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to come personally, so he teased Xinggu. Up until now, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had brought 10 disciples into the Heavenly Alliance. Among City Lord Shangguan Yun's subordinates, he was considered the most incredible. When comparing the two, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, who had no accomplishments, did not have any advantage. The purple-haired old man smiled and said, "Xingu did not let us down. He did not embarrass my desolate city too much in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Peach Blossom, you have to pay more attention to this matter. After all, if the Heavenly Alliance wants to continue developing, it needs fresh blood. In terms of outstanding talents, we are too far behind the other super factions. If we cannot even compare to the new disciples, the Heavenly Alliance will fall sooner or later." Lord Shangguan is right. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt helpless in his heart. However, this purple-haired old man was a peak faux god expert, the one who once led the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had no choice but to submit to this purple-haired old man. Seeing the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor so humble made Sovereign Emperor Xingu very cocky. "Peach Blossom, don't mind it too much. In recent years, Xingu had indeed made a lot of achievements. He had to be a role model. It is rare for you to come here. Don't mind him too much. Just give in to him." The purple-haired old man's voice projection rang out in the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's mind. "I know. Don't worry, my lord." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor casually replied. However, the purple-haired old man's comforting words upset the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, causing his expression to turn slightly unsightly. "Elder Cui, where are Yunfei and the others?" Elder Cui pointed at the light screens and said, "Xiao Chun is in Secret Realm 97, Yunfei is in Secret Realm 98, and Lei Hao is in Secret Realm 100. Right now, everyone is familiarizing themselves with the environment, and the rankings haven't been released yet." Not only could the light screen show the participants in the Secret Realm, but it could also show the ranking of all the participants. Inside Secret Realm 97, Xiao Chun found himself in an ancient, dilapidated city. When he looked around, the entire Secret Realm looked boundlessly vast. There was not a single person in sight. Of course, he did not know if there were people hiding. "Participant Xiao Chun, hello. I am the manager of Secret Realm 97. As Xiao Chun familiarized himself with the environment, a small light figure made of energy essence appeared before him. The light gave off a faint divine might. "Hello," the confused Xiao Chun replied softly. The small light figure's mechanical voice continued. "Every one of you can enjoy my service. I can provide you with your ranking in the Secret Realm. I can give you a map of the Secret Realm and tell you the ranking of the others. If you feel that your life is in danger, you can get me to send you out. However, the faux god spirit jades on you will remain in this Secret Realm the moment you leave." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. It looks like this Secret Realm should be a world created by a faux god. The small light figure before Xiao Chun was like an item spirit. However, it was much stronger than a regular item spirit. "Participant Xiao Chun, I wish you good luck." After leaving Xiao Chun a map, the small light figure vanished. Xiao Chun unfurled the map and discovered that it showed not only the terrain of the entire Secret Realm, but also the hiding techniques of the faux god spirit jades. As Xiao Chun looked at the locations marked with the faux god spirit jades, he could imagine what kind of intense killing would occur. The locations with the faux god spirit jades might have other dangers. Xiao Chun could sense the auras of terrifying ferocious beasts hidden in the Secret Realm, aside from the auras of human cultivators. However, compared to ferocious beasts, human cultivators were clearly more threatening. The rule of the entire first stage was to force the participants to kill each other and snatch the faux god spirit jades from each other. Just by searching, one would not be able to obtain the top 100 out of 10,000 people. "I have 1 month. There is no need to rush." Xiao Chun made up his mind. He decided to bide his time and observe quietly. Chapter 2091. City Lord, the person with the best result among Peach Blossom City's disciples is Yunfei. He is already ranked 5,000th in Secret Realm 98. Lei Hao is slightly weaker, ranked 7,000th or so. As for Xiao Chun, he is 9,000th or so. He did not obtain many faux god spirit jades. There's no rush. It has only been 3 days. We can't make out much. However, I have high hopes for Yunfei. Although this stage is cruel, I believe that he can clear it. The 13 wind controlling swords gives him an advantage over these sovereign personages. And Xiao Chun is still too young. The examinees who came to take the test this time are still too young. The main participants are great perfection sovereign personages, 300 or 400 years old. There are very few who are under 100 years old. There's no rush for Xiao Chun. He is still 50 years old and does not fight. He will definitely get a second chance. 3 days had passed since the first stage of the test. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Senior Chui discussed the 3 disciples they valued the most. However, they could not make out much in these 3 days. Many experts were familiarizing themselves with the environment of the secret realm and would not rush to make a move. The current rankings did not matter too much. The changes happened too quickly. Soon 10 days had passed since the first stage of the test. Of course, to these sovereign emperors sitting on their thrones in the starry heavens, 10 days was just the blink of an eye. Given their long lifespans, they had developed a patience that others did not have. 1/3 of the test had already passed. The sovereign emperor's presence started to make some progress. The rankings of the top cultivators in many secret realms were already fixed. Among them, many dazzling experts left a deep impression on the sovereign emperor's present. This secret realm mate's Wu Meng is really strong. Meeting him is simply a nightmare for the other participants. So far, no one has lasted more than 10 moves against him. The weaker ones could not even last 3 moves. Wu Meng is also very murderous. Several people fell for his moves too quickly. The realm spirit nearly failed to rescue him. Secret Realm 50 Shimingxian is also incredible. There are many good seedlings this time. Unfortunately, each secret realm can only pick 100 people in the first stage. Everyone, don't rush to conclusions. It has only been 10 days. The sovereign emperors discussed among themselves. However, the purple-haired old man showed an unsightly expression. Because he found that among the 100 secret realms, only a few of the top examinees were from the Barren City assessment area. This was the largest test in history. If the desolate city couldn't even compare to some of the outer regions, it would be a great loss of face. Furthermore, Desolate City was one of the top 10 cities in the Heaven Alliance out of the 100 test zones. Fortunately, some of Xing Ji's disciples were rather eye-catching. One of them was ranked in the top 3 in the 6th secret realm and had the strength to fight for first place. City Lord Yunfei is starting to show off. He's already in the top 1,000. Old Chui kept an eye on the secret realm where Xiao Chen's group was, reporting their rankings to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Lei Hao has also made it to the top 3,000, but Xiao Chen? What's wrong with Xiao Chen? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked, finding this strange. Elder Chui said hesitantly, Xiao Chen's strength is declining instead of improving. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help saying, not advancing but retreating instead? He was already ranked more than 9,000, how could he retreat? Let me see. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's gaze fell on the light screen for Secret Realm 97. The last place was Peach Blossom City's Xiao Chen, ranked 9873. As for the 100-odd people, they were all eliminated. Now, only 9,873 participants remained in Secret Realm 97. Haha, Brother Peach Blossom, what's going on? Even if you are not paying attention, there is no need to be so half-hearted. Your disciple is actually ranked last. This is the Heavenly Alliance's test. All the powerhouses of the Heavenly Alliance are watching. Xingge casually glanced at the light screen and discovered the ranking of Secret Realm 97. Then, he immediately pretended to reprimand Xiao Chen. After Xingge said that, the surrounding sovereign emperors immediately cast their gazes on Secret Realm 97. Xiao Chen? This person seems to be only 47 years old. He is rather young. A 47-year-old small perfection sovereign personage. Even in a rank 7 sect, he would be an elite among elites. However, he is still too young. Compared to the other mature sovereign personages, there is still a large gap. Indeed, most of the people participating in the Heavenly Alliance's test are 300-year-old or 400-year-old great perfection sovereign personages. This is indeed difficult. He is a good seedling. We should let him participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test after he is 100 years old. After all, he is too young. Whether he can be relied on is a problem. Right. The accomplishments before 100 years old are too flashy. Like the moon reflected in the water. One can truly see some things only after 100 years old. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor is too impatient. Out of consideration for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's prestige, the surrounding sovereign emperors did not say anything unpleasant when they discussed in whispers. This evaluation was rather objective. If it was any other imperial monarch that had enmity with imperial monarch Xinggu, then the imperial monarch might say something unpleasant at this moment. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had a cold and proud personality. Even though these were objective evaluations, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was someone who did not care about fame and wealth. While he felt uncomfortable, he did not pay too much attention to it. "Old Chui, do you think I was too impatient and overestimated Xiao Qian? Isn't this harming Xiao Qian?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor ignored the discussions of Sovereign Emperor Xinggu and the other sovereign emperors. Instead, he felt somewhat worried about whether Xiao Qian could endure this blow. After all, Xiao Qian was still a youth. He had traveled from the outer region until now and had not seen anything truly grand. Suddenly, Xiao Qian was tossed into the Heavenly Alliance's test to participate in the sovereign personage competition of the entire Great Thousand Realms. If Xiao Qian could not adapt and lose confidence, his mental state would not be able to endure it. That would be a huge problem. Old Chui did not know what to say. He could only console the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Xiao Qian is a pretty good child. His mental state is much better than that of the other youths. There should not be any problems. City Lord, there is no need to worry. I hope so. At this moment in Secret Realm 97, in the same dilapidated city, Xiao Qian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating the 10,000 Dragons picture. For the past 10 days, Xiao Qian had not moved at all, remaining in this dilapidated city. This dilapidated ancient city was incredibly remote, and there were no faux god spirit jades. During the past few days, Xiao Qian had seen many figures flying in the air. However, no one noticed Xiao Qian in the city. In reality, there was nothing worth paying attention to. Whoosh! A scarlet figure flew over in the sky. It was Xiao Qian's demonic pet, the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture circled around before landing. Xiao Qian opened his eyes, and the demon blood vulture appeared before Xiao Qian. Then it opened its beak and spat out a few spirit jades radiating divine light. Although Xiao Qian had not moved during the past 10 days, he had relied on the demon blood vulture to familiarize himself with this secret realm. It was as Xiao Qian guessed. Most places with faux god spirit jades had ferocious beasts. Some ferocious beasts even had faux god spirit jades in advance. After killing them, one would obtain a large number of faux god spirit jades. Now, nearly all the faux god spirit jades that could be found on the map were gone. In the remaining 20 days, there was only one way to obtain more faux god spirit jades. Snatch them. The curtains to the true tragic battle were about to officially begin. I have already waited too long to rest and build up my strength for 10 days. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes as he toyed with the faux god spirit jades that the demon blood vulture delivered. Then he muttered to himself, "It is time to take action." Xiao Qian spread out his spiritual sense. Then, he sensed cultivators within 50,000 kilometers. Xiao Qian sensed those with the most faux god spirit jades. The light coming from their bodies intensified. As long as one carried faux god spirit jades, one could forget about hiding in this secret realm. It is. Someone within 50,000 kilometers shone with a bright light. Xiao Qian estimated that there were at least 3,000 faux god spirit jades on him. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Qian's figure flashed. After 15 minutes, he found his target on a mound. That was a black-clad Great Perfection sovereign personage. He leaned leisurely on a rock with a sword stabbed into the ground, easily within reach. This black-clad man was in no rush to take the initiative to attack. The faux god spirit jades on him would attract many participants. He could no longer remember how many fearless people came over to snatch his faux god spirit jades. However, this black-clad man ended up killing them instead, increasing the number of faux god spirit jades on him. The black-clad man glanced around and saw Xiao Qian on the mound. He could not help smiling. Interesting. To think that a small perfection sovereign personage is targeting me. Scram far away. I have no interest in playing with you, pauper. The black-clad man's soul energy detected no light coming from Xiao Qian's body. With one look, it was clear that someone had already ransacked him. Such trash was worthless. The black-clad man could not even be bothered to look at him. This was a great perfection sovereign personage who comprehended the sword Great Tao. His sword intent was very strong, but he was still far from comprehending a Tao domain. Compared to Yun Fei, this black-clad man was at least 50% weaker. Given his carelessness, he should be able to deal with him in 2 moves. On the mound, Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he quickly made a rough estimate of the other party's strength. Eye technique Candle Dragon Eyes. A candle dragon image immediately appeared behind Xiao Chen. In the next moment, a boundless cold candle flame started burning on the black-clad man without any warning. Kasie. Nearly at the same time the black-clad man executed the eye technique, Xiao Chen leaped forward. Before the black-clad man could scream, a resplendent saber light appeared on his neck. In the next moment blood spurted out like a fountain. You. The black-clad man looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the seemingly weak Xiao Chen would erupt with such strong combat prowess. However, it was already too late. The black-clad man's body slowly immaterialized as the realm spirit sent him out. After the black-clad man was sent out, a large pile of faux god spirit jades flickering with a divine nature remained in the air, a total of 3,800 pieces. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and gently beckoned. Without standing on ceremony, Xiao Chen put all the faux god spirit jades into his storage ring. Then he calmly searched for his next target. Up in the starry heavens on the Tao platform, the somewhat dispirited old Chui's expression suddenly changed. He rubbed his eyes and looked around 3 times before daring to confirm it. City Lord. City Lord. This is incredible. What's wrong? Why are you making such a big fuss? Xiao Chen, is he eliminated? No, I saw his name jump 800 places earlier. Then it jumped another 1,000 places. He is already in the top 3,000. This news startled the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor when he heard it. Half a day ago, Xiao Chen was still ranked last. How could it be so exaggerated in just half a day? When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at the light screen for number 97, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's name had jumped again. Xiao Chen's name had jumped from the top 3,000 to the top 1,500. Am I seeing things? Or is there something wrong with the Realm Spirit's ranking? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt some disbelief. Chapter 2092. Everyone look. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower jumped by 5,000 ranks in half a day. Just as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor suspected that he saw wrong, the other sovereign emperors on the thrones in the starry heavens cried out in shock. After all, everyone had a rather deep impression of Xiao Chen. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower was ranked last. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was so young. It was impossible not to have an impression of him. Anyone would be shocked to find out that the person who had been ranked last had suddenly jumped to the top 2,000th place. How strange. How did he do it? This is too shocking. He jumped by 5,000th rank in half a day. Was he hiding his strength all this while? That is very possible. However, even if he was hiding his strength, he should not have jumped by 5,000th rank in half a day. This is too exaggerated. It is still jumping. He is already ranked 1,800th. My goodness. How long has it been since we spoke? Says it. Lord Shangguan, please adjust Secret Realm 97 to Xiao Chen's scene. Everyone here was a sovereign emperor and had seen many major scenes. Many things were no longer strange. The Heavenly Alliance's test had taken place several times already. However, they had never seen such a strange scene before. Xiao Chen's ranking jumped so quickly that no one could react. The most crucial thing was that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower was only 47 years old. If one counted carefully, Xiao Chen was probably the youngest of the participants in this test. The many sovereign emperors immediately requested the purple-haired old man to get Secret Realm 97's Realm Spirit to lock the light screen on Xiao Chen. Previously, the Realm Spirit controlled the light screen. However, if the purple-haired old man interfered, he could get the Realm Spirit to lock the light screen on a specific participant. Peach Blossom, your follower is rather interesting. After he comes out, introduce him to me. The purple-haired old man smiled and fulfilled everyone's wish, locking the light screen on Xiao Chen. Definitely. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled faintly. Initially, he did not hold much hope for Xiao Qian. To think that he managed to attract Lord Shangguan's attention, gaining some face for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. This was great. Even if Xiao Qian did not pass the test, the purple-haired old man had the authority to let him enter the Heavenly Alliance. Of course, this was only a possibility. Emperor Xinggu pursed his lips and said, "It's no big deal. I didn't even make it into the top 1,000. At the end of the month, whether or not I'll be able to make it into the top 100 is still a question. My disciple Nangong Feng already made it into the top 10 in Secret Realm 10. He will definitely pass this stage." The purple-haired old man Shangguan Yun smiled and said, "Xinggu, you can't say that. The most important thing about Xiao Qian was that he was young. He was not even 100 years old, but he already had such strength. Compared to the other factions, our Heavenly Alliance lacks such powerful demonic geniuses. If he really has perseverance, even if he does not show any results now, he would be worth the Heavenly Alliance nurturing. After all, compared to the other superpowers, the Heavenly Alliance was only an alliance formed by a group of peak chambers of commerce. Although the Heavenly Alliance was already in existence that superpowers could not afford to underestimate, the Heavenly Alliance was still in existence that could not be underestimated. However, in terms of accumulations of the martial Dao, the Xuewu dynasty's demonic Dao Hall, the Underworld God Hall, the Tianwu dynasty's Universe Origin Sect, the Yinwu dynasty's Hidden Spirit Temple, the Xunwu dynasty's Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Bushin Palace that controlled the 8 great empires. Naturally, the Heavenly Alliance was not as attractive to powerful demonic geniuses. Look, Xiao Qian is now ranked 900th. Just at this moment, the scene of Xiao Qian killing a great perfection sovereign personage appeared on the light screen for Secret Realm 97. Densely packed faux god spirit jades immediately filled the light screen with the starry heavens. The eliminated person who was sent out before he died left behind a sky full of faux god spirit jades. This scene was very shocking. Xiao Qian, who was below, stretched out his hand and collected all the faux god spirit jades. Then his ranking jumped up. Xiao Qian charged into the top 1,000, rising to 900th. So that is the case. His spirit jades are all obtained by killing experts and robbing them. What a domineering brat. This was probably his plan from the start. He let the others search for spirit jades first and fight for them first. Then he rested and built up his strength. When most of the spirit jades in the secret realm are gone, he will make his move and kill whoever has the most spirit jades. Ha ha ha. This little fellow Xiao Qian has the air of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor from back then. He is direct and decisive. What an interesting fellow. This is also based on his own strength. If he dared to do this without being strong enough, he would have been killed long ago. How incredible. Who could have imagined that he would charge into the top 1,000? Xinggu, who had just said that Xiao Qian was nothing, not even entering the top 1,000, showed a stunned expression, immediately feeling embarrassed. Although the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was not as petty as Xinggu, the more indifferent the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was, the more upset Xinggu felt. Right now, this Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor must be mocking me in his heart. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu thought indignantly. Damn it! Why hasn't someone come and killed this fellow yet? Is everyone in Secret Realm 97 trash? City Lord Yun Fei's and Lei Hao's results are pretty good. The two of them also made it into the top 1,000. This is especially so for Yun Fei. He already made it into the top 300. It looks like he has a good chance of making it into the top 100. Old Chui took some time to pay attention to the results of the other participants in Peach Blossom City, before reporting the good news to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. It was worth it." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had been very indifferent in the first place. He already felt very satisfied with these unexpected results. This was how the human heart was. When one was content, one would always be happy. Sovereign Emperor Xingji's disciples all made it into the top 10, but he did not feel happy at all. Inside the secret realm, after Xiao Qian reached the 900th rank, his ranking started to slow. The secret realm was filled with sovereign personages in the first place. Those who could enter the top 1,000 were all experts without exception. They all had many faux god spirit jades. Xiao Qian could not surpass them in a short time. Furthermore, Xiao Chan had been inconspicuous at the start, which was why he managed to succeed. However, Xiao Chen's ranking now jumped wildly, jumping more than 8,000 places from the last to the top 1,000. This had already caused a huge commotion in Secret Realm 97. It was no longer possible for him to keep a low profile. Xiao Chan called out to the realm spirit in his heart. Immediately, a small light figure giving off a divine light appeared before him. Congratulations, participant Xiao Chan. You jumped from the bottom to the 900th rank in half a day. Earlier, I received a request from Desolate City's City Lord. The light screen for Desolate City's Test Zone 97 has already locked onto you. After the realm spirit appeared, it spoke before Xiao Chan could say anything. When Xiao Chan heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Being noticed was not a bad thing. Thank you. However, there is no need to congratulate me. It is pointless if I do not enter the top 100. The little light figure corrected Xiao Chan. Even if you do not enter the top 100, you still deserve to be congratulated. After the competition, you can exchange your Faux God Spirit Jades for all sorts of resources and treasures from the Heavenly Alliance. Why do you think everyone risked their lives to protect their Faux God Spirit Jades? Even if you do not exchange them, you can absorb them for many benefits. Furthermore, do you think it is that easy to enter the top 100? All the sovereign personages of the Great Thousand Realms are gathered here. Those who can enter the top 100 in any secret realm are absolute experts among experts, existences who can preside over an astral region. It turned out that the Faux God Spirit Jades had such wondrous uses. In that case, even if one did not enter the top 100, it would not be a loss. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Coincidentally, I called you out to see who the people in the top 100 are." The little light figure said softly, "All right. I will tell you how many Faux God Spirit Jades the top 100 participants have, their cultivation, the weapons they use, their appearance, and their age. However, I cannot provide you with any other information." "Alright, that is enough. Sorry for the trouble." Soon, the little light figure presented the information of the top 100 participants in Secret Realm 97 to Xiao Chan. After Xiao Chan looked through the list carefully, his expression turned somewhat grave. These were the top 100 participants. Most of the participants in the top 100 were peak sovereign personages, and they were more than 300 years old. Many of them were more than 400 years old, at least 10 times older than Xiao Chan. However, the people in the top 100 who had not reached peak sovereign personages could not be underestimated either. For these people to be able to push other peak sovereign personages out of the top 100, they definitely had something extraordinary about them. They might even have comprehended a Dao domain. The one that caught Xiao Chen's attention was the person ranked first. That person had a startling number of Faux God Spirit Jades, more than 2 million, double that of the person in second place. Gongliang Yu. Xiao Chen wondered how this person obtained his Faux God Spirit Jades. Xiao Chen looked at his own Faux God Spirit Jades. He barely had 100,000, 20-odd times less than the person in first place. Even the last 100 had more than 400,000 Faux God Spirit Jades. He still had a long way to go. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had said the same thing about the little light figure. This was a test from the entire Great Thousand Realms. A grand scene that he had never experienced before. This was a completely different experience from the arena battles that he had experienced in the past. This was not a stage for people of the same generation. Being young was Xiao Chen's greatest disadvantage. There was no need to say that this was unfair. This was the Heavenly Alliance's rules. One could come back in a few hundred years. Since one was already here, one should not complain about being wronged. Can you tell me how this Gongliang Yu obtained the Faux God Spirit Jades he has? Xiao Chan asked the little light figure, sensing that this person had an abnormal amount of Faux God Spirit Jades. The little light figure explained. He killed the 10 strongest ferocious beasts in the secret realm. At the same time, 10 peak sovereign personages died at his hands. Now no one dares to offend him. I advise you not to target him. What a ruthless person. Someone is heading towards you. Good luck. The little light figure vanished. Xiao Chen looked around and could not help frowning slightly. There were a total of 5 groups of people, and each group had at least a dozen examinees. It seemed that the abnormal jump in his ranking had caused some trouble. Chapter 2093. Whoosh! Not long after the little light figure vanished, figures flickered in Xiao Chen's vision. In the next moment, 60-odd participants appeared before Xiao Chen. Peach Blossom City's Xiao Chen? The light on his body is very strong. He probably has at least 100,000 faux god spirit jades. That's more than all of us combined. He truly lives up to being someone who jumped more than 8,000 ranks in one day. When the close to 70-odd participants arrived before Xiao Chen, greed appeared in their eyes. The leader of the group wore blue robes and held a sword. He showed a ferocious expression as he said, "Cut the crap. If you want to remain in this secret realm, hand over all the faux god spirit jades on you." The 70-odd participants' auras merged into one. Their Tao might spread out, appearing very vast and terrifying. Countless auras locked onto Xiao Chen. As long as he made any strange movements, all sorts of killing moves would await Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took a quick look and felt somewhat disappointed. Even the strongest 5 of these people did not rank in the top 1,000. Can more people decide the outcome of the battle? Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and a dragon roar erupted from his body. This dragon roar shook the surroundings. At the same time, Xiao Chen's blue dragon divine might spread out together with this dragon roar. The 3 layers of Tao might behind him layered over each other, making his dragon might look solid and very impactful. Compared to this, the opponent's seemingly massive aura and stacked layers of Tao might were like paper. The aura that Xiao Chen erupted with easily shattered the other side's aura. The group of people immediately turned somewhat flustered. They were forced to scatter and stabilize their auras. However, Xiao Chen's attack was already like a great flood or ferocious beast. How could he give them a chance to regain their auras? Die. None of you can leave. An indistinct 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind Xiao Chen. Then he shouted and quickly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. Right now, Xiao Chen's execution of the Supreme Dragon Fist was completely different from when he executed it in the Divine Dragon Empire. As Xiao Chen attacked, he executed 3 moves of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Heart of Clouds and Water. The mighty group of dragons roamed the heavens and the earth, ascending to the heavens and diving into the sea. Who was supreme? In the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, the dragons were leaderless. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon was in power. How could he be respected? Bad luck, life as thin as paper. What is a supreme being? What is a venerable being? I am the supreme, only I am supreme. When Xiao Chen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, he combined it with his surging killing chi, and the 10,000 dragons picture in his mind. The 60-odd great perfection sovereign personages were mercilessly suppressed by Xiao Chen, unable to advance or retreat. 10,000 dragons soared into the sky, following him like shadows. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to, and he couldn't win even if he wanted to. The rage in the sky was the heaven dragon roaring. The murderous chi filling the sky was the hot-bloodedness burning in Xiao Chen's body. Die! 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 Miserable shrieks rang out. The realm spirit continuously sent out participants, leaving behind faux god spirit jades. Xiao Chen turned into a killing god, moving like a roaming dragon. As electric light flashed, he continuously punched, chasing after the participants who tried to flee. When Xiao Chen punched, 10,000 dragons roared. The sky shook, the ground trembled, and mountains and rivers exploded. This group of people, who were already frightened out of their wits, could not block the berserk Xiao Chen at all. Run! 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 Just a moment ago, these people were incredibly arrogant, wanting Xiao Chen to hand over their spirit jades. In the next moment they fell into hell screaming endlessly. When the several participants in the distance saw this scene, their bodies trembled slightly, horror appearing in their eyes. How ruthless! It is best not to casually offend this person. For him to jump more than 8,000 ranks in one day, how can he be someone that can be trampled on? Indeed, these fellows are too naive. When they saw that Xiao Chen was only a small perfection sovereign personage, they wanted to come and bully him. The facts have proven that the lower the cultivation of the people in the top ranks, the more terrifying they are, just like the great perfection sovereign personages in the top 100. At the same time, the sovereign emperors watching the light screen in desolate cities' starry heavens felt shocked. That is the Supreme Dragon Fist. It is one of the 3 strongest offensive martial techniques in the world. How incredible! The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor really chose a powerful demonic genius this time. He is too strong. Letting him participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test was the right decision. Such a powerful, outstanding talent can only truly grow after experiencing such battles. That's right. The Heavenly Alliance's test gathers all the sovereign personage experts of the Great Thousand Realms. Even if he loses in the end, it will be very beneficial to this Xiao Chan. When Sovereign Emperor Xinggu heard the group of sovereign emperors praising the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's choice of disciple, he showed an unsightly expression, feeling upset in his heart. These fellows only know how to flatter the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Even when my disciple Nangongfeng made it into the top 10, I did not hear you say that. Up on the light screen, Xiao Chan withdrew his hand and collected all the scattered Faux God Spirit Jades in the air. Xiao Chen's ranking jumped from 900 to 800. Now that he was in the top 1000, it would be somewhat difficult for him to make such a large jump like before. Xiao Chan was already very satisfied with advancing 100 ranks. One got away. After collecting the Faux God Spirit Jades, Xiao Chan looked around and discovered that it was the ferocious-looking blue-clad cultivator who shouted at him at the start. After him, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he executed Light of Freedom. Then he turned into a lightning bolt and gave chase. Damn it! Damn it! The blue-clad sovereign personage wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. As he looked at Xiao Chan, who was chasing after him, he cursed continuously. The blue-clad sovereign personage had not expected a small perfection sovereign personage to erupt with such terrifying combat prowess. Not only that, but the combat experience that the blue-clad sovereign personage showed was also seasoned and calm, surpassing that of these sovereign personages who were only a few hundred years old. The blue-clad sovereign personage was truly a 47-year-old small perfection sovereign personage. Pu Ci. The blue-clad cultivator, who was concerned about whether he could escape from Xiao Chan, suddenly discovered a spear stabbed into his chest. A terrifying force surged out from the spearhead. This force would destroy his physical body in the next moment. At the crucial moment, the realm spirit made a move and directly sent the blue-clad sovereign personage out. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure appeared, and his gaze fell on a spear-wielding cultivator in front. This person had soared through the air and instantly killed the blue-clad sovereign personage with one spear strike, snatching away Xiao Chen's target. This person exuded an aura that far surpassed that of a great perfection sovereign personage. The strong aura contained an even stronger sovereign personage will. A sharpness radiated from this person's face, deterring others from looking directly at him. A peak sovereign personage. This spearman before Xiao Chan was a peak sovereign personage. Xiao Chan recalled for a while and knew who this person was. The Ink Sea Cluster's Chong Ying. This person ranked 358th on the list that the little light figure gave Xiao Chan. He was a peak sovereign personage and there was a portrait of him on it. Chong Ying held a black spear in his hand as he slowly collected the scattered Faux God Spirit Jades in the air. However, his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chan. Chong Ying's gaze contained strong pressure. Just a single glance was enough to make one feel an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them. Xiao Chen knew that this was the pressure from the difference in cultivation. Unfortunately, although Xiao Chen's cultivation was not high, his will of soul already rivaled that of a peak sovereign personage. Under the boundless pressure of the other party's aura, Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he calmly looked at the other party. Since coming out of the land of the Blood Moon, Xiao Chan had not met such a strong opponent before. Xiao Chen's breathing turned somewhat ragged. It was not nervousness but excitement. He discovered that he had started to like this secret realm. This was the place of battle that Sang mentioned. This is interesting. Brother Peach Blossom, this little fellow under you should quickly run. Otherwise he will be killed. Sovereign Emperor Xingji's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. What a fellow! I finally met an opponent who can deal with you. The other sovereign emperors had noticed this scene long ago. This was truly interesting when facing a peak sovereign personage. The previously strong Xiao Chan had finally run into an existence that was not easy to offend. At this moment one could either fight or run. No matter what the choice was, one just had to be decisive. The worst thing to fear was hesitation, not knowing how to make a decision. Dang! Right after Sovereign Emperor Xinggu spoke, Xiao Chan stabbed the unsheathed tyrant saber into the ground in the light screen. Xiao Qin's battle hunger blazed like a fierce flame. Even through the light screen, everyone could feel his surging hot-bloodedness. What a fellow! He has a temper. The purple-haired old man could not help praising softly. Xiao Qin's decisive decision was simply delightful. Chapter 2094. Qiangying was the top expert of the Ink Sea cluster. He was 400 years old and had already reached peak sovereign personage 100 years ago. He excelled at using the spear. When Qiangying felt the battle hunger that erupted from Xiao Qian, he felt slightly surprised. Originally, he would not bother making a move against a small perfection sovereign personage. However, when his soul energy sensed the light of a faux god spirit jade on Xiao Qian's body and his ranking, his expression slowly turned grave. A 47-year-old small perfection sovereign personage, a follower of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, ranked 800. This was a demonic genius. Qiangying was already 400 years old. He had seen all sorts of geniuses and outstanding talents. Many great perfection sovereign personages had already eliminated peak sovereign personages in this secret realm. Everyone in the secret realm knew this principle. The great perfection sovereign personages of the top 100 were even more horrifying than peak sovereign personages. Similarly, those who could make it into the top 1,000 as small perfection sovereign personages definitely had extremely strong trump cards. They could not be underestimated at all. Are you challenging me? Qiangying asked as he looked at Xiao Qian. Xiao Qin's battle hunger soared. Naturally, the answer went without saying. He nodded slightly and did not say anything. This is the first stage of the test, and it is not time to show our true strength yet. The people in the top 100 are already avoiding fighting each other to prevent others from taking advantage of them. Think about it carefully. At this point in time, challenging me is not a wise decision. Qiangying showed a calm expression. Not only did he not show the arrogance of a peak sovereign personage facing a small perfection sovereign personage, but he also lowered his status and discussed things with Xiao Qian. There is no way to withdraw a drawn saber. The battle hunger that has been ignited can only grow stronger. It cannot be extinguished. The other party's words made sense. If both sides ended up injured, it would be easy for others to take advantage of them. Only 10 days had passed. It was not time to go all out yet. However, right now, Xiao Qian was not thinking about how to pass the test. He just wanted to fight once, to fight to his heart's content. Ink Sea Cluster's Qiangying. Make your move. You will regret it. Qiangying's eyes slowly turned cold. Previously, he had been as calm as still water. Now he suddenly erupted with a terrifying chill. Thousands of cold lights appeared behind him like stars, densely packed and flickering, materializing a vast and boundless mysterious phenomenon. Boom! Amidst the explosion of thousands of icy stars, the long spear in his hand pierced towards Xiao Qian at a speed faster than light. The spear moved, and the vast and boundless cold stars came pressing down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Xiao Qian did not retreat. He took a step forward and pulled out the tyrant saber stabbed into the ground. The instant Xiao Qian drew the saber light, countless electric lights flickered in the sky. 3 layers of Tao might layered over each other behind him. A dragon roar came from Xiao Qian's chest. Then, like a divine dragon, he charged forward fearlessly. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them manifested different auras as they fought against each other. Their figures flickered as they clashed with their weapons. In just a short moment, a battle of wits and courage had already passed 100 moves. Qiangying's eyes were always as calm as ice, and his feet were as steady as an iceberg. His every move was flawless and flawless. Xiao Qian was obviously unable to remain calm in the face of someone whose cultivation was 2 realms higher than him. He could only go all out and strive to exert 110% or even 120% of his combat power with every move. When a person was at the edge of a cliff, he could only force himself to continuously outperform himself. However, Xiao Qian's opponent did not need to do so. He only needed to remain calm and not make any mistakes, waiting for his prey to make a mistake. As the two fought, one was steady and the other ferocious. It looked like Xiao Qian's might was vast, and his attacks were like the tide. His saber light flickered with an overwhelming aura. However, in reality, the spectating sovereign emperors knew that the one holding the upper hand was the Ink Sea Cluster's spearman, Qiangying. It was impossible for one to always outperform oneself. There would always be mistakes. It was just a matter of size. If Xiao Chun, who continued to erupt with power, could not break Qiangying's aura and gain a true advantage, the battle might end the instant Xiao Chun made a mistake, ending in one move. Reckless fool. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu said indifferently from above desolate city's starry heavens. In reality, most of the sovereign emperors felt the same way. However, they would not say it out loud. After all, no matter what, Xiao Chen's courage was already worthy of praise. There was no need to ask for more. No matter what, the other party was a peak sovereign personage. Xiao Chun did not have much chance of victory in the first place. Boom! Just at this moment, the situation between Xiao Chun and Qiangying suddenly changed. Qiangying, who had been fighting steadily, suddenly erupted, bringing out 130% of his combat prowess. A cold light flashed in the starry heavens. Qiangying roared ferociously and thrust his spear forward, making the starry heavens flicker and look like they were burning. Damn it! Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Before he could change his move, Qiangying forcefully broke his aura. The cold light at the tip of the spear burst forth with a light comparable to that of the sun. Whoosh! The spear got closer and closer. Xiao Chen's vision turned blurry. The light from the other party's spear tip was already so piercing that he could not see it clearly. Die! Qiangying's aura soared continuously as he took a ferocious step forward. With every step he took, 5 kilometers of ice appeared. A dazzling cold light burst out of Qiangying's body. Before the spear tip arrived, the vast aura forced Xiao Chun to continuously retreat. While at a disadvantage, the other party's peak sovereign personage Will of Soul pressed down. Qiangying wanted to kill Xiao Chun in one strike, not giving him any chance or hope of turning the situation around. Qiangying could not retreat any further. If he did, only death awaited him. Desperate situation. This was a desperate situation. Xiao Chun was at the edge of a cliff. If he took another step back, he would fall into a bottomless abyss. However, in this desperate situation, while Qiangying looked like he had a slim chance of survival, the other party was frantically erupting in order to kill him in one strike. His moves would not be as flawless as before. This was a desperate situation but also an opportunity. Should I use a secret technique? It is not time yet. Not to mention that the other party might not have a secret technique. Xiao Chen's purpose in this battle was not to win. It was to stabilize himself between life and death, to find the saber Dao that he once lost. Sun and moon shining together. The frantically retreating Xiao Chun suddenly stopped, and his sole mysterious phenomenon, sun and moon shining together, appeared. Instantly, the pressure that the other party's Will of Soul placed on Xiao Chun vanished. Flawless Dao heartbreaking chop. Xiao Chun had not experienced the pain of a broken heart for a long time already. His old wounds had already healed. If his heart shattered again, the pain that it brought would be several times more intense than before. He had tried several times in the past, but he could not persevere. Xiao Chun made his choice. Kasie. His heart shattered, and his complexion instantly paled. However, the instant his heart shattered, his physical body also brought out its boundless potential amid the boundless pain. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen's momentum plummeted. Then he suddenly erupted. A shattered bright moon soared out from his body. Clang! Xiao Chun swung his saber light, and a loud melodious sound shook the surroundings. At the crucial moment, the tyrant's saber's blade forcefully blocked the other party's resplendent sun-like sharp attack. The moment the saber light clashed, the ground of this special secret realm shattered. The two were forced to their limits. He blocked it. Outside the light screen, the many sovereign emperors watched this scene incredulously, feeling shocked. He actually blocked this spear strike? I thought that this spear strike would blast him into bits. I was even worried about whether the realm spirit could save him or not. To think that he blocked it. Inside the secret realm, Qiangying was similarly shocked. His thoughts raced as he quickly made a decision. He could not let the other party counterattack. He withdrew his spear and soared into the air. The countless burning cold stars in the sky instantly entered his body. Secret technique: boundless burning stars. This Qiangying was also a ruthless person. He knew that if he gave Xiao Chun a chance to counterattack after blocking the spear strike, he would be in for a hard time. Thus, he might as well use the advantage he still held to decide the victor in one move. Outside the light screen, the many sovereign emperors, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, had to hold their breaths again. The two's battle was simply extremely fascinating. Thousands of changes happened in an instant. One could not miss a single second. Cheong-ing, who soared into the air, let the boundless burning cold stars enter his body. Then, he thrust his spear forward with an even more ferocious aura. This thrust was boundlessly ferocious. The boundless aura seemed to sweep through the world, barring all life and leaving nothing behind. Rumble. Amid loud sounds, the ground around Xiao Chan continuously exploded. The shock waves surged out, shocking everyone. When the participants watching from afar saw this scene, they were startled. If they got struck by the shock waves, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. Xiao Chan, who was in the center of the storm, the kind of pressure he faced was easy to imagine. Whoosh! Holding the tyrant saber, Xiao Chan did not panic. He swept away the shock waves around him and pushed off with his feet, calmly retreating. What is he doing? Trying to flee? He is too naive. He has been smart all his life, but in the end he made such a foolish mistake. Upon seeing this scene, several sovereign emperors nearly could not hold themselves back, wanting to jump up. At this crucial moment, Xiao Chan could decide the victor in one move. Yet he still wanted to retreat. This was simply incomprehensible. Xiao Chan gently leaped up and retreated 50 kilometers, landing on a mound. As Xiao Chan retreated, Cheong-ying's spear strike, powered by the secret technique, was already twice as strong as before he retreated. In the next moment, Xiao Chan would have to face the peak strike of this secret technique. He could no longer retreat. This was the price of retreating earlier. However, retreating was not fleeing or giving up. It was just to bring out his strength more perfectly. If Xiao Chan had no fear in his heart and victory was in his grasp, what harm was there in taking a step back? Martial and soul as one entering hell. The white-clad Xiao Chan showed a calm expression as he faced the spear strike that could tear him to shreds in the next moment. He calmly entered the state of martial and soul as one. While retreating, he silently circulated the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique and swung it. Whoosh! The swastika on Xiao Chen's forehead erupted, and an endless purgatory swallowed up Xiao Chan. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, they saw the world suddenly lose all color, leaving only black and white. The white-clad Xiao Chan held an evil world-destroying dragon, as he clashed with Cheong-ying's sure-kill spear strike in this black and white world. Martial and soul as one. This time the sovereign emperors who could no longer hold back jumped up. They looked at the light screen with the starry heavens as the background in shock. This was a technique that even sovereign emperors dreamed of grasping. To think that it appeared in the hands of a small perfection sovereign personage. Chapter 2095. Martial and soul as one. The merging of one's martial Tao allowed one to enter the perfect state that even sovereign emperors dreamed of. As Xiao Chan casually waved his hand, he could easily bring out any cultivation technique or martial technique to their limits. For example, Xiao Chen needed to put in a lot of effort before he could bring out 11% or 120% of his combat prowess. During this time it was easy for him to expose his flaws, creating openings. However, after Xiao Chan entered martial and soul as one, he could easily bring out his limits with a casual strike, perfect and without any openings. More importantly, after Xiao Chen executed martial and soul as one, he could perfectly merge with the world. Every move contained the might of the world. The stronger one was, the more horrifying the might of the world that one could bring out after martial and soul as one. Just being able to casually bring out the limits of one's body was already enviable. When one executed a martial technique, one could bring out the heavenly might, inspiring envy. Very few sovereign emperors could grasp martial and soul as one. Of the more than 100 sovereign emperors present, only the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could do so. Why did the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor receive so much respect? No one dared to underestimate him. Grasping martial and soul as one was one of the reasons. This Xiao Chan really hit himself deeply, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor muttered. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor muttered. He had not expected Xiao Chan to grasp martial and soul as one. Congratulations, Brother Peach Blossom. You accepted a good disciple. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu looked at the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor enviously. He was very unconvinced of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, But he had to admit that this fellow's potential was indeed limitless. Even Sovereign Emperor Shingo had only touched the threshold of martial and soul, as one in the past few years. This realm had to do with comprehension ability. Without sufficient comprehension ability, no matter how strong one's cultivation was, it would be pointless. You are too polite. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor replied politely. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. This Xiao-Chun is incredible. Whether he can clear the first stage or not, headquarters will definitely pay attention to him. For so many years, our desolate city test zone has never sent a powerful demonic genius to the Heavenly Alliance. Peach Blossom, you brought me great honor. If I want to reward you, I will reward you now. The purple-haired old man laughed loudly, appearing in a good mood. He rejoiced and wanted to reward the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor quickly said, Lord Shangguan is too serious. We have not reached the final juncture yet. There is no need to rush. Let's see how far Xiao-Chun can go in the end. If he can pass all the tests and join the Heavenly Alliance, it will not be too late to talk about rewards then. The purple-haired old man calmed down. As he stroked his beard, he smiled faintly and said, I was somewhat anxious. However, the number of cultivators in this Heavenly Alliance's test is the highest in history, exceeding 1 million. If it was in the past, I would have definitely passed the final test. However, it's hard to say whether I can pass the final test this time. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Someone who can comprehend spirit and martial arts as one has already proven his worth. The other super factions are very interested in such geniuses. They absolutely cannot let go of such a good seedling. City Lord, look. The outcome has been decided. Oh. The reminder drew everyone's attention to the light screen 97. Many Fogod spirit jades exploded in the sky above the light screen. Qiong-ing, who was holding the spear, slowly turned immaterial. In the final confrontation, he did not expect his opponent to enter the state of martial and spirit as one. It was a pity that if he had known that the other party had grasped martial and soul as one, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Fighting against Xiao-Chun, who had grasped martial and soul as one, in a single move was probably what the other party wished for. If he changed his strategy and continued to compete in martial arts techniques, he still had a chance of winning. Congratulations, the lucky fellow who comprehended the fusion of martial arts and soul. The Ink Sea Cluster's spearman, Qiong-ing, said softly as he looked at Xiao-Chun with some envy. The outcome had been decided. In this battle, Xiao-Chun had learned many things. No matter what, this Qiong-ing before him was a worthy opponent. He said, Thank you. Will we have a chance to meet again? Qiong-ing said sullenly, In the past Heavenly Alliance's tests, there would be a loser's arena battle. If there is one this time, I believe we will definitely meet again. Boom! After saying that, Qiong-ing's figure vanished. He had been eliminated by Xiao-Chun in Secret Realm 97. Xiao-Chun stretched out his hand and waved. Then he collected all the Fogod spirit jades in the air. The number of Fogod spirit jades on him immediately increased from more than 100,000 to 400,000. Congratulations, participant. You are currently ranked 287th in Secret Realm 97. On another note, among the top 300, you are the only participant who is over 100 years old but is not a great perfection sovereign personage. Xiao-Chun called out the realm spirit and checked his ranking. Then, the little light figure's mechanical voice rang out, congratulating Xiao-Chun. 287th was already an extremely high ranking. It would be difficult for Xiao-Chun to raise it within a short time. Xiao-Chun looked around and sensed many strong auras rushing over. In his current state, Xiao-Chun was not suited to continue fighting experts. His figure flashed as he fled far away. Whoosh! 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 Not long after Xiao-Chun left, several figures appeared one after another. As these people looked at the damaged ground and the lingering battle marks in the air, they showed cautious expressions. What a fellow! He actually eliminated Qiong-ing. There is another competitor. We cannot underestimate this small perfection sovereign personage fellow. If I did not see wrong, he executed martial and soul as one earlier to defeat Qiong-ing. Qiong-ing's defeat is not undeserved. This serves as a reminder to us. Let's go. More people arrived one after another and quickly scattered. Now all the peak experts in Secret Realm 97 knew that the white-clad bladesman named Xiao Chun was already a strong competitor for the slots. Another 10 days passed. After the initial intense killing, the Secret Realm entered a relatively peaceful period. This was the case in the other Secret Realms as well. That was because there were less than 5,000 people left in the Secret Realm. Most of these people were familiar with each other, so they could avoid many fearless battles. When the weaker ones saw the experts, they would immediately turn and flee, not linger in a fight. These people only hoped to be alive before the Secret Realm ended, so that they could keep their foe god spirit jades to exchange for treasures. When the true experts met, they would be even more cautious. They could not attack rashly at this moment. Otherwise, if both sides ended up severely injured, who knew how many pairs of eyes would be watching? During the 10 days, Xiao Chun felt rather depressed. Right now, everyone in Secret Realm 97 knew the strength of the white-clad bladesman. The weaker ones did not dare to provoke him. The higher-ranked ones would not fight him at all. Sometimes, one day passed without even seeing a single person. The number of people who dared to fight with him could be counted on one hand. His ranking rose very slowly. Over the past 10 days, the number of participants Xiao Chun killed was not even as many as the number of ferocious beasts he killed. However, Xiao Chun also knew that this was just the calm before the storm. As the end of the Secret Realm approached, the most intense competition would erupt. Until the very last moment, all the rankings were fake. Even those in the top 100 would not be unable to hide their strength at the very last moment and have no choice but to show themselves. Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt an extremely well-hidden soul energy sweep past him. He quickly put down what he was doing and started to track this soul energy without batting an eyelid. Xiao Chun immediately felt somewhat shocked. The range of this soul energy was frighteningly vast. However, since this soul energy was not specifically targeting him, Xiao Chun did not bother with it. At this moment, many eliminated participants had already appeared on the Desolate City's Starry Heavens Dao platform. Lei Hao, whom the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor thought highly of, was among this group of eliminated participants. Lei Hao felt somewhat depressed. He had run into the strongest person in Secret Realm 8, Wu Meng, whom the others called the Saber Demon. Before Lei Hao could react, the other party instantly killed him with one saber strike and eliminated him. Lei Hao did not even manage to see the other party's appearance. He only saw a somewhat blurry face with a sinister smile. Damn it! I hope there will be a loser's bracket again. Otherwise, I will not have any chance at all. Let's see how little brother Xiao Chun and little brother Yun Fei are doing. Lei Hao sorted out his emotions and looked for Yun Fei's ranking on the light screen for Secret Realm 98. Not bad. He was ranked 403rd. If he maintained this ranking and lasted until the last 3 days, he might make it into the top 100. Second brother is still second brother. The 13 wind controlling swords is indeed strong. Lei Hao laughed as he looked at the light screen for Secret Realm 98. When he glanced at the ranking, he was immediately stupefied. Peach Blossom City's Xiao Chun was ranked 108th. After a long time, Lei Hao said in a daze, "How did little brother Xiao Chun make it all the way to the top 200? Only at this moment did Lei Hao notice that the eliminated participants around the Dao platform were all looking at the light screen for Secret Realm 97. Their expressions were similar to Lei Hao's, all of them showing shock. A 47-year-old participant actually made it into the top 200. Chapter 2096. I heard that an incredible demonic genius appeared in our Desolate City test zone. He managed to make it into the top 200 in Secret Realm 97 at the age of 47. That is the truth. 10 days ago, I personally saw him kill a peak sovereign personage. He grasped martial and soul as one. You did not see it. Those sovereign emperors in the starry heavens jumped up in shock. Damn! Martial and soul as one. This is too demonic. He is only 47 years old. My goodness! Comparisons are odious. However, it is still somewhat difficult for him to make it into the top 100. This test is simply too difficult. There are more than 1 million participants. This is the most intense test in the Heavenly Alliance's history. We can still look forward to it. After all, he came out of our Desolate City test zone. I think that City Lord Shangguan is very happy. Who knows, if his results are better, we might even be rewarded. Right. There are still 10 more days. There is still a chance. When Lei Hao heard the discussions around him, he slowly revealed a smile after his shock. His brother really became famous now. He had gained some face for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Even though he had been eliminated, his gloominess had lessened by a lot. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Only 2 days remained in the first stage. At this moment, many secret realms finally erupted with the final decisive battle, after a long period of peace. Everyone who had a chance to make it into the top 100 went even crazier, frantically fighting for foe god spirit jades. At this point, if they still did not fight, they would not have another chance. The final madness officially began. A reign of terror spread throughout every secret realm. This was unavoidable in Secret Realm 97 as well. Congratulations to participant Xiao Chun. You have risen to the 178th rank in Secret Realm 97. Congratulations to participant Xiao Chun. You have risen to the 176th rank in Secret Realm 97. Whoosh! 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 Without any warning, Xiao Qin's ranking jumped from 180 to 170. However, Xiao Qin's foe god spirit jades did not increase. He did not kill any other participants either. Xiao Chun, who was preparing to move and do his best, looked at the little light figure in confusion. There must be a mistake. My foe god spirit jades did not increase. Please do not doubt Realm Spirit's words. Congratulations, examinee Xiao Chun. Your ranking has risen to 165. The mechanical voice of the little light figure did not fluctuate in the slightest as it calmly narrated. Not good. Someone had started a massacre. The examinees in front of him were continuously killed and eliminated. His ranking was passively rising. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly. This was not a good thing. There were no weaklings in front of him. More than a dozen people were eliminated so quickly. What kind of enemy did they encounter? Just as Xiao Chun was feeling bewildered, he noticed that there were many candidates fleeing into the distance with fear on their faces. Xiao Chun was puzzled and hurriedly stepped forward to stop one of them. Brother, what's going on? Why is everyone fleeing? Scram. Don't block my way. That person threw a palm strike at Xiao Chun, trying to push Xiao Chun back. When Xiao Chun received this palm strike, he revealed a startled expression as he recognized Xiao Chun. Sorry, it turns out to be the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. Sorry for the offense earlier. After this person recognized Xiao Chun, his attitude immediately became much better. However, he still occasionally looked back, appearing somewhat anxious. What happened? Did a ferocious beast appear? That person quickly replied. It's even more terrifying than a ferocious beast. The top 10 participants of our secret realm split the participants for the overall ranking. They've divided up the participants of the entire mystic realm, and the area we're in right now is the territory of the number 1 Gongliangyu. Don't you think it's scary? I'll be leaving first. You should leave quickly as well. Although the other places are also filled with the top 10 participants, it is at least much better than facing Gongliangyu. After that person spoke, he immediately fled, leaving in a hurry. After that person went far away, just as he was about to vanish from Xiao Chen's sight, his body suddenly exploded, filling the air with foe god spirit jades. Whoosh! Xiao Chun vaguely saw a blue figure waving its hand and collecting the foe god spirit jades before disappearing. Xiao Chun vaguely felt that the other party had glanced at him. With just one glance, Xiao Chun felt immense pressure, like he was imprisoned. Realm Spirit, what's going on? Xiao Chun quickly asked, feeling some lingering fear as he summoned out the little light figure. The little light figure answered mechanically. Those who can enter the top 100 of the overall ranking in the first stage will have the advantage of being seated in the second stage. How come I don't know about this? Only the top 10 participants of the various secret realms can receive the information I send them. No wonder. When Xiao Chun heard that, he understood. No wonder he felt an extremely vast soul energy probing the entire secret realm. It turned out that 10 days ago, the top 10 participants had started discussing their respective territories. This was really not good. Those who could be ranked in the top 10 were definitely examinees who had an overwhelming advantage in their respective secret realms. If not for the Realm Spirit's reminder, The top 10 participants might not have erupted in advance for the sake of preserving their strength. For the other examinees, the pressure on them would be much less. However, now that they knew about seated participants in the second stage, they would definitely fight for it with all their might. This would simply be an apocalyptic disaster for the other participants. With the meticulous planning of these people, the participants below the top 10 became lambs to be slaughtered. The expressions of the many sovereign emperors in desolate cities' starry heavens changed somewhat. The expressions of the many eliminated participants on the Tao platform changed dramatically. As they watched the top 10 participants being slaughtered on the light screen, they felt that this was simply too cruel. Lord Shangguan, what's going on? A sovereign emperor could not help asking the purple-haired old man. With this, the difficulty of passing the first stage increased several-fold. Furthermore, it became even crueler and cold-blooded. The purple-haired old man replied sullenly, I just received the news. This is a last-minute decision by the Heavenly Alliance. There are simply too many participants this time. The Heavenly Alliance needs to use a stricter method to select participants. Otherwise, it will still be the same as before, unable to keep up with the other super factions. When the number of participants in the various secret realms reaches 100, the first stage of the test will end early. We can only wish them good luck now. The top 10 participants of the various secret realms were all incredibly strong existences. They had a suppressive advantage over the other participants. From the light screen, it could be seen that the top 10 candidates had all been eliminated. When the other participants erupted with their full power, it was simply a massacre. There were few exceptions. The number of participants in the various secret realms rapidly decreased. This was very scary and unbearable to watch. This was too cruel. The number of participants in this Heavenly Alliance's test exceeded 1 million. This was already the most difficult part. Now the Heavenly Alliance suddenly made such a move. This caught everyone off guard and was not easy to deal with. City Lord, things are not good. The strongest participant in Secret Realm 97, Gong Liangyu, has taken over Shao Chen's territory. Gong Liangyu. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor frowned slightly. He had an impression of this person. Gong Liangyu was the disciple of an old friend. At the age of 380, Gong Liangyu had already advanced to peak sovereign personage at the age of 100. His veritable essence energy, will, martial techniques, and various other aspects had already reached the limits of a sovereign personage. Gong Liangyu lacked only one fortuitous encounter to undergo his tribulation at any time and become a divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor. Gong Liangyu was far stronger than the previous Chong'ing. Even if Shao Chan grasped martial and soul as one, he would not be a match for Gong Liangyu. Gong Liangyu was too young. Gong Liangyu had been a peak sovereign personage for 280 years. If Gong Liangyu fought with Shao Chen, Gong Liangyu would hold a huge advantage in all aspects. If Shao Chen had another 50 years, he might not have feared Gong Liangyu. However, now no matter what, Gong Liangyu was Shao Chen's senior. When Gong Liangyu advanced to sovereign personage, Shao Chen might not have been born yet. It would not be fair for the two to fight. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said sullenly, if you run into Gong Liangyu, your chances of advancing are too slim. This Heavenly Alliance's test is too cruel. Even I cannot bear to watch. Old Chui sighed softly. How unfortunate. The Heavenly Alliance's last-minute change is too fatal. When the top 10 participants fought for the faux god spirit jades with their full power, some of the participants did not even have time to be rescued by the realm spirit and died in the secret realm. Such a situation was very rare in the past examinations. However, it happened in nearly every secret realm now. The eliminated people on the Tao platform suddenly rejoiced, rejoicing that they were eliminated early. The participants who lasted until the last 2 days were simply too miserable. Chapter 2097. Inside the Secret Realm. Shao Chun opened his heavenly eye and looked around, taking in the scene for 500,000 kilometers around. Gong Liangyu. Shao Chun finally saw this person clearly. Gong Liangyu wore azure-colored profound robes with threads of golden thread. He looked elegant and graceful, noble and extraordinary. This was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. After Gong Liangyu chased after the other participants who wanted to flee, they would lose in 3 moves at most. Was this exaggerated? It was not. However, when one's strength reached a certain level, one would have a suppressive advantage. Take Xiao Chun for example. If the other small perfection sovereign personages stood before him, they would die within 10 moves. Even a regular great perfection sovereign personage would end up getting crushed. However, the roles were reversed. As a sovereign personage, this Gong Liangyu stood even higher than Xiao Chun. This Gong Liangyu was not just a simple peak sovereign personage. The combat prowess that he displayed far surpassed that of other peak sovereign personages. Even that Chongying might not last more than 10 moves if Gong Liangyu unleashed his full power without holding anything back. Cultivation realm was only one of the factors that measured a cultivator's strength. Even if one's cultivation was the same, there might be a huge difference in strength. As Xiao Chun watched a participant getting massacred, he felt a little emotional. At the same time, he thought of a countermeasure. Under the observation of the heavenly eye, the faster those who fled, the faster they died. Gong Liangyu's movement technique was extremely strange. He was always one step faster than others, catching up to the fleeing people and mercilessly killing them. What movement technique does he cultivate? He is so fast that it is somewhat scary. Xiao Chun frowned slightly, feeling that this was not easy to deal with. Being in the range of Gong Liangyu's massacre inspired despair. If Xiao Chun faced the other top 10 experts, the situation might be much better. I'm not running anymore. I'll fight it out with him. Xiao Chun's heavenly eye saw that some people could not flee, so they roared and gathered 10 odd people to charge at Gong Liangyu. They should have done this long ago. Instead of running, they might as well counterattack. Whoosh! 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 When one was in despair, the potential that burst out of one's body would terrify even oneself. With nowhere to run, the 10 odd sovereign personages turned and charged at Gong Liangyu at the same time. There were all sorts of killing moves, continuous mysterious phenomena, and boundless Dao might. Xiao Chun, who was watching with his heavenly eye, felt that all these attacks had sealed off all the possible escape routes for Gong Liangyu. Facing more than 10 killer moves in the sky and on the ground, Gong Liangyu showed no expression as he stretched out his right hand. This was the first time Xiao Chun had seen Gong Liangyu's hand clearly. It was as white as jade and was even more beautiful than a woman's hand. Rumble! All sorts of killing moves arrived. The world changed color from the desperate counterattacks of these 10 odd sovereign personages. All sorts of phenomena appeared one after another. This battle represented the peak attack of these candidates. At this point he could no longer hold back. If it was Xiao Chun facing such an attack, he would temporarily retreat because there was no need to fight against a group of life-saving killer moves. The examinees who made a move only hoped to force Gong Liangyu back, not to win. He only hoped that he could force the other party to retreat and give himself a chance to escape. However, Gong Liangyu remained expressionless. He spread open his jade-white palm and grabbed. Then something strange happened. Many mysterious phenomena in the sky fell down like meteors. The weapons in many people's hands even fell to the ground with a schwa sound. The world spun, and the targets of many people's killing moves changed for no reason, landing on the ground. That space seemed to have become incomparably heavy. Countless killer moves were instantly broken by Gong Liangyu. The Earth Great Dao, this is a Dao domain. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. He thought to himself, these people are all going to die. The 10 odd sovereign personages paled in fright. They immediately turned around and fled. However, they were horrified to discover that the sovereign personages had already fled. However, they were horrified to discover that while they were in the air, they felt like their feet had sunk into a swamp. They had clearly brought out their movement techniques at full power, but they were like clowns swimming slowly in the air. Gong Liangyu's expression remained expressionless as he flicked his finger. A thick strand of black sword chi tore through the air. The sword intent was dense, and the sword aura was vast. Everywhere it passed, the other examinees died on the spot. Whoosh! 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 Heavy rain fell from the sky. It was the foe god spirit jades continuously falling. With a wave of his hand, Gong Liangyu collected all the foe god spirit jades in the air. Xiao Chun's expression remained calm as if he had just done something insignificant. Xiao Chun withdrew his heavenly eye and closed his eyes. After resting for a while, he opened them again. Xiao Chun could not think about leaving. The faster he went, the more likely Gong Liangyu would target him. The other party grasped the Earth Great Tao in a strange movement technique. If Gong Liangyu targeted him, there was no hope of escaping. Xiao Chan summoned out the little light figure and looked at his ranking. It had already jumped to 130th rank. If one could understand the meaning behind this ranking, they would be as startled as Xiao Chan. There was no point in thinking too much. Since Xiao Chan could not leave, he would just fight with his full power. Xiao Chan had more than 600,000 Fogod spirit jades on him. For the sake of the overall ranking, the other party would not let him off. Dang! Xiao Chan stabbed the tyrant saber into the ground beside him. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his mental state. He continuously copied the 10,000 dragons picture in his mind, storing up power and waiting to take action. Right now, Xiao Chan no longer thought about the Heavenly Alliance's test. He only hoped to go all out before an expert like Gong Liangyu, not leaving any regrets. Victory or defeat did not matter. As long as he did not get defeated in 10 moves and get eliminated before he could bring out anything, it would be too regrettable. Xiao Chan only wanted to fight to his heart's content, not leaving any regrets. At Desolate City's Starry Heavens Tao platform, Yun Fei appeared in the crowd with a slightly pale complexion. At the very last moment, he had managed to charge into the top 100 after much difficulty. In the end, he ran into the top 10 of Secret Realm 98, who did not give him a chance to execute the 13 wind controlling swords. Second brother, come over here. It was Lei Hao's voice. Yun Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lei Hao waving at him from not far away. You got eliminated as well? Yun Fei asked as he looked at Lei Hao after walking over. He could not help feeling even more depressed. At the same time, he blamed himself. Both of them were eliminated. It was over. Peach Blossom City's people did not even pass the first stage. Lei Hao consoled. Don't blame yourself too much. This Heavenly Alliance's test is too ridiculous. It is good that you survived and got eliminated. Furthermore, we still have a chance to enter the Loser's Arena. Don't be too disheartened. Loser's Arena? The Loser's Arena was even crueler. In previous years, the Loser's Arena had tens of thousands of people fighting in a chaotic battle royale. The remaining people would go on to the next round. This time, it would probably be a chaotic battle royale with 1 million people fighting for 100 spots. Yun Fei could only think about it. The requirements for strength and luck were too high. How is little brother Xiao Chan? Why don't I see him? Yun Fei looked around and did not see Xiao Chan on the Tao platform. He immediately felt somewhat worried. Several people had died in this Heavenly Alliance's test. Lei Hao pointed to a light screen and said, Look over there. Little brother Xiao Chan has gained glory for master this time. Even Lord Shangguan is full of praise for him. I heard that he grasped martial and soul as one. He even defeated a peak sovereign personage and made it into the top 210 days ago. When Yun Fei heard that, he could not help feeling startled. When he fought with Xiao Chan, although he knew that Xiao Chan held back some trump cards, Yun Fei knew that he had grasped martial and soul as one. However, Lei Hao thought to himself, even if Xiao Chan brought out all his trump cards, he should be undefeatable. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan was so ferocious, grasping martial and soul as one. Lei Hao sighed softly. Unfortunately, he is in Gong Liangyu's range. He is probably going to enter the Loser's Arena like us. Is this Gong Liangyu very strong? Very strong. He is on the same level as that Wu Meng in my secret realm. He was already a peak sovereign personage 200 years ago. Furthermore, he grasped the Earth Tao domain. Little brother Xiao Chan is in trouble. Lei Hao hoped that Xiao Chan could defeat this Gong Liangyu. However, reality told him that it would be too difficult. This Gong Liangyu had reached the limits of a sovereign personage in every aspect. Furthermore, he grasped a Tao domain. Based on the mysterious movement technique Gong Liangyu executed, he clearly had a fortuitous encounter and possessed great luck. Seems like he is targeting Xiao Chan. Yun Fei's expression changed slightly. Then, he saw an azure figure approaching from afar on the light screen for number 97. Immediately, the nearly 10,000 eliminated people on the Desolate City Tao platform focused their gazes on the light screen for number 97. Even the many sovereign emperors stopped chatting at this moment and looked over with grave expressions. After all, Xiao Chan came from the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's faction. He represented their desolate city test zone. No matter what, they hoped that Xiao Chun would perform well. Chapter 2098. Gong Liangyu frowned slightly. His 10 moves were each more ferocious than the last, not holding back at all. Xiao Chun's heart was pure, straightforward, and magnanimous. As expected, the Earth Dao domain had already spread out while Xiao Chun spoke. Boundless heaven and earth, body as a cauldron, sharp spirit finger. Just as that strand of sword chi was about to arrive, Xiao Chun calmly swung his tyrant saber. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes, an azure figure slowly descended at the limits of his vision. This scene frightened the onlookers. Their hearts skipped a beat. It's over. Xiao Chun, who had seen Gong Liangyu make a move before, had already expected all this. No one had ever seen or heard of Xiao Chun's method of blocking the other party's attack, startling everyone. City Lord Shangguan frowned slightly, thinking about something. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change. He remained silent as his figure flashed forward and threw another palm strike. Xiao Chun showed a cold and expressionless expression as he walked over step by step. His aura, which had already fallen, slowly soared as he walked. A strong wind howled and the sky changed color. When the saber and sword chi clashed, a dazzling and resplendent light burst out, instantly illuminating the light screen for Secret Realm 97 in a piercing white. Gong Liangyu's blurry figure gradually turned clearer in Xiao Chun's vision. Finally, he landed 1 kilometer away. Xiao Chun immediately felt heavy pressure. The spreading Earth Dao domain restricted his movement technique. When Xiao Chun's palm strike landed, the layered mountain images gathered into a heavy and ancient stone steel. Then it smashed down with absolute pressure. The strong contrast made Gong Liangyu look even stronger. Xiao Chun not only looked miserable but also humiliated. On the light screen for Secret Realm 97 with the starry heavens as the background, Gong Liangyu stood upright with his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Only Xiao Chun's head remained on the barren ground in front of him. Kill. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. At such a close distance, he felt the horror of this sword chi. Xiao Chun was not wrong. He would not lower his head or bend his back. No matter how difficult it was, he did not feel fear or regret. 200 years ago, Xiao Chun was already a peak sovereign personage. His strength went without saying. The eliminated cultivators on the desolate city Dao platform couldn't bear to watch such a humiliating scene. Why was this child so persistent? All the other candidates in this area had already been eliminated, leaving only Xiao Chun. But even so, he still felt pressured when facing them. That deadly sword light was already less than 10 meters away from Xiao Chun. However, not only did Xiao Chun not move, he even sheathed his saber. Even those sovereign emperors had grave expressions on their faces. They stared unblinkingly at the light screen 97, not willing to miss even the slightest detail. Even in such a situation, he still wanted to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Chun, and not give him any chance to turn things around. Primordial divine eyes, bloodline activation. Life ceaseless, battle ceaseless. The purple-haired old man also couldn't help but praise. Gong Liangyu flicked his finger, and a strand of dense sword chi shot towards Xiao Chun. However, there was no fear in his heart. At most he would just lose. Who could remain undefeated in this world? One only needed to be fearless and fight with one's full power. This move was too exquisite. Gong Liangyu showed everyone how to perfectly merge the Earth Dao domain with the sword chi. However, this move perfectly demonstrated what it meant to multitask, leaving no way out. Without overthinking, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Then he merged all his veritable essence energy, vital chi, and soul energy into one, silently circulating them. When the many eliminated cultivators on the desolate city Dao platform saw this scene, their hearts clenched. Xiao Chun drew the tyrant saber in the time it took for a spark to fly. A melodious saber hum ignited the hot-bloodedness in Xiao Chun's body. In that instant, a boundless battle hunger soared into the sky. The scene reappeared. Xiao Chun held his saber with one hand, dressed in white. His complexion was slightly pale, and dragon images circled him. His aura did not seem affected at all. Clearly, he was not injured. Good. When everyone saw Gong Liangyu make his move, they all sucked in a deep breath. Gong Liangyu could not be bothered to waste time. While his aura reached its peak, he threw a palm strike with his left hand. Then, he placed his right hand on the back of his left hand. Fight! What was even more unbearable was that even at this moment, Gong Liangyu still did not show mercy. Gong Liangyu found this slightly strange. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes, containing envy and disappointment. He said softly, "Who would underestimate a sovereign personage who grasped martial and soul as one? I can feel your surging battle hunger, and the hot-bloodedness burning in your body. This mental state and will are truly rare." Xiao Chun faced Gong Liangyu calmly. Then he said calmly, "This should be the first thing you said in the past 3 days. It looks like you still think highly of me. Many thanks. However, there is no need to pressure me with words. They are ineffective against me." Bang! Inside the secret realm, Xiao Chun lay on the ground with only his head remaining. His eyes were as clear as water and as bright as gems. From the start to the end, he did not show any fear or weakness. Xiao Chun smacked his left hand above his head. The instant he turned into a cauldron, he blocked the other party's sword chi and the stone steel image's suppression. Did you block it? Xiao Chun perfectly merged with the Earth Great Tao. There was nothing fancy about it, just a heavy and imposing aura. It's coming. Dragon Might and Tao Might merged into Xiao Chun's aura and erupted. Xiao Chun focused all his attention. How can it be like this? He actually wasted it at the crucial moment. Naturally, Lord Shangguan hoped that Xiao Chun could go further away from such an outstanding talent, gaining some face for Desolate City's test zone and Shangguan Guan. The most helpless thing was that Xiao Chun remained in the other party's Earth Great Tao. His movement technique was restricted, and he could bring out less than 80% of his strength. Gong Liangyu looked at Xiao Chun expressionlessly. He said indifferently, "You are rather smart. You are not like the others jumping around knowing that the faster you flee the faster you die. You are also not like the other fools taking the initiative to seek death. I am honored to tell you that you will be the last person I will kill in Secret Realm 97. However, since Xiao Chun was here, there was no need to complain. This was the path he chose. Even if he had to kneel, he had to persevere. He would not lower his head or bend his back. Even if someone trampled him into the dust, he would not give up on his perseverance. It's over. The horrifying explosive force did not even give Xiao Chun time to react. Gong Liangyu's palm wind slammed him into the ground. When the two palms layered over each other, the might that erupted from this palm strike surpassed the previous 9 moves combined. I can still breathe. Why do you think it's over? Only Gong Liangyu's head remained on the ground. Only the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could guess that Xiao Qian, a powerful demonic genius, had been chased out of the Divine Dragon Empire in a humiliating manner. From the start to the end, Xiao Chun had been suppressing his anger. He wanted to prove himself, to return to the Divine Dragon Empire. Whoosh! No one understood why Xiao Chun was so insistent. Not only did Xiao Chun block this sword strike, but he did so without getting injured at all. This immediately elicited cheers. This surpassed many people's expectations. Gong Liangyu's sword chi looks casual. In reality, every strand of it is his full power. The Earth Great Tao is naturally dense and dense. It looks ordinary, but in reality it is boundlessly vast, as heavy as a mountain. Almost all of the candidates were defeated by a wisp of his sword chi. Bang! Gong Liangyu did not give Xiao Chun any chance to catch his breath. In the next second, he retreated and arrived before Xiao Chun. I blocked it. Unfortunately, the more it is like this, the more serious I have to deal with it, the faster you will lose. It is destined that things will not go as you wish. After 10 moves, Xiao Chun's aura reached its peak. After that, his aura could no longer rise and slowly stabilized. It was like now, even though Xiao Chun knew that the Heavenly Alliance's test was unfair, he could not do anything about it. Boom! The Realm Spirit had not forcefully sent Xiao Chun away yet, which meant that he still had the strength to fight. If not for the Tao domain spreading out on the ground, the might of this palm strike could have reduced the land for 500,000 kilometers around to nothing. Whoosh! This Gong Liangyu is really not giving him a way out. Fortunately, this beautiful light lasted for only an instant before quickly fading. However, others could roughly guess what had happened. Xiao Chun was a rare demonic genius. Furthermore, he happened to come from the Desolate City test zone. When Xiao Chan stubbornly used the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat Qin Ming, who used the Emperor Dragon Fist, in Divine Dragon City, he had already expressed his stance. Xiao Qin's palm technique looked simple, but it was heavy and dense. It was like he had thrown out many tall mountains. The dragon race bloodline in Xiao Qin's body made him yearn for the empire that chased him out. Xiao Qin was not done yet. At this moment his left hand moved as well. He held two fingers together and formed a sword light that pierced into Xiao Qin's face. Right after Gong Liangyu spoke, he ferociously raised his hand. That jade-white hand looked even more beautiful at close range. This was a hand that countless people envied. It was a hand of uncanny workmanship, meticulously carved yet natural. This is the final move. I'll send you out. Xiao Qin's hand slowly turned golden. The Dao platform set the place abuzz. Everyone felt incredibly anxious, eager to know what would happen next. Was there a need to risk his life in a battle that he was sure to lose? Could he not admit defeat? Retreat, Gong Liangyu said indifferently. Then he stepped forward and stomped, trying to crush Xiao Qin's head. The most crucial thing was the sword light that Xiao Qin's left hand had pierced into Xiao Qin's face. Sensing that he could not get close at all, Gong Liangyu decisively scattered the stone steel and the sword qi before retreating. No matter how difficult it was, he would persevere on the path he chose. In the future, he would use his own method to return to the empire and prove himself. He is not dead yet? A sovereign emperor on the throne sighed softly. Clearly, this Gong Liangyu did not want to waste time with Xiao Chan. He used his full power, not underestimating Xiao Chan at all. Pusiai. Xiao Chan was only 47 years old. He had advanced to sovereign personage only a few years ago. His innate disadvantage already sealed his fate. If Xiao Chan tried to dodge this sword qi with his movement technique, he would definitely die. Xiao Chan blocked this attack with some difficulty. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he took 3 steps back. This works. Xiao Chan slowly stood up. Gong Liangyu's words contained absolute confidence. However, the deeper meaning was somewhat terrifying. Xiao Chan, who was recuperating with his eyes closed, felt a strong aura slowly approaching him from afar. Amid the chain of palm images, Xiao Chan occasionally switched to a sword technique to attack, which was even more crafty and sinister. When Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, soul energy, and vital qi all merged into one and filled his entire body, he stretched out 2 fingers. To everyone's surprise, he used these 2 fingers to clamp down on that sword light. In mere moments 10 moves passed. Xiao Chen's white robes were already stained with blood. His wounds were a ghastly sight, inspiring heartache. Xiao Chan did not bother saying anything. His coldness and ruthlessness inspired despair. Everyone who saw him felt a chill run down their spines, feeling like they had fallen into an ice cave. The descending stone steel thoroughly suppressed Xiao Chan. If not for his innate divine body, his physical body would have been crushed. Everyone felt heartache. Even the purple-haired old man, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, felt his eyes moisten. Palm strike after palm strike, Gong Liangyu continuously sent out palm strike after palm strike. With each palm strike, the scene on the light screen shook for a long time. This battle had been unfair from the start. Gong Liangyu, who had lived for more than 400 years, had already reached the limits of a sovereign personage in all aspects. Chapter 2099. With a thought, Xiao Chan extended his hand, and a vast, boundless, blurry picture of 10,000 dragons soaring in the sky appeared. Gong Liangyu, who felt that it was over, relaxed for a moment. His perfect aura revealed some openings. Such a scene was very exciting, making one's blood boil. Everyone in Secret Realm 97, no matter where they were, could see this shocking scene when they raised their heads. The moment Xiao Chan activated his bloodline, it instantly blasted apart the Earth Dao domain that covered the ground. At the same time, 3 Dao might layered over Xiao Chen's body, working with his bloodline power. One could see a trace of scarlet shadow coalescing in the thousands of sword images. The rubble and dust from the explosion piled up like a mountain. Gong Liangyu was in there. His status unknown. However, this thought only lasted for an instant before Gong Liangyu's expression changed. The surging dragon might gathered on Xiao Chen's body, causing Xiao Chen's aura to erupt again, continuously climbing. Even a fool could tell that this was not the right time to clash head-on with Xiao Chan. Gong Liangyu felt sullen and upset. However, his shocking rationality suppressed all rash actions, remaining incredibly calm. Right now, if Xiao Chan did not admit defeat and let the realm spirit send him out, he might die to this 10,000 swords returning to the heart. After awakening the blue dragon divine body, Xiao Chan could endure even more of the ancient energy from his great desolate Ian bloodline. Is that it? Xiao Chan roared and the berserk dragons quietened down. The earlier ferocity and berserk instantly vanished. Gong Liangyu had not expected his sure kill trump card to be so useless before Xiao Chan. By the time Gong Liangyu recovered his wits, the picture suddenly descended and suppressed him. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes vanished completely. Dressed in white, he fell to the ground somewhat weakly. Although this was his first time encountering the Earth Dao domain, Xiao Chan was more than 70% confident of breaking this Earth Dao domain. How can it be like this? Boom! 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 Heaven's unfairness. Only I am supreme. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the scene in the secret realm was earth-shattering. The examinees on this side were all scared silly. A foot as large as a mountain trampled him down. Kacha! Kacha! Xiao Chan crushed the image of the mountain behind him as it rose up from the ground. When the scroll was unfurled, the entire sky was filled with dazzling golden light. Gong Liangyu did not panic in the face of danger. His figure moved backward, trying to buy himself some time to come up with a plan. Xiao Chan snorted coldly. Buddhist divine ability, Dharma world. Seeing that Xiao Chan had no intention of admitting defeat, Gong Liangyu's eyes flashed with hostility as he spoke coldly. The reason why it had never been broken. Xiao Chan broke the restrictions of Gong Liangyu's Earth Dao domain on his movement technique. Xiao Chan instantly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's leaderless dragons. Immediately, 10,000 dragons soared into the air behind him, roaring. Furthermore, with the support of Xiao Chen's bloodline, the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist reached a horrifying level. Anyone would feel unbearable pain as Xiao Chan stomped down. An ordinary sovereign personage would probably turn into meat paste with one stomp. In 3 seconds, Xiao Chan stomped a total of 100 times. After 100 stomps, Dharma world came to an end. After enduring the final strike of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Gong Liangyu, who had been suppressed for a long time, erupted. A terrifying aura soared up from his body, and the image of an ancient mountain rose up from the ground behind him. Gong Liangyu showed doubt for the first time since the fight started. He was stunned for a moment. Gong Liangyu brought out his Earth Dao domain to its limits. However, just as the mountain was about to soar into the clouds. Oh no! The might of this secret technique already rivals that of an ordinary strike of a divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor. Congratulations to all the participants. The 100 spots for Secret Realm 97 have been decided. Those who survive will be qualified to participate in the second round of the test. Gong Liangyu felt suspicious in his heart. Did Xiao Chen's attack end here? Just as Gong Liangyu's foot was about to stomp down, Xiao Chen's great desolate Ian bloodline instantly activated. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change. He moved his hands unhurriedly, sending out dense sword images. In that case, let's fight to our heart's content, fighting to the death. He successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. Why did Ancestor Dragon City not take him in? With the support of the 10,000 dragons picture, although Gong Liangyu fought steadily, he was still forced back step by step. This was a scene that no one expected. The strongest expert in Secret Realm 97, Gong Liangyu, slaughtered all the participants within 500,000 kilometers. This is the Supreme Dragon Fist. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change, but his murderous intent soared in his heart. I'll let you be arrogant for now. Let's see how long you can erupt for. He could no longer tolerate this kind of entanglement with Xiao Chan, a 47-year-old sovereign personage. Not admitting defeat. In that case, die. This was definitely a trump card that Gong Liangyu planned to use in the second stage of the test. Gong Liangyu, who originally thought that he would be severely injured, executed his killing move the instant Xiao Chen's Dharma world came to an end. Amidst the loud noise, one mountain peak after another was snapped in half. The scene on the light screen trembled endlessly. One could only see Xiao Chen's gargantuan feet descend mercilessly over and over again. Bang! The spectators were flabbergasted, feeling incredibly shocked. After receiving this punch, Gong Liangyu felt his internal organs crack as he got knocked back 500,000 kilometers. 10,000 tall mountain peaks rising from the ground. Gong Liangyu continuously shattered the dragon images flying at him. Because time was limited, Gong Liangyu needed to wait for the best opportunity to make a move. However, Gong Liangyu was too unfathomable. The thousands of sword lights filled with scarlet images bounced back with tinkling sounds, unable to break this painting. The universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame turned into a pair of yin and yang fish, chasing each other in the starry heavens of the secret realm. The reversal of the situation on the light screen for Secret Realm 97 excited all the participants and the sovereign emperors in the entire desolate city. The thousands of dragon images looked solid, carrying Xiao Chen's hot-bloodedness and pride as they charged endlessly at Gong Liangyu like a torrential storm. The Supreme Dragon Fist was one of the 3 most ferocious offensive fist techniques in the world. Xiao Chen could not clash head-on with it. A resplendent and dazzling sun-like light burst out from Gong Liangyu's chest. In the next moment, thousands of sword lights shot out from his chest. Even though Xiao Chen already held a huge advantage, he did not relax at all. He was cold and emotionless, inspiring despair. Gong Liangyu was forced back by Xiao Chen. After enduring the full set of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Gong Liangyu, who felt incredibly sullen, seized the perfect opportunity after Xiao Chen finished executing his fist lights to erupt with power. A painting appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Then he unhurriedly tossed it into the air. However, Xiao Chen forced Gong Liangyu to execute it in this stage of the test. Heaven Dragon regrets. Commanding the dragons. A vast and boundless Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram covered the starry heavens, spreading throughout the secret realm. Furthermore, Gong Liangyu was forced into such a situation. He did not dare to imagine how the powerhouses of his test zone would view him. When Gong Liangyu executed the Supreme Dragon Fist smoothly, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He had already been knocked back 500,000 kilometers, arriving in the territory of another one of the top 10 participants. A figure covered in wounds and disheveled hair charged out of a pile of rubble, looking very miserable. When this foot landed, the surrounding tall mountains all flew away. The ground cracked and countless peaks appeared. Whoosh! 10,000 Dragons picture, Supreme Dragon Fist. The little light figure appeared before everyone in the secret realm's void and announced the end of the test. Great desolate divine eyes, bloodline activated. Endless life, endless battle. Gong Liangyu's body trembled slightly, and he turned into a 3-kilometer-long saber. Gong Liangyu looked up, stunned. Punch after punch, Gong Liangyu showed a bitter expression as he clenched his teeth and held on, continuously getting pushed back. Yin-Yang burst. Rumble. Everyone said that Gong Liangyu was ruthless, cold, and emotionless. However, when this Xiao Chen showed his ruthlessness, it was even more chilling. My goodness! This truly lives up to being one of the 3 most ferocious fist techniques in the world. Even Gong Liangyu does not dare to challenge its sharpness. Xiao Chen revealed his true form and hovered in the air. The golden light in his eyes had already dimmed. The duration of his bloodline was about to end. 10,000 swords returning to the heart. The offensive aura coming from Xiao Chen was incredibly terrifying. It was like an ancient great desolate Ian roaring at him. Every sword strike contained a drop of Gong Liangyu's heartblood. This terrifying killing move made the cultivators outside the light screen suck in a breath of cold air. Xiao Chen did not give up. He continued to wait. Now this opportunity finally appeared before him. As Xiao Chen pointed with one hand, this vast Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram descended on Gong Liangyu. At this moment, Xiao Chen's aura suppressed Gong Liangyu for the first time. After fighting with the black and white eggs for 4 years, Xiao Chen was no stranger to the Dao domain. I can still breathe. Why do you say that it's over? However, how could Xiao Chen give Gong Liangyu this opportunity? He immediately executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, the strongest martial technique of the dragon race. Xiao Chen grabbed ferociously with his right hand, and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram exploded. The terrifying might of the flames radiated out, killing many of the participants who could not dodge in time. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy surged, and his blood surged. As a vast dragon roar rang out, 10,000 dragons attacked when he punched. Die. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen activated his bloodline and unleashed his full power. For a short time, his cultivation was no weaker than a peak sovereign personage. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Upon seeing the terrifying secret technique that Gong Liangyu executed in the secret realm, the sovereign emperors in Desolate City's starry heavens immediately saw how extraordinary the 10,000 swords returning to the heart was. Chapter 2100. The first stage ended. Inside Secret Realm 97, Xiao Chan looked at his ranking, 98th. Gong Liangyu, who ranked first, had 4 million Fogod Spirit Jades, still ranked first. He is not dead yet? As Xiao Chan looked at the 3-kilometer-tall pile of rubble, he entered deep thought. Of the elemental great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, the earth great Tao was the most resilient. The saying "as firm as a boulder," or "as stable as a mountain" described cultivators who cultivated the earth great Tao. Earth was also the foundation of many elemental great Tao. The many great Tao in the world evolved from the earth great Tao. The elemental great Tao did not differ in strength. However, one had to admit that cultivators who grasped the earth great Tao were more difficult to deal with. The earth great Tao was also one of the more difficult elemental great Tao to cultivate. It was extremely incredible that Gong Liangyu could break through the earth great Tao to the Tao domain. Whoosh! The rubble in front flowed like water, and Gong Liangyu slowly emerged from it. Participant Gong Liangyu, congratulations. You ranked 13th overall in the first stage. Ranking 13th meant that Gong Liangyu would not be a seeded participant in the second stage. This was a significant blow to Gong Liangyu, who was determined to rank within the top 10. You should rejoice that the test is over. Gong Liangyu looked coldly at Xiao Chan. It was all because of this person. If not for Xiao Chan would have been able to rank within the top 10. Indeed, when the great desolate Ian bloodline vanished, the test ended. You are overthinking. Luck is also a part of strength. No matter how lucky I am, I obtained this result through hard work and perseverance. It had to be said that this was Xiao Chen's luck. However, this was also the result he obtained after persevering. Xiao Chan was very open-minded, not feeling as conflicted or dissatisfied as Gong Liangyu. To Xiao Chan, it was already a pretty good result to be able to enter the next stage. More than 1 million participants gathered in the entire martial epoch. This was a super test for sovereign personages under 500 years old. The first stage eliminated more than 900,000 participants. Xiao Chan already felt satisfied that he did not get eliminated. As for talking about luck, it seemed a little petty. Without perseverance and doing everything he could, he would not be able to enjoy luck. Humph. I hope you won't run into me in the next round. Gong Liangyu snorted coldly as a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Now he felt that Gong Liangyu wasn't that scary anymore. If he really felt that he had only relied on luck to pass this stage, if he were to meet the other party in the second test, he might not have to put himself in such a sorry state. In the secret realm, the bodies of the remaining 100 people started to fade as they were teleported out by the realm spirit. Xiao Chen's body flickered as he appeared on the starry sky Dao pillar in Desolate City. As soon as he appeared, he was shocked to find that he was surrounded by nothing but empty land. The examinees who had been eliminated had already taken the initiative to make way for Xiao Chan and the other examinees. Apart from him, there was only one person in the entire Barren City assessment area who had passed the first test. Everyone else would have to go through the loser's bracket and undergo rounds of cruel battles to obtain a limited number of spots. Nangongfeng, Sovereign Emperor Xing Ji's disciple. A person at the side greeted Xiao Chan and reported his name. Xiao Chan nodded slightly and said, Xiao Chan, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciple. At the mention of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, a strange look flashed in Nangongfeng's eyes. When Xiao Chen discovered that only he and Nangongfeng had passed the first test, he found it somewhat strange. This Desolate City assessment area is too unlucky. Nangongfeng glanced at Xiao Chan and said indifferently, Desolate City is just a transit point. There are not many experts here, so it is only average in the first place. The results of this test are very polarized. The three dynasties' assessment areas occupy 60% of the spots. The special astral zones assessment areas account for 20%. Many of the other assessment areas were even completely wiped out. The Heavenly Alliance was a super faction that spanned the entire Great Thousand Realms. However, the three dynasties which occupied Great Luck had more true experts. As for the so-called special astral zones, they were only those that were far from the central Great Realm. However, due to many factors, the spiritual energy of these outer regions was no weaker than that of the central Great Realm. They even gave birth to special secret realms that could nurture many experts. Whoosh! 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 The thrones of the purple-haired old man and the group of sovereign emperors flew to the two. City Lord Shangguan revealed a smile and said, "Congratulations to the two of you for passing the first test." In the end, the Heavenly Alliance changed the rules before dying. I thought that the desolate city assessment area would be completely wiped out. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu. Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Present. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Sovereign Emperor Xinggu stood up and appeared. Then, they arrived before the purple-haired old man and bowed respectfully. The two of you, each lead a disciple and bring glory to my desolate city assessment area. I will reward you well. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu. I will give you 100 million primeval heavenly pills, 100 subdivine crystals, and a 10,000-year-old herb king. You can choose whatever you want in the treasure pavilion. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu revealed an expression of joy. Subdivine crystals were peak-grade spirit jades, extremely rare. Obtaining 100 of them would be a great fortune to a sovereign emperor. As for primeval heavenly pills, they were somewhat insignificant. However, 100 million was a completely different matter. The so-called 10,000-year-old herb king referred to natural treasures that were more than 100,000 years old. They were treasures that could extend one's life at any time. The other sovereign emperors revealed envious expressions. The rewards for this test were several times higher than before. However, this made sense when they thought about it. There were more than 1 million participants, and the Heavenly Alliance changed the rules at the last minute. No amount of rewards would be too much for someone who could lead the participants through the first test under such circumstances. Otherwise, City Lord Shangguan wouldn't be able to keep his face if everyone in the desolate city's examination area was wiped out. As for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, I really do not know how to reward you this time. To think that you managed to bring out a powerful demonic genius who grasped martial and soul as one at the age of 47. Furthermore, you even passed the first test. You have given me a pleasant surprise. The purple-haired old man's gaze fell on the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, and he naturally revealed a smile. Lord Shangguan, you are too serious. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor replied politely. The purple-haired old man laughed loudly and said, I am not exaggerating. Earlier, several Heavenly Alliance Cordoyans asked me about Xiao Chan. He expressed his willingness to accept Xiao Chan into the Heavenly Alliance. I am truly flattered. This has never happened in the 10,000 years I have been in Desolate City. Ha ha ha. The moment Xiao Chan said that, the surrounding sovereign emperors burst into an uproar, feeling incredibly shocked. Within the Heaven Alliance, aside from the Alliance Master and the Deputy Alliance Master, the Law Kings held the highest position. For example, the purple-haired elder was only a Grand Elder, not a core Grand Elder. However, the purple-haired elder was a bit special. He had to oversee Desolate City. Although he was a Grand Elder, his status and authority were not inferior to that of a core Grand Elder. Most of the doyens in the other regions were nine-vein sovereign emperors. Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor also had a chance to become a doyen. However, he didn't care much about it, so he retreated. Now, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu was doing his best to climb up the ranks and become one of the Heavenly Alliance's doyens. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu and his disciple Nangong Feng showed envy and shock on their faces. To think that a core doyen took a fancy to Xiao Chan. This was a blessing that could not be obtained even in several lifetimes, something that Nangong Feng did not even dare to dream about. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu felt even more depressed. If Xiao Chan were his disciple, he might have directly become a doyen with this contribution. To think that such a good thing fell into the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's lap. No matter how Sovereign Emperor Xinggu thought about it, he felt uncomfortable. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt slightly startled. He had not expected a court doyen to notice Xiao Chun. Previously, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was only one step away from becoming a doyen. He knew very well how horrifying the strength of the court doyens, who were above doyens, was. The court doyens had the authority to bring the disciple they fancied into the Heavenly Alliance. However, the court doyens could use such authority only once or twice at most. The Heavenly Alliance was a superfaction made up of many peak merchant associations. For the sake of the Heavenly Alliance's continuous operation, it needed strict alliance rules. The Heavenly Alliance's test was one of the most serious matters of the Heavenly Alliance. No mistakes could be tolerated. Even the court doyens could use such authority only once or twice for Xiao Chun. This showed how much they valued Xiao Chun. For a court doyen to be willing to use this privilege that could only be used once or twice for Xiao Chun showed how much they valued Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun might not understand the significance of this, but these sovereign emperors understood it very well. Xiao Chun, what's your decision? If you are willing, you can formally join the Heavenly Alliance without needing to participate in the second stage. The purple-haired old man said softly as he looked at Xiao Chun. The purple-haired old man entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, "Very well. I'll tell you the information of these court doyens in private." The purple-haired old man entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, "All right. I'll tell you the information of these court doyens in private." "Thank you, Lord Shangguan." At the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's signal, Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute, thanking the purple-haired old man. The purple-haired old man looked at the other participants and said, "The second stage will be held 10 days from now. If you want to participate in the loser's arena, make your preparations and come 10 days from now. If you are not willing, those who still have faux god spirit jades can exchange them for some resources you need in Desolate City." Thank you, Lord Shangguan. Chapter 2101. After the purple-haired old man finished speaking, he left with the group of Desolate City's upper echelon. The first stage of the test came to an end. Brother Peach Blossom, you are really lucky. I brought 10 odd people into the Heavenly Alliance and worked hard for more than 1,000 years, but I cannot compare to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's good disciple. Sovereign Emperor Xingge said somewhat eccentrically as he walked over. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and said, "I was indeed lucky. I'll take my leave first. I still have to discuss the court doyen's invitation with Xiao Chun." Humph! Seeing the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's indifferent attitude, even bringing up the matter of the court doyens taking a fancy to Xiao Chun, Sovereign Emperor Xingge felt disgusted. Even if Sovereign Emperor Xingge wanted to lose his temper, he could only hold it in. After a while, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and the others returned to Desolate City via the Starry Heaven Dao platform. They found a residence near the overflowing sea to settle down. The highest pavilion of the residence had a window on the top floor, which allowed one to see the vast, radiant overflowing sea. At this moment, Xiao Chun and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor were alone in the pavilion. The others had already left. "Xiao Chun, do you know why I was not in a rush to get you to agree to Lord Shangguan on the Dao platform?" Xiao Chun felt suspicious. "I don't know." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor went to the window and looked at the overflowing sea. After some thought he said, "Within the Heavenly Alliance the court doyens are below the Alliance Chief and the Vice Alliance Chief. Catching the eye of a court doyen is extremely rare. It is an extravagant hope that many people do not even dare to dream of. I was afraid that you would be too excited and unable to make a decision. Hence, I wanted you to calm down before making a decision that truly follows your heart." Xiao Chun thought about it. At that time he had indeed felt a surge of emotions. Suddenly hearing such good news while being stared at by tens of thousands of eyes, his emotions fluctuated greatly. There is one more thing. Catching the eye of a court doyen might not be a good thing. Feeling confused, Xiao Chun asked, "Why is that?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave Xiao Chun a deep look. After hesitating for a moment he said, "Compared to the other super factions, the Heavenly Alliance's internal structure is much more complicated because it is made up of merchant associations. The level of chaos here was much worse than that of the veteran super factions like the Bushin Palace, the Universe Origin Sect, the Hidden Spirit Temple, and the Profound Heaven Holy Land. Not all of them are good people. Factional struggles are also quite intense." Originally, these things were very far away from you. My original intention was for you to rely on your own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance. This way it would be easier for you to be respected and you would have more freedom. Let me put it more bluntly. If you rely on the Cordoyans to support you and enter the Heavenly Alliance, you will not be able to do so. If you want to retreat in the future with this favor, how can you retreat? If I'm not careful, I might get caught up in the conflict between the factions and sink deeper and deeper. It'll be even more troublesome if I can't retreat even if I wanted to. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words held a deeper meaning. It seemed like he had been forced to retreat from Peach Blossom City for some reason back then. Now he didn't want Xiao Chun to repeat his mistakes. Xiao Chun was still fine. At the very least, he had retired and was in a half-hidden state, no longer caring about the Heavenly Alliance's matters. He knew that Xiao Chun joined the Heavenly Alliance because the Heavenly Alliance had more freedom. If Xiao Chun ended up being tied down, Xiao Chun might feel vexed. When Xiao Chun heard that, he entered deep thought. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words calmed him down completely. Indeed, if Xiao Chun could not leave the Heavenly Alliance in the future because of this favor, the losses would outweigh the gains. There's no rush. It will not be too late to make a decision after I know which senior elder took a liking to you. There are also many rather neutral Cordoyans in the Heavenly Alliance. There is no need to rush. Many thanks, City Lord. Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute. It's fine. You can withdraw first and make your preparations. You might have to participate in the second stage 10 days later. However, Xiao Chun did not leave. He showed a hesitant expression, like he wanted to say something. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked, "Is there something else?" "Yes. I would like to borrow primeval heavenly pills from City Lord." Xiao Chun had always been decisive and rarely hesitated. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed about borrowing primeval heavenly pills. How much? At least 3,000 primeval heavenly pills. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor raised his eyebrows and sighed softly. Then he walked over and placed a hand on Xiao Chun's shoulder. After a while, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor revealed an expression of understanding. "It turns out that you have been stuck at the bottleneck of small perfection sovereign personage for close to 2 years already. The resources needed to break through the bottleneck are indeed astronomical. 30 million primeval heavenly pills might not be enough. How about this? I'll lend you 50 million primeval heavenly pills and return you a rank 7 cloud-breaking pill. That way, you will have a better chance of breaking through to great perfection sovereign personage." After the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor understood, he felt very forthright, not hesitating at all. After a pause, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor continued, "You don't have to feel like you owe me a favor. You and I are helping each other. By letting you participate in the test, I do not need to be criticized for not doing anything. Furthermore, Lord Shangguan will give me a reward that will not be lesser than this." Xiao Chun nodded slightly. However, he still owed the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor a favor in his heart. No matter what, without the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, Xiao Chun would not have been able to enter the Heavenly Alliance's test. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor lent him 50 million primeval heavenly pills on a whim, even giving him a rank 7 heavenly pill. Xiao Chun admired the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's forthrightness. "However, are you sure you want to break through at this time? Once you fail, you will have to recuperate for half a month. After that, the Heavenly Alliance's test will be over." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chun cautiously. Xiao Chun received the storage ring that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him. Then he said calmly, "I've already made up my mind. Given Gong Liangyu's strength, I estimate that he will rank within the top 100. Right now I find it hard to even block him. If I do not improve, I do not have much hope of passing the test." Good. With a great battle ahead, it is not impossible to cut off all means of retreat. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded and personally sent Xiao Chun off. After returning to his room, Xiao Chun thought to himself, 50 million primeval heavenly pills. If I work hard and do not have any fortuitous encounters, I will have to work hard for at least 2 years. This time, Xiao Chun not only wanted to use this opportunity to break through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, but also break through to the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 11th layer in one go, and comprehend the Thunder Dao domain. Xiao Qian's saber Dao still had flaws that he could not fix. However, he had never slacked off on his thunder Dao. He grasped the 5-element divine lightning and the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning, hidden in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Qian's thunder Dao was not much weaker than his saber Dao. Every time the purple thunder divine incantation broke through a layer, Xiao Qian had to undergo a lightning tribulation. The 11th lightning tribulation would definitely be extremely terrifying, but if he could survive it, he would definitely be able to survive it. However, if Xiao Qian successfully cleared it, his understanding of the Thunder Dao would definitely reach a new level. The Thunder Dao domain would be within his grasp. If everything went according to plan, Xiao Qian would be able to advance to great perfection sovereign personage and grasp the Thunder Dao domain within 10 days. At that time, the increase in strength would not be just a little bit. Even if Xiao Qian did not bring out all his trump cards, he would have a 60% chance of defeating Gong Liangyu. Cultivation was secondary. The most important thing was the Dao domain. Without a Dao domain, Xiao Qian would be at a disadvantage. With the Earth Dao domain, Gong Liangyu would naturally be undefeatable when facing Xiao Qian. There would come a time when he could turn things around. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor is right. If I rely on Cordoyans to enter the Heavenly Alliance, I will definitely face many restrictions and not have much freedom. Actually, this is not in line with my character. I can only grasp the initiative by relying on myself. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes. At this moment his heart was clear. After thinking it through he felt relaxed. More importantly, Xiao Qian also felt proud in his heart. Everyone believed that he was too young and would find it hard to pass this Heavenly Alliance's test. Since everyone believed that he could not rely on his own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance, then he would prove it to everyone. Even if he was only 47 years old, he could still rely on his own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance. As long as one lived, one had to possess inextinguishable confidence. Why can't I do the same? Divine Universe Steel. With a thought, the Divine Universe Steel flew out of Xiao Qian's body. Then, his figure flashed and entered the steel. The Dao platform in the steel was even larger than Desolate City's Starry Heaven's Dao platform. A blood moon hung high above the Dao platform. Whoosh! Xiao Qian turned into a beam of light and directly entered the blood moon. Then the Divine Universe Steel in the room vanished into thin air. A white figure slowly descended from the blood moon in the Blue Dragon, Ancient City's secret realm. The black and white eggs, the two chatterboxes, boasted excitedly on top of a dilapidated, ancient palace. Black Egg looked up and exclaimed somewhat excitedly, "Look! Is Egg back?" White Egg looked in the direction Black Egg pointed. Haha, really is Egg. He probably needs a beating. Come. I can't wait anymore. Chapter 2102. The Land of the Blood Moon. Before Xiao Qian landed, he saw the black and white eggs flying towards him. It has only been a short while. Why are you coming back already? Black Egg asked Xiao Qian after landing, feeling it was strange. White Egg cackled and said, "Could it be that you are really asking for a beating?" Xiao Qian said, "With your current strength you are not a match for me. If anyone is going to be beaten up, it will be me." Nonsense. Come. Let's have a spar. The black and white eggs immediately felt unconvinced. They took up a stance wanting to fight Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and said, "There's no rush. I will fight you after I break through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage and grasp a Dao domain. When you reach Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, we can adjust our strength to peak Sovereign Personage. If we work together, we can be considered unrivaled among Sovereign Personages. Are you sure you want to fight us?" The black and white eggs gave Xiao Qian strange looks. They were both faux gods and would always be one cultivation level higher than Xiao Qian. Is that so? I look forward to it. I hope that you can give me a pleasant surprise. A fighting spirit flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes as he said seriously, "The stronger the black and white eggs were, the higher his chances of clearing the second stage would be. Are you serious? How did you manage to obtain so many resources in such a short time? Could it be that you are being chased and are hiding here?" Xiao Qian looked around and chose a place to break through. Then he said casually, "I borrowed resources from others. I will have to return them in the future." The black and white eggs chatted softly as they watched Xiao Qian leave, finding it strange. He is in too much of a rush. I wonder what he experienced outside for him to want to break through to great perfection sovereign personage now. Right. Although he reached the bottleneck of small perfection sovereign personage long ago, his chances of breaking through will be much higher after a few years. Let's wait. I hope nothing happens to Egg. Otherwise, it will not be fun. Breaking through to great perfection sovereign personage was definitely risky. If one failed, one would have to recuperate for several months at best. The Heavenly Alliance's test was filled with experts and experts. Xiao Chun cut off all means of retreat, staking everything on one throw. In any case, Xiao Chun no longer had a way out. If he did not advance to great perfection sovereign personage and grasp a Dao domain, he basically had no hope of passing the test. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out. Breaking through in the land of the Blood Moon was actually more difficult than in the outside world because the spirit chi there was much sparser. However, the benefits were also very obvious. It was quiet enough, and there was nothing to be afraid of, no commotion. Xiao Chun chose a spot and laid a spirit gathering formation. Then he casually waved his hand, and more than 10 million primeval heavenly pills immediately spread over the formation. The dense spiritual energy scattered everywhere, but it was all absorbed by the spirit gathering formation, not a single bit dissipating. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed in the center of the formation. Primeval heavenly pills floated around him. Closing his eyes, he sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his energy. The tens of thousands of primeval heavenly pills immediately sank and entered the spirit gathering formation. Then the formation compressed and condensed it, surging into Xiao Chen's body in the center of the formation, wave after wave of impact. Spiritual energy flowed through his meridians and surged over like ferocious beasts. An ordinary sovereign personage's physical body would not have been able to endure such an impact. However, Xiao Chun had an acquired divine body. He calmly allowed his body to withstand the impact and directed the spiritual energy into his primal core. When a martial artist cultivated, the Yuan Dan was the vessel. To put it simply, it was to make the container bigger and stronger. But in reality, it was much more complicated. A breakthrough in cultivation. Not only could it withstand more true essence, but most importantly, it could also change the quality of true essence, making it more condensed and vigorous. True essence was the foundation of all martial skills, cultivation methods, and secret techniques. If two people had the same cultivation methods, martial skills, and mystic techniques, if the quality of their true essence was different, then there would be a clear difference in strength. Sovereign personage had 4 stages. Every breakthrough was as difficult as ascending to heaven. If not for the fact that Xiao Chun was exceptionally talented, possessed the great desolate era bloodline, and had cultivated the acquired divine body, he would not have been able to survive. It was impossible for Xiao Chun to have a chance to break through to great perfection sovereign personage within 4 years. Time passed slowly. Xiao Chun's breakthrough to great perfection sovereign personage did not go smoothly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Xiao Chun had exhausted 30 million primeval heavenly pills. During this time, Xiao Chun ran into many dangerous situations. His complexion flickered, and his life force weakened. This worried the black and white eggs, who were watching from afar. I have to use the cloud-breaking pill. Xiao Chun flicked his finger and took out the rank 7 cloud-breaking pill that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him. When the cloud-breaking pill entered Xiao Chun's mouth, it melted like a clump of flame, instantly igniting the spiritual energy in his body. The intensity of his spiritual energy instantly increased several-fold. After using the cloud-breaking pill, he had to use it in one go, staking it all on one throw. Otherwise, once this spiritual energy was extinguished, all his previous efforts would be for naught, leaving him with no way out. This egg is really worrying, Black Egg said somewhat worriedly. The best way to make a breakthrough is to wait for the conditions to be right. There is no need to forcefully break through. Egg can do that. However, she is in too much of a rush. If she uses resources to forcefully break through, she will have to bear this risk, White Egg said softly. White Egg said softly. Its tone was similarly filled with unconcealable worry. Although the 2 combat puppets were heartless and did not hold back when they beat up Xiao Qian, they had known each other for a few years. However, they had known each other for a few years after all. They had some feelings for each other. so they did not want anything to happen to him. Boom! Just as the two discussed, a terrifying might and pressure suddenly erupted from Xiao Qin's body. A dragon roar resounded in the surroundings from his body. Xiao Qin's aura underwent a drastic change, undergoing a complete transformation. Great perfection, sovereign personage. Egg succeeded. The black and white eggs immediately rejoiced. Their figures flashed as they prepared to congratulate Xiao Qin. Even though Xiao Qin had been stuck at a bottleneck for 2 years and already had deep accumulations and the help of the cloud-breaking pill, he might not be able to break through. Even if he could not successfully break through, there was still only a 50-50 chance of success. It was indeed worth celebrating. Wait a moment. Black egg quickly pulled white egg back and retreated at the same time. In the next moment, tribulation clouds gathered in the surroundings. Soon, surging thunderclouds flickered with electric light above Xiao Qin's head, radiating out continuously. Soon these black thunderclouds, which gave off an incomparably suppressive feeling, covered most of the sky above the land of the Blood Moon. Even the Blood Moon was covered. The secret realm of the Blue Dragon ancient city turned pitch black. The black and white eggs only stopped after retreating a long distance. They appeared incredibly shocked. What is going on? Lightning tribulation? Egg is really going all out. She already broke through to great perfection, sovereign personage. To think that she still wants to go further. It might be some kind of cultivation technique. However, why does this lightning tribulation feel ridiculously strong? The black and white eggs muttered softly. They discovered that the thunderclouds in the sky were no ordinary tribulation clouds. Even they felt some fear and unease. The strength of this lightning tribulation was somewhat terrifying. It is still storing up power. This lightning tribulation is somewhat exaggerated. The entire land of the Blood Moon suddenly turned incredibly suppressive. The churning thunderclouds in the sky looked majestic, like they could swallow up everything. The black thunderclouds were incredibly dense, like the vast sea hanging in the sky, undulating. This was the lightning tribulation that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation needed to undergo to break through to the 11th layer. After breaking through this lightning tribulation, Xiao Qin's Purple Thunder Divine Incantation would reach the highest layer, the 12th layer. This was the final lightning tribulation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiao Qin could only undergo this tribulation when he was a great perfection sovereign personage. If he was a small perfection sovereign personage, there would be no hope at all. Chi! Suddenly 2 bolts of black lightning appeared in the sky, tearing through the darkness. They were like the evil claws of a ferocious beast in the thunderclouds as they charged at the black and white eggs. Bang! The black and white eggs shattered into pieces, scattering all over the ground. Whoosh! It was not over yet. Another 2 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, blasting at the pieces on the ground. This startled the black and white eggs, who had been pretending to be dead. They quickly reformed and fled. Let's go. The black and white eggs felt stunned as they quickly retreated. They kept retreating until they nearly reached the borders of this secret realm. Only then did the black and white eggs truly avoid the pursuit of the lightning bolts and get chased out. Why do I feel somewhat uneasy? White egg looked at the thunderclouds in the sky somewhat nervously. Then it looked at Xiao Qin, who was in the middle of the thunderclouds. This tribulation lightning is truly unheard of. Given the structure of this secret realm, it is impossible for it to have such terrifying lightning-attributed spiritual energy. I can only say that Egg's cultivation technique triggered the martial epic's origin tribulation lightning, ignoring the existence of this secret realm. As the black and white eggs discussed, the desolate slave soul reaper had appeared on the city walls at some point in time, looking at Xiao Qin in confusion. In the Blue Dragon ancient city, the Blue Dragon statue suddenly appeared in the mountain range where the ancient Tao platform was. The Blue Dragon statue swam around the mountain range, its spiritual eyes looking at the thunderclouds, filled with confusion. Rumble! The dragon spirit controlled the ancient Blue Dragon statue to swim around continuously until its entire body emerged from the mountain range. The countless wandering dragon souls in the city entered the Blue Dragon statue. In the next moment, the Blue Dragon statue used its colossal body to encase the entire Blue Dragon ancient city. Even when the golden armored army attacked, the dragon spirit did not make a move. However, now it seemed to fear that this tribulation lightning would affect the Blue Dragon ancient city, so it used its final trump card. Chapter 2103. After clearing the final layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, it would be the 12th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. At that time, when the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 12th layer, it would be at peak consummation. The cultivation technique that had accompanied Xiao Chan for 47 years would also reach its peak. Xiao Chan had experienced the danger of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's lightning tribulation long ago. He had narrowly escaped death several times. If it wasn't for Ao Jiao blocking the last lightning tribulation for him, Xiao Chan would have died without a doubt. The final lightning tribulation would definitely be extremely dangerous, with only a slim chance of survival. However, Xiao Chan did not feel any fear in his heart. He was no longer the same as when he first underwent his tribulation in the Sky Dome realm. He had already undergone his tribulation several times. Furthermore, he was already a great perfection sovereign personage and had cultivated his Thunder Great Tao to the peak. If nothing unexpected happened, he was very confident of clearing the final lightning tribulation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Thunder clouds rolled in the sky, creating a myriad of phenomena. Sometimes it was like tens of thousands of horses galloping, sometimes it was like angry waves roaring, and sometimes it was like thousands of troops passing through. "He's here!" Xiao Chen exclaimed softly and opened his eyes. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. It was a bolt of lightning that descended from the sky. It tore through the darkness and illuminated all directions. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. He closed his eyes again and allowed the lightning to fall on his body. Hua! In an instant, the lightning on Xiao Chen's body was dazzling and dazzling, erupting with a light comparable to the sun. In the distance, the black and white eggs felt slightly surprised. Xiao Chen had cultivated the Blue Dragon Divine Body and awakened it again. He had already reached 20% of a pure-blooded blue dragon. With just the strength of his physical body, he would be able to withstand a few lightning tribulations. After all, this was just the beginning. The best part was yet to come. That's right. Preserve your true essence and soul power. I don't know how many waves of lightning tribulation there will be. If my quintessential essence and soul power dry up at the end, it will be very troublesome. White Egg nodded slightly and said softly. However, a trace of doubt appeared in Black White's eyes. She said in a deep voice, "Strange. Why is it different from what we thought?" White Egg, look. What happened? A Tao disc appeared behind Xiao Chen, who was bathed in the light of the tribulation lightning. That was the Tao circle of the great Tao of thunder. As the power of the thunder tribulation poured into it, it shone with divine light. The sky was filled with boundless thunderclouds that resembled an upside-down ocean. The waves roared angrily, and it was a majestic sight. Lightning flashed in the sky, and strong winds howled. It was dark and stifling. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere on the ground. The dust was like snow dancing wildly in the wind. Endless sand swept through the entire secret realm. However, under the contrast of this Tao ring, Xiao Chen was quiet and peaceful amidst this dangerous and oppressive phenomenon. He was like a saint bathed in divine light. He is using the lightning tribulation to break through to the Tao domain. White Egg was startled. It had not expected Xiao Chen to be so ambitious. To think that Xiao Chen dared to split his attention while undergoing his tribulation, using tribulation lightning to break through his Thunder Tao domain. However, Xiao Chen was indeed a genius. He used tribulation lightning to stimulate his Tao domain to make a breakthrough. Was there a more effective method in the world than this? The miraculous effects of divine pills and natural treasures were not as direct as tribulation lightning. The only thing was that once Xiao Chen went overboard, he would end up losing himself. Rumble! Tribulation lightning descended in waves. Thousands of mysterious phenomena appeared in this land of the blood moon. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and endured, not blocking at all, letting the tribulation lightning baptize his physical body. The terrifying tribulation lightning inflicted unimaginable pain on Xiao Chen's physical body. Each baptism looked resplendent and dignified, but in reality, it was even more painful than being hacked into pieces. This was because Xiao Chen could not block it at all. It was like a soldier taking off his armor and walking through a rain of arrows. Slowly, the Tao might on Xiao Chen's body grew stronger. The aura radiated by the Tao disc formed an invisible barrier for Xiao Chun. He's betting all his hopes on his Thunder Great Path. If his Thunder Great Tao cannot break through to the Tao domain, he will definitely die under the tribulation lightning. How ruthless! Black Egg sighed softly, its tone filled with worry. The benefit of giving up on resisting was that the tribulation lightning's energy could perfectly infuse into his great Tao energy. This allowed Xiao Chun to rely on the tribulation lightning to break through bottlenecks to the greatest extent. However, the drawback was clear. Right now, Xiao Chun could only rely on his physical body, and Tao might to block the tribulation lightning. It was very possible that the tribulation lightning would strike him to death before he comprehended a Tao domain. The second wave of tribulation lightning is here. White Egg looked at the sky. An impenetrable electric black hole had already formed above Xiao Chun's head. Through the black hole, Xiao Chun could vaguely see a sea of pure tribulation lightning inside. The black hole spun continuously, storing up power for the second wave of tribulation lightning. Right after White Egg spoke, many lightning-materialized weapons flew out from the sky at Xiao Chun. There were spears, sabers, swords, moons, and all sorts of weapons flying at Xiao Chun. Each lightning-materialized weapon contained a deep Tao, even more terrifying than a real Tao tool. Kasie. In the next moment, thousands of weapons attacked. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and tightly clenched his right fist. Xiao Chun's veritable essence energy and vital qi surged, and an indistinct 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind him. However, when the lightning Tao tools were about to charge over, determination flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes, and he slowly loosened his right fist. Xiao Chun allowed the thousands of lightning Tao tools to attack his physical body. Come! Bang! 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 Explosions immediately rang out on the surface of Xiao Chun's body. Every explosion was startling, leaving horrifying wounds on Xiao Chun's body. However, Xiao Chun clenched his teeth and did not make a sound, enduring it silently. When this wave of tribulation lightning was over, Xiao Chun's body was riddled with holes. There was practically no place left unscathed. Xiao Chun's entire body was charred black, a terrible sight to behold. He looked like a beggar in a sorry state. Only the Tao disc behind Xiao Chun remained holy, giving off an even more resplendent light. The hazy Tao might strengthen significantly again. It's still not enough. Xiao Chun sensed his Tao domain and discovered that it was still an indiscernible door away from the Tao domain. He still could not break that door. It was something that could be seen but not reached. It made one feel helpless and somewhat despair. When others comprehend the Tao domain, it takes at least 100 years, at most 400 to 500 years. That is if they have good talent. I do not have that much time, so I can only continue like this. I can only gamble with the tribulation lightning's power. I have to believe in myself. A determined light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. Then, he used his later heaven divine body to quickly recover his physical body. Even in despair and helplessness, he could not give up hope. Xiao Chun's physical body had just recovered when the third wave of tribulation lightning charged over. This time, the tribulation lightning that descended materialized many famous mountains and great rivers. The tribulation lightning mercilessly rained down on Xiao Chun, suppressing the world. Boom! 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 The speed at which the thunderous mountain fell was like hailstones. They did not give Xiao Chun a chance to catch his breath. Soon, this lightning mountain pressed him into the ground. Strong winds howled, and sand flew for 5,000 kilometers around. The lightning mountains continuously crashed down, not giving Xiao Chun a chance to catch his breath. Xiao Chun saw the lightning mountains descend continuously, completely drowning out Xiao Chun's figure. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He can't be dead, right? White Egg's heart skipped a beat, startled by this scene. However, it could not help wanting to charge forward. However, Black Egg held it back. Black Egg said seriously, "Don't act rashly. Look, that old dragon is not moving." Black Egg looked around and saw the eyes of the blue dragon statue surrounding the ancient city flickering with spiritual light, as it stared at the lightning mountains, not moving at all. Boom! All of a sudden, a beam of light burst forth. A terrifying Tao aura shattered the descending lightning mountain into pieces. A figure soared into the air in the darkness, showing a determined and expressionless face. It was Xiao Chun. Xiao Qin's Thunder Dao was one step closer to a Dao domain. Now he could clearly see what that invisible door looked like. Xiao Qin's comprehension increased, and his Dao might instantly strengthen, blocking the descending lightning mountains. Xiao Qin made good use of his time to recover from his injuries, not daring to waste a single second. Soon, the fourth wave of tribulation lightning descended. This time, huge cauldrons containing Dao charm descended. Xiao Qin's physical body had just recovered. Before he could forget the pain from the lightning mountains, he had to endure the damage from the huge cauldrons. Fifth wave, sixth wave, seventh wave. Every time there was a lightning tribulation, Xiao Qin thought that he would be struck down. However, he always managed to stand up at the last moment. Using his strong blue dragon divine body, Xiao Qin forcefully endured the waves of tribulation lightning. Others only felt that Xiao Qin had relied on luck to clear the first stage against Gong Liangyu. However, no one knew how much Xiao Qin had paid to get to where he was today. In the secret realm, no one knew what kind of bitterness and persistence Xiao Qin had hidden behind his shocking trump cards. After forcefully enduring the seventh wave of tribulation lightning, Xiao Qin's physical body could no longer recover. His injuries accumulated continuously. His body was destroyed and healed over and over again. Even after awakening his blue dragon divine body once, he was somewhat lacking, unable to provide much help to Xiao Qin. The eighth wave of tribulation lightning arrived. Formless lightning. Xiao Qin, who was preparing to deal with the tribulation lightning, suddenly cried out miserably. To think that the tribulation lightning of this stage was hidden in the wind, in the air. It was formless and invisible, invisible and untouchable. However, it was everywhere. The wind blew gently, and thousands of tribulation lightning streaked across Xiao Qin's body like knives. This wave of tribulation lightning was unblockable, unheard of or seen before. Oh no! White Egg could not help exclaiming. This is the formless lightning that Master once mentioned. Even if Xiao Qin uses his full power, he might not be able to endure it. He has to give up on breaking through to the Dao domain. Otherwise, he will die for sure. Chapter 2104. The formless lightning was shadowless and formless. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to hide. Xiao Qin clenched his teeth and did his best to maintain his calm, maintaining the thunder great Dao. He had never seen such tribulation lightning before. He had not even heard of it. Xiao Qin did not know how to deal with it. If this continued, this formless lightning would slowly grind his physical body into dust, not leaving anything behind. Calm down. Calm down. At the critical moment, Xiao Qin stabilized his emotions. This concerned his life and death. He needed to think of a way to deal with the formless lightning. Xiao Qin's thoughts raced. Thousands of ideas appeared in his mind in an instant. First, the formless lightning was definitely a false proposition. If it were truly formless, it would not hurt him. How to deal with it was the key. Did it merge with the wind? Xiao Qin thought of this possibility. The wind moved slightly, and his physical body felt like it was being cut by a knife. This was the most direct explanation. If that was the case, there was a way to block it. Xiao Qin took a deep breath, and his vital qi surged. Enduring the intense pain, his entire body trembled ferociously. Bang! A strong wind blew on the surface of Xiao Qin's body, forming an invisible wind wall in front of him. Ka! 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 The terrifying lightning of the 5 stars arrived again, but it was ineffective. Xiao Qin could not help screaming again. Wrong! I thought wrong. The formless lightning did not merge the tribulation lightning with the wind. Am I going to give up? Continuing to maintain the Dao domain and letting his physical body endure the lightning tribulation to break through to the Dao domain seemed somewhat unrealistic. If he lost his life, what Dao domain was there? Damn it! However, Xiao Qin was not willing to give up like this. After enduring 7 waves of tribulation lightning, his physical body had suffered unimaginable pain. After much difficulty, his Thunder Great Dao approached the Dao domain. If Xiao Qin gave up on this opportunity, who knew when he would get another chance to break through to the Dao domain? The black and white eggs felt anxious. Right now, Xiao Qin's physical body continuously suffered the torture of the formless lightning in the air. This 8th wave of tribulation lightning was somewhat ridiculous. Xiao Qin's physical body already reached the brink of collapse at any moment. I already came this far. I absolutely cannot give up. Wasn't the path of a martial artist just like that? Since ancient times, those who had established the hegemony of a dynasty, the ambitious and ruthless people of their generation, had all walked back and forth between life and death countless times. Xiao Chen thought to himself, I have to find the mystery behind the formless lightning. If it wasn't melted into the wind, then where was this invisible lightning hidden? Thoughts flashed through Xiao Chen's mind like lightning. In an instant thousands of ideas popped up, and then he rejected them one by one. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, and he suddenly remembered. Space. That's right, it had to be space. This invisible lightning had perfectly fused with space. It had nothing to do with the wind. This wave of thunder tribulation was a perfect fusion of the great path of thunder and the great path of space, which was why it was invisible. However, knowing was one thing, but how to avoid it was the key. Right now, the most important thing was that his physical body couldn't hold on much longer. He had to buy some time for his physical body. Think of a way, I can do it, I can definitely do it. Under the torture of the invisible lightning, Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and his eyes turned red. He stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Death God Mask. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen thought of the Death God Mask he obtained. Without even thinking, he quickly took it out. Aside from isolating one's aura, the Death God Mask also had two secret techniques. The Soul Attack, Death God Chop, and Void Shadow. Whoosh! After executing the secret technique, Void Shadow, Xiao Chen's physical body slowly turned illusory and vanished. Xiao Chen's illusory state was extremely short, just 2 or 3 seconds. However, these 2 or 3 seconds, these 2 or 3 precious seconds, gave Xiao Chen a chance to catch his breath, pulling his physical body back from the brink of collapse. When Xiao Chen reappeared, a portion of his physical injuries had already recovered. He had narrowly escaped death. Xiao Chen was like wild grass that had regained new life, showing vigorous life force. Under the mask, his eyes filled with determination and calmness. After executing the secret technique once, I won't be able to execute it again for a while. I can only rely on myself now. Xiao Chen calmly analyzed the situation. Since he had merged with space, it was already impossible to avoid it. All that remained was to quickly break through to the Dao domain, while his newly recovered physical body could still last for a while. Right now, his physical body could last for another 15 minutes under the assault of this formless lightning. 15 minutes is enough. If I do not break through to the Dao domain in 15 minutes, then I can only blame my bad luck and fate. After figuring this out, Xiao Chen's heart calmed down again. The terrifying mysterious phenomena in the surroundings and the horrifying lightning black hole hiding above could not disrupt his emotions. After removing the Death God Mask, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and started his final gamble. The formless lightning tribulation brought destructive damage to the physical body. However, it was also of great help to breaking through to the Dao domain. Xiao Chen could clearly sense that every bolt of formless lightning could loosen the bottleneck of his Dao domain. The heavenly Dao was merciless. The formless lightning continued to torture Xiao Chen coldly. In the distance, the black and white eggs did not know what to say when they saw that Xiao Chen still persisted. At the crucial moment, the black and white eggs could not help Xiao Chen. They could only pray for Xiao Chen. At the place where the tribulation took place, Xiao Chen's newly recovered physical body quickly became riddled with holes and injuries. However, the Dao disc behind him remained resplendent and dazzling from start to finish, flickering with light. At this moment, the brilliance of the Dao ring was extremely bright. It gave the feeling of a silkworm about to break out of its cocoon, putting in its final effort and struggle. It looks like he is about to break through? White Egg said joyfully as it watched the Dao disc behind Xiao Chen slowly close up. This wave of tribulation lightning will be over soon. Good things came in pairs. The Dao disc behind Xiao Chen slowly closed up and condensed into a spot. The light that the Dao disc gave off made this dark world look like it was daytime. The 8th wave of tribulation lightning also slowly faded at this moment, significantly weakening. Good. This is good. As long as Xiao Chen breaks through to the Dao domain, the veritable essence energy and soul energy that he saved will be more than enough for him to clear the final wave of tribulation lightning. The black and white eggs rejoiced. Normally, tribulation lightning was split into 9 waves. After 9 waves, it would be over. After persisting for so long, Xiao Chen was finally going to get what he wanted. Boom! However, before the 8th wave of tribulation lightning completely faded, the 9th wave of tribulation lightning suddenly descended without any warning. The 9th wave of lightning tribulation suddenly descended, faster than anyone's reaction time. A vast sea turned into silver light and poured down from the terrifying lightning black hole in the sky. The vast sea was made of pure tribulation lightning. The speed at which it fell could not be measured with common sense. Whoosh! In an instant, the sea of lightning buried Xiao Chen and spread out further. Rumble! The ocean waves surged. This was a sea of thunder and lightning. The black hole in the dome continuously poured the water down. It looked like a hole had appeared in the sky, and the silver seawater poured down like lightning. There was no end to it. The black and white eggs were flabbergasted as they watched the sea swallow up Xiao Chen, who could not react at all. Let's go. When the black and white eggs startled to their senses, they discovered that Wang Xi was about to drown the entire secret realm. A terrifying sea of lightning surged in all directions like a flood. The tribulation lightning transformed into an ocean, forming this boundless ocean. No one knew how terrifying its might was. Feeling anxious, the black and white eggs leaped up and flew towards the blue dragon statue. In this mystic realm, there was no place that could guarantee absolute safety. Only the blue dragon statue that enveloped the entire ancient city was slightly safer. The water spread in all directions, and soon, the entire mystic realm became a vast ocean. Even the blue dragon statue was engulfed in an ocean of lightning. The black and white eggs stood on the dragon's head, feeling somewhat stunned and speechless. At this moment, the two chatterboxes did not know what to say. The boundless ocean was the 9th wave of tribulation lightning. If there had been any living beings in this mystic realm, all of them would have died in that moment. The black clouds in the sky slowly scattered, and the lightning black hole slowly mended. The terrifying mysterious phenomenon vanished. After the storm passed, the blood moon still enveloped this world. What cultivation technique does Egg cultivate? The formless lightning is already terrifying enough. However, what exactly is this 9th wave of tribulation lightning? A vast ocean appeared. The black and white eggs said softly. The scene before them already surpassed their understanding. Back when they followed their master, they had never experienced such a lightning tribulation, so they knew nothing about it. This is a lightning sea from the primal chaos space. It is normal that you two fools do not know about it. Just at this moment, another voice rang out beside the black and white eggs, startling them. When White Egg reacted and realized that it was the blue dragon statue's dragon spirit speaking, it retorted with an upset expression. Who says we do not know? We just do not want to say. Stop being so long-winded. If you continue, I will toss you two down. The black and white eggs quickly shut up. There was a lightning sea below. Although the two would not die if they went down, they were not willing to suffer such torture. Egg, do we still have a chance to survive? Black Egg asked carefully after a moment of silence. If you comprehend the Thunder Dao domain at the last moment, you should be able to survive. The two of you are forged from divine materials and do not have physical bodies. You can go down and take a look, the dragon spirit said after some thought. It wanted the black and white eggs to go down and take a look. Whether Xiao Chen lived or died, it had to figure out what was going on. Upon hearing that they wanted to go down the lightning sea, the black and white eggs immediately started pushing the responsibility around. Black Egg asked White Egg to go down and White Egg asked Black Egg to go down. Chi, chi, chi. As the two argued endlessly, piercing sparks of electricity rang out. The desolate slave Soul Reaper leaped into the lightning sea. A wave of lightning splashed out, and the water splashed onto its huge body, crackling and flickering. The desolate slave Soul Reaper pretended not to hear anything. It walked on the lightning sea, heading for where Xiao Chen underwent his tribulation. Alright, Silly Egg is going down. The two of us do not need to go down. The black and white eggs immediately rejoiced and stopped arguing, watching quietly. How noisy. The two of you should go down and help as well. The dragon spirit snorted coldly and shook its hand. The black and white eggs let out startled cries as they fell into the lightning sea. Chapter 2105. The black and white eggs cried out endlessly in the lightning sea. However, since they already went down, there was no point in going back up. Together with the desolate slave Soul Reaper, the black and white eggs started searching for Xiao Chun in the Lightning Sea. The Lightning Sea before them was truly a vast ocean that filled the entire secret realm, stretching out as far as the eye could see. It was no exaggeration to say that searching for a person was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The most important thing was that this was a sea of lightning. Soul energy could not penetrate it at all. When the viscous seawater touched it lightly, sparks flew everywhere, crackling and exploding non-stop. Undercurrents surged in the seawater. Occasionally, huge waves surged up. Even sovereign personages had to retreat. Otherwise, they would either die or be injured. Fortunately, the black and white eggs and the desolate slave Soul Reaper were not human cultivators and did not have bodies of flesh and blood. Otherwise, they would not last long in this lightning sea. What a huge wave! The energy in this water is chaotic. It is really hard to find him. Black Egg dived for a while before flying out, kicking up a wave and sending out electric light. Z. Electric sparks flickered endlessly. The black and white eggs were at their wits' end. This was really hard to find. Walking in this lightning sea was extremely difficult. The undercurrents surged in the water. Xiao Chen's body was definitely not where it was originally. If the undercurrent swept up Xiao Chen and got carried away, there would be no way to find him. The black and white eggs could only wait for the lightning sea to scatter before starting their search. However, it was hard to say whether they could find Xiao Chen at that time. The desolate slave Soul Reaper walked in the lightning sea and arrived at the place where Xiao Chen underwent his tribulation. Its huge body half knelt in the sea. It stretched its hand down and searched around, but it could not find anything. Do you think Egg got blasted into nothing by the lightning sea at the last moment? White Egg asked somewhat worriedly. Right now it was very difficult for them to walk in the water. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Chen, who had endured the impact of the seawater and then got submerged, could survive. Black Egg looked at the lightning sea and said helplessly, "Stop speaking nonsense. How can an acquired divine body that awakened once be destroyed so easily? His physical body is definitely still there. Whether he is dead or alive is hard to say." Poor Egg. Boom! On the vast ocean a wave surged. The wave was 1,000 feet high, and there seemed to be a figure on the top of the wave. "It's Dandan." White Egg's eyes lit up as it exclaimed in pleasant surprise. So. Black and White Egg got up at the same time and chased after the surging waves. They had to catch Xiao Chen before he went down. Otherwise, if he sank to the bottom of the sea, no one knew when he would reappear again. However, as the waves slowly sank, the black and white eggs were still some distance away. Shua! Just as the black and white eggs felt helpless, Xiao Chen's sinking physical body flew up ferociously. It was the desolate slave Soul Reaper. It pulled Xiao Chen over with a palm strike and took a look. Then, he slowly put down Xiao Chen and gently tossed him to the black and white eggs before returning alone. He's still alive. He did not die. It looks like it was as that old dragon said. Xiao Chen managed to comprehend the Thunder Dao domain at the last moment. Hurry up and go up. After checking Xiao Chen's aura, the black and white eggs rejoiced. When they turned their heads to look for the desolate slave Soul Reaper, it was already nowhere to be seen. Xiao Chen felt very tired. His eyelids felt heavy, and he could not open his eyes. Xiao Chen's consciousness turned blurry, not knowing what happened. He tried to open his eyes but could only open a crack. Through the crack, Xiao Chen seemed to see the black and white eggs. Then he fell unconscious. When Xiao Chen woke up again, 6 days had passed. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, the familiar blood moon hanging high in the sky entered his eyes. "You're awake?" A voice rang out by Xiao Chen's ear. It was White Egg's voice. Xiao Chen stood up and moved slightly. Then he heard the bones in his entire body crackle like beans being fried, giving off crunching sounds. After the sounds faded, Xiao Chen stretched his body and immediately felt incredibly comfortable, delighted. Xiao Chen clenched his fist. The energy contained in his hand delighted him. "How long did I sleep for?" Xiao Chen asked Black Egg. He remembered comprehending the Thunder Dao domain at the last moment. However, before Xiao Chen could feel happy, a pile of silver light struck him and sent him into a severe coma. Feeling like he had slept for too long, Xiao Chen worried that he would miss the Heavenly Alliance's second stage of the test. 6 days. Black Egg said to Xiao Chan as he leaned over. Since when was there a sea? Xiao Chan turned his head to take a look and was startled. He saw a boundless ocean at the bottom of the cliff. Haha, look at how frightened you are. This is after the tide ebbed. The previous few times the entire secret realm was flooded. What did you think it was? A sea of lightning. Thanks to you, this is your 9th wave of tribulation lightning. Back then the two of us were badly frightened. That old dragon in the city said that it was some sea of lightning in the primal chaos space. I wonder how it became your tribulation lightning. Speaking of this, you have to thank us properly. Right. Back then this sea drowned you, and we did not even know if you were dead or alive. The two of us nearly lost our lives when we went down to fish you up. That was a vast sea. It was difficult to move. Don't forget how good we were to you, Egg. The black and white eggs revealed their chatty nature once more. Xiao Chan only said one sentence, and the two of them started talking again, preventing him from interrupting. However, Xiao Chan finally understood what was going on. When he stood up and looked at the sea below, he immediately felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, he had successfully comprehended a Dao domain and broken through to the final layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. With this tribulation, Xiao Chan could be considered to have undergone a nirvanic rebirth, undergoing a complete transformation. That's right. The two of us have already adjusted to peak sovereign personage. Come Egg. Let's fight against each other. Ha. Quickly. Don't dawdle. The black and white eggs felt itchy, urging Xiao Chan to fight against them. Xiao Chan really wanted to test his current strength. What were his chances of defeating the black and white eggs, who were peak sovereign personages? Xiao Chen's original plan was to successfully break through to great perfection sovereign personage and comprehend a Dao domain. Then he would fight the black and white eggs to test his strength. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. He had already been here for 8 days. He had disappeared for 8 days, and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was still waiting for a reply. Xiao Chan had to return quickly lest the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor worry. Sorry, next time. I have something urgent to look for now. After Xiao Chan rejected the black and white eggs, he turned to leave. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a tall figure appeared in the blood moon. Death Qi surrounded this figure, showing no expression. Under the moonlight, this figure appeared lonely and desolate. It was the desolate slave Soul Reaper. The desolate slave Soul Reaper held many sovereign emperor corpses in its hand as it headed for the Blue Dragon ancient city alone. Seemingly noticing Xiao Chen's gaze, the desolate slave Soul Reaper stopped under the blood moon and turned its head to look at Xiao Chan. As their gazes met, Xiao Chan saw that Soul Reaper's eyes were turbid, dim and lifeless, filled with death qi. As a desolate slave, Soul Reaper was somewhat special compared to the other desolate slaves. It seemed like a strand of will remained. However, in the end it was just a dead person. The desolate slave Soul Reaper turned its head away, no longer paying attention to Xiao Chan. Then it slowly headed for the Blue Dragon ancient city, clad in a faint layer of scarlet moonlight. For some reason, Xiao Chan felt sorrow in his heart as he looked at the desolate slave Soul Reaper. Many years ago, Soul Reaper might have been a peak expert of the Blue Dragon bloodline. He must have been very famous when he was alive. He should not be living like this. Xiao Chan muttered to himself as he looked at Soul Reaper's back, remaining silent for a long time. After Soul Reaper vanished, entering the Blue Dragon ancient city, Xiao Chan soared into the air and flew towards the Blood Moon. After returning to his residence in Desolate City, before Xiao Chan could catch his breath, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's voice rang out in his ears. Quickly come and see me. After disappearing silently for 8 days, Xiao Chan did not dare to tarry. After calming his emotions, he went to the pavilion from the previous time. Great perfection, sovereign personage. You really succeeded. The resources I lent you were not wasted. When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor saw Xiao Chan, he felt slightly startled. Doubt flashed in his eyes. He discovered that aside from Xiao Chen's significant improvement in cultivation, there seemed to be some other changes. Xiao Chan noticed the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's doubts. Fortunately, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not pursue the matter, allowing him to release his bated breath. Lord Shangguan sent news. The Cordoyan who took a fancy to you is the faux god Swearenji, the most ambitious person in the Heavenly Alliance. Chapter 2106. An ambitious person? Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he looked at the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and asked, "So, what is City Lord's suggestion? I do not recommend that you rely on Cordoyan Swearenji to enter the Heavenly Alliance. There are too many implications, and it will be hard for you to back out in the future." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was rather direct, calmly voicing his opinion. "In that case, I'll reject it." Xiao Chen also calmly made his decision, not hesitating at all. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chen in shock. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen answered so quickly. "It looks like the fortuitous encounters in the past few days gave you a lot of confidence. In that case, I'll help you reject Lord Swearenji's invitation." After leaving the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's pavilion, Xiao Chen ran into Yunfei and Lei Hao, the two true disciples of Peach Blossom City, on his way back. The two had not passed the test. Yunfei, who originally had high hopes, had been eliminated at the very end. In the past few days, Yunfei should have been asking around about the loser's arena before deciding whether to participate or not. "Little brother Xiao Chen, where have you been the past few days?" Lei Hao asked warmly when he saw Xiao Chen. "I entered closed-door cultivation and only came out today." Yunfei's expression suddenly changed in shock. After a while he said, "Congratulations." Lei Hao felt suspicious about why Yunfei was congratulating him. Then he checked Xiao Chen's aura. When he discovered that Xiao Chen was already a sovereign personage like them, he could not help feeling shocked in his heart. This Xiao Chen before him was only 47 years old, but he was already a great perfection sovereign personage. However, Lei Hao still performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Congratulations. No wonder little brother Xiao Chen disappeared for the past few days. The two of us are truly ashamed of ourselves for little brother Xiao Chen." "Many thanks. Have you decided to participate in the loser's arena?" Xiao Chen asked. Lei Hao and Yunfei sighed upon hearing that, appearing somewhat dispirited. Lei Hao said, "I've already given up. I already exchanged the faux god spirit jades for resources. Yunfei has decided to continue participating." Yunfei said sullenly, "The loser's challenge rules are a 10,000-person chaotic battle royale. 10,000 people will kill each other in a chaotic battle royale. Only one survivor will continue to participate in the 10,000-person chaotic battle royale. After the chaotic battles, the 10 spots for the Heavenly Alliance will be determined." When Xiao Chen heard this, he was startled. The difficulty was truly terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was hellish. "What are the rules for the Winners Group Challenge?" Lei Hao asked, finding it strange. "Little brother Xiao Chen, didn't the Cordoyans already take a fancy to you? Why are you still concerned about this?" "I just talked to the city lord and he has already rejected it." "Ah." Lei Hao and Yunfei were both shocked. They had never imagined that Xiao Chen would agree to a core grand elder's request. This was simply inconceivable. It was something that others wouldn't even dare to dream of, yet Xiao Chen had actually rejected it. Countless people would be heartbroken if they knew about this. They would have wasted such a great opportunity. "Little brother Xiao Chen, you have to consider this carefully. The rules for the Winners Group Challenge are 100 people fighting each other in a chaotic battle royale. Only one person can survive. Then, 100 people will obtain the qualifications to enter the Heavenly Alliance. The difficulty is no easier than the losers group." Lei Hao advised sincerely, as the individual strength of the winners group was much higher than that of the losers group. While it looked like a 100-person chaotic battle royale, these 100 people were all peak sovereign personages who had survived the first stage of intense battles. Given Xiao Chen's strength, even if he advanced to great perfection sovereign personage, his chances of standing out would still be very slim. Yunfei interrupted. "Lei Hao, there is no need to advise him. Little brother Chen definitely can think of what we know. He definitely has his own determination to reject it. Furthermore, I don't think little brother Chen is someone who makes decisions easily." Xiao Chen thought to himself, "I made this decision rather easily, without much conflict or hesitation." The pros and cons would not make it too difficult for Xiao Chen to decide. Since Xiao Chen was an ambitious person, he definitely had something in mind and would definitely make a request in the future. Clearly, Xiao Chan could not accept such a request. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. The best way was to rely on himself to enter the Heavenly Alliance. 2 days later, Xiao Chen's group appeared on the Starry Heavens Dao platform together with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. When Xiao Chen appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The sovereign emperors on the thrones in the starry heavens could not help casting their gazes on Xiao Chan. They had all heard that this youth had rejected the court doyen's request. After hearing this news, everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. They couldn't imagine it. What kind of person would make such a rash decision? Either that person was a fool or overly confident in himself. Quick look. To think that Xiao Chen does not show any expression at all. He looks very calm. This fellow is really hateful. He wasted a chance for nothing. If only it were me. Humph. To think that he rejected the court doyen's invitation. Could it be that he thinks that he can pass the test in the winners group? He really does not know how to conduct himself. That lord will probably be very angry when he finds out about this. Indeed, if it were me, I would be angry as well. A faux god lowered his status to invite you, yet he rejected it. Discussions broke out everywhere. They could not understand Xiao Chen's decision. Out of respect for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, the many sovereign emperors did not discuss it. At this moment, the happiest person was naturally Sovereign Emperor Xinggu. Ha ha ha! Little brother Peach Blossom, you are here. Whoosh! Sovereign Emperor Xinggu actually descended from the starry heavens and arrived before Xiao Chan and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. This enthusiasm came from the bottom of his heart and was not the slightest bit hypocritical. After learning that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had rejected Sovereign Emperor Shangguan's invitation, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu felt very happy. After the shock, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu rejoiced. This way, only his follower, Nangongfeng, would enter the Heavenly Alliance in the entire desolate city test zone. This little brother Xiao Chan is truly worthy of this old man's admiration. You have courage. Youth should have the drive and sharpness of youth. This old man believes that if I were your age, I would definitely not be as decisive as you. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu said with a smile as he shifted his gaze to Xiao Chan. Senior Xinggu, you are too polite. Xiao Chan replied calmly. Ha 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 ha. I am not being polite. This old man speaks from the bottom of my heart. Youths like you are becoming increasingly rare. You want to rely on your own strength to pass the test. Who would dare to underestimate such pride? I'll put my words out there. If you can enter the Heavenly Alliance, this old man will personally reward you with 30 million primeval heavenly pills. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu laughed loudly, feeling very good. However, he smiled coldly in his heart. It would be strange if you can pass the test. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said with some mockery, Brother Xinggu is really forthright. Since you admire my follower so much, why not reward him now? I can see that you are smiling very happily. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu said somewhat embarrassedly, there is no point in giving it now. If little brother Xiao Chan loses his drive, I would be doing something bad out of good intentions, losing my motivational effect. Xiao Chan said sincerely, many thanks for Sovereign Emperor Xingji's favor. Actually, you can give me 30 million primeval heavenly pills first. After I pass, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu can give me another 70 million primeval heavenly pills. That would be even more motivational. This junior will thank Sovereign Emperor Xinggu in advance. Good. Lord Shangguan, who was on the throne in the starry heavens, smiled and said, it is rare for Xinggu to put so much thought into this. It is settled then. If little friend Xiao Chan can rely on his own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance and bring glory to my desolate city, I will personally reward Xiao Chan with another 20 million primeval heavenly pills. The other sovereign emperors immediately agreed, praising Sovereign Emperor Xinggu and Lord Shangguan for their enthusiasm. Many people agreed, but no one was foolish enough to take out primeval heavenly pills to motivate Xiao Chan. To sovereign emperors, primeval heavenly pills were nothing. However, 30 million was a heart-wrenching loss. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu was immediately stupefied. He had made a huge profit this time, digging a hole for himself and burying himself in. Initially, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu was just too excited and casually made some empty promises. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan made a fool out of him. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and said, Brother Xingge, everyone is looking at you. Haha, little friend Xiao Chan, you have to work hard. My primeval heavenly pills are not easy to obtain. Don't embarrass our desolate city. Before the gazes of the sovereign emperors, Sovereign Emperor Xingge gritted his teeth and took out a primeval heavenly pill. Then he tossed it heavily at Xiao Chen's face. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's smile did not change. However, he felt like a fool in his heart, extremely upset. However, Xiao Chan could not be bothered with all this, taking it calmly. Before the victors group test started, Xiao Chan had already obtained 30 million primeval heavenly pills for no reason. What could be happier than this?